Test, test, check, 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 check. Test, 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 test. Check, check, check. Test, test. Check, 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 check. No audio, no audio. Testing, 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 testing. Rohan, can you hear me now? Rohan, Rohan, Rohan. Testing. One, two, three. Check, 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 check. Check, check. One, two, three. Yeah, it's coming in. It's coming in. Check, 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 check. Test, 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 test. Check, 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 check. One, two, one, two. Yeah, it's good, but it's a little low. So I have to bring this one low on a headset. Headset mix. Check, check, check. Test, test, test. Checking. Audio, audio. Audio is low. Audio is low. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Yeah, I lost it. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Test, test. Checking audio. Coming in, coming in. Alright, we got a little bit audio here. You have a little bit audio. Little bit audio. Yeah, test, 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 test. Um, I need to continue. Check, 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 test, test, test. One. Testing, testing. Okay, audio coming in. Testing, testing. Rohan, can you hear me? Testing, testing. Check, check, check. Probably it's gonna be low. It's a low audio. Um, okay. So, so this has a volume control. So let's put that speaker here so I can volume control it and put the main out of here. Yeah, I don't want to hear it loud. There's no volume control. Can you hear me? Check, check. Can you hear me? Channel one. Okay. Loud enough. Loud enough. Loud enough. Loud enough. Okay. Okay. We're good. Okay, leave it there. I'm gonna put the microphone over there.
Three test 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 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 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 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 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 1 2 y 3 probando 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 1 2 y 3 1 2 y 3 probando 1 2 y 3 probando testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 probando 1 2 y 3 1 2 y 3 probando 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 1 2 y 3 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 test 1 2 y 3 1 2 y 3 probando 1 2 y 3 testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 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 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 1 2 y 3 testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 1 2 y 3 1 2 y 3 probando 1 2 y 3 probando testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 1 2 y 3 probando 1 2 y 3 1 2 y 3 probando 1 2 y 3 probando 1 2 y 3 probando 1 2 y 3 1 2 y 3 probando 1 2 y 3 probando 1 2 y 3 testing 1 2 3 test 1 2 3 testing 1 2
check, 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 check. Test, test, check, 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 check.
Welcome. Time is now 10:07. The date is October 14th, 2025. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Los Angeles Unified School District Board of Education. I'm going to take roll. Ms. Newbell.
Present.
Dr. Rivas.
Present.
Mr. Melvoin.
Here.
Ms. Griego.
Here.
Ms. Gomez.
Here.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Present.
Board President Schmerlson.
Present.
And Student Board Member Yang.
Here.
Okay, before we go into the Pledge of Allegiance, I have an announcement to make about a technical sound issue we are having. So you can hear perfectly in the boardroom, because we're all hearing me now. You can hear perfectly in English over our what's called our Granicus stream, as well as our Zoom stream. But what is not being transmitted simultaneously is Spanish translation over what we call the Granicus stream. So if you'd like to, and this is mostly for those who are at home right now, not necessarily those in the audience, though you may hear from your friends who are watching, hey, where's the translation? Please direct them to the Zoom link that's contained in the order of business, also known as the agenda. If they click on that Zoom link, they'll be able to experience. So Andres, we're getting translation on both now? Okay, great. So you can, it's all back working. I just found out this moment. It's almost as if we planned it this way. Okay, so thank you for your patience with us. We have a lot of moving pieces today. And now we'll go directly into the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'd like to introduce the students from Elizabeth Learning Center's Arabic Dual Language Program in Karehe and teacher Rima Mekdashi.
And for clarity, we're going to have two videos basically in serial fashion. One will be in English and the other one will be in Arabic. So thank you.
Boys and girls, stand up. Place your right hand over your heart, and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance together. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now, as is our custom, we will hear the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that the Los Angeles Unified School District operates on land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Gabrieleño and Fernandeño Tataviam peoples, who have stewarded this land for generations. We recognize these indigenous communities' ongoing presence and contributions and honor their connection to this region. We recognize Gabrieleño people as the original stewards of the Los Angeles Basin and the nearby coastal lands, and the Fernandeño Tavium as protectors of the northern valleys. These lands have and continue to hold deep cultural and spiritual significance to their people and have shaped the community we live in today. We pay our respects to the Hanukvetam, ancestors, Ahijerom, elders, and Eyohinken, our relatives and relations, past, present, and emerging, and commit to supporting indigenous communities through education, ensuring their voices are heard and their legacies are respected. We commit to deepening our understanding of the histories and cultures of the native peoples of this land. This acknowledgement demonstrates our ongoing efforts to build and sustain relationships with indigenous communities and contribute to healing and reconciliation.
Okay, first we have labor partners. Any labor partners present? UTLA, come on up. I know who you are. Can we limit it, if we can, to 5 minutes per labor partner, because we have a real long meeting, so do the best you can. Thank you.
I will speak quickly.
Give us 1 second. We're gonna, I know you're a powerful speaker, but not that powerful. We're gonna make sure that we get that feedback taken care of. So just 1 moment. Okay, let's give it a try in a gentle voice and see what happens.
I will try to be
Oh.
gentle.
It's not working. So, 1 moment, I'm sorry.
Fantastic. Good rainy morning, board members, superintendent. My name is Georgia Flowers Lee, representing United Teachers Los Angeles. And today I'm here to speak specifically about the renewal that the board is considering today for several charter schools. What has come to light regarding Gabriela Charter to delay bargaining in the hopes of crushing the hopes of educators' desire for representation with United Teachers Los Angeles. So earlier this year in March, UTLA and Alliance Gertz Merking and Burton Tech reached a tentative agreement. Members celebrated. In June, when the tentative agreement went to their board for approval, they voted it down with no explanation. Their chief negotiator only explained that they had financial uncertainties and that they wanted to wait a few months. In the last 5 years, Alliance has been amongst the most stable charter organizations in terms of enrollment. How is it that their enrollment is stable, yet they're facing financial uncertainties? What are they doing with the money? We pushed for the agreement to be heard at their last school board meeting on September 10th. Again, it was voted down, no explanation. Then Alliance disbanded their bargaining team and canceled all negotiations. We reached out to get back to the bargaining table, and they've ignored us. All of this constitutes bad faith, and we filed unfair labor practice charges. But this is what happens when the powerful feel emboldened to flout the law and ignore the rules that they don't like. We demand good faith negotiations or risk labor peace. We hope that LAUSD and the Alliance Board take labor peace seriously. The educators deserve it. Students and families deserve it. It's time for them to come to the bargaining table in good faith and do the right thing. Thank you, board members. See, only 5 seconds over.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Additional labor partners? Anyone in the audience? Labor partners? Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll go on to our committee reports. Okay. First in line is our Charter School Committee.
That is for me. 1 second. Charter School Committee. The Charter School Committee convened on September 18th and opened the new school year with a focus on transparency, accountability, and equitable oversight in charter renewal and co-location processes. The charter renewal considerations for 25-26, Ms. Marla Wilmot, Director of the Charter Schools Division, presented an overview of the 72 charter renewals anticipated this cycle, 63 independent and 9 affiliated. The presentation outlined the renewal framework, emphasizing academic performance, governance, and fiscal responsibility, and compliance with state and federal law. The key updates included the continued use of verified data for high and middle performing schools with clear attention to subgroup performance and equity indicators, expanded resident schools median, or RSM, transparency, now providing petitioners with detailed school comparison lists earlier in the process, and aligning grade levels for fairer analysis. The addition of core growth data to supplement dashboard measures and strengthen renewal evaluations. The committee discussion centered on maintaining fairness and consistency across renewals while ensuring that the process remains transparent and data-driven. Committee members also discussed interest in exploring contingency plans should verified data provisions expire in 2026. The next Charter School Committee meeting will be held on Thursday, November 13th.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rivas. Next, we have the Greening Schools and Climate Resilience Committee.
That is me as well. The Greening Schools and Climate Resiliency Committee convened on September 24th and covered the following key presentations and discussions. Schoolyard Greening through Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, also known as ELOP or ELOP. Mr. Christos Chrysilio, Eco-Sustainability Officer, provided an update on the district's Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which is converting more than 600,000 square feet of asphalt into green space and planting over 800 trees across LAUSD campuses. These projects prioritize high-need schools supporting student wellness and outdoor learning and sustainability education. The discussion emphasized ensuring long-term maintenance capacity, community engagement in design, transparency, and communicating project progress. Staff also clarified that while ELOP funds are time-limited, Measure US will serve as a primary source for future greening projects, focusing on schools with less than 10% existing green space. The second presentation was key considerations in synthetic turf fields. A panel of community experts, Lisa Hart from the LA Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance, Ms. Sharon Ergensma from San Fernando Valley Climate Reality Project, and Ms. Diane Wolke, MSN, Safe Health, from the Safe Healthy Playing Fields, Inc., led a comprehensive discussion on the health, safety, and environmental impacts of synthetic turf. The key issues that were raised included health risks such as injuries, extreme heat exposure, and contact with toxic pollutants, environmental impacts including microplastic pollution, impermeable surfaces, and contribution to the urban heat island effect. Policy implications including the need to revisit LAUSD's like-for-like replacement policy for synthetic turf and explore a potential moratorium on new turf installations. Committee members discussed pursuing a district-wide assessment modeled after the City of Los Angeles 2025 RFP for a comprehensive turf study, and ensuring that bond-funded projects align with student health, equity goals, and also considering labor concerns. The next Greening Schools and Climate Resiliency Committee meeting will be held on Wednesday, October 29th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Special Ed Committee.
On September 24th, I chaired the first Special Education Committee of the school year. My goal for the committee is to ensure that we are providing feedback to the Division of Special Education as they take steps in implementing the action items outlined in the Listen and Learn campaign. At our first meeting, we highlighted the upcoming parent engagement opportunities in both virtual and in person, including the new series of Coffee with the Special Education Region teams that will be taking place this fall. Additionally, the team shared the series of training opportunities available for general ed teachers, core special education teachers, modified core special education teachers, and paraprofessionals. Thank you to Dr. Soto, Alicia Haas, and the entire Special Education Division team for their support with this presentation. As part of the presentation, we also broke down the roles of the Special Education Region teams. Some of them were able to join us at the meeting and introduce themselves publicly so that our families have a better understanding of who to go for support. Our next committee meeting is October 22nd at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next committee report is Children and Families in Early Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Schmerelson. In September, we held the first meeting of the Children and Families in Early Education Committee for this school year. We welcomed new and returning members to discuss career pathways, including entry points for our early childhood workforce, both our teachers and our classified staff, as well as career ladder programs within LAUSD and supports from institutions of higher education and the Division of Adult and Career Education. We also discussed enrollment resources, the ways that we are getting the word out about our amazing early childhood programs within LAUSD. And these are important topics as we focus on expanding access for our families most in need, as well as recruiting and retaining the workforce we need to deliver high-quality supportive programs for our students. Our next meeting will be held later this month on October 30th, and we will be discussing STEAM programming in early education, as well as our expanded work with 2-year-olds, and both the opportunities and challenges that that presents. And we hope that you will join us here in the boardroom or tune in online for that meeting.
And thank you. Next report, Committee of the Whole.
Committee of the Whole convened on October 7th, united under the powerful theme, Dignity and Justice for All, defending students, families, and schools. The meeting carried a deep sense of urgency and purpose. Across the nation, harmful policies and rhetoric continue to target immigrant and marginalized communities, undermining education, health, and safety. The message was clear. LAUSD will never stand idle. The district will defend its students and families with clarity, courage, and unity. We were honored to be joined by Ms. Angelica Salas, Executive Director of CHIRLA, and Mexican Consul General Gonzalez Gutierrez, who both reminded us that this work extends beyond our schools. Together, we discussed how to deepen collaboration through legal protections, cultural exchanges, and civic education programs that strengthen belonging of our students and families. District leaders, including Dr. Alfonso Webb and Mr. Antonio Plasencia, provided updates on how our We Are One campaign is reinforcing sanctuary policies, building trust in families, and expanding trauma-informed supports and outreach across schools. One of the most inspiring moments came from the students of Wilson High School's Soñadores Unidos, who share their stories of resilience, leadership, and hope, proving that when schools provide safety and belonging, students thrive and lead with pride. Finally, Ms. Lydia Acosta Stevens, Executive Director of the Multilingual Multicultural Education Department, presented on strengthening support for multilingual learners through initiatives like Éxito en Promesa. Her presentation underscored our commitment to ensure that language is never treated as a barrier, but rather celebrated as a strength. And our next Committee of the Whole meeting will be held on Tuesday, November 4th. Thank you.
And thank you. Last but not least, School Safety and Climate Committee.
Thanks, Mr. Schmerlson. Our committee met on October 8th. We welcomed returning and new members as well. The purpose of the committee is really to look at data around school culture and safety, and this time we looked at the tiered fidelity inventory, which is about positive behavior supports. We also talked a lot about beginning of school year support, including transportation for all, how many of our kids are taking advantage of that, which we're very excited about. And we looked at data around community-based safety partnerships, which is largely funded through our BSAP partnership, but not exclusively. We also like to elevate a school that's doing really well, again, looking at data, and this time we had Panorama High School sharing their Safe Passage program, and one of the best tips we got from them, we tried to amplify best practices, is morning group chats, not only with the Panorama High School staff who are doing Safe Passages, but also with the neighboring middle and elementary schools, and so really being a community approach. Our next meeting is on November 20th. We hope to see you there. Thanks.
And thank you very much, Mr. McLean.
Okay, now we're going to go to setting the consent calendar. As I have said before, the consent calendar is a procedural mechanism that the board uses to operate efficiently. That means if they have already decided their votes, they can put the item onto a consent calendar and take all of those items in a single vote, and it saves a lot of time. So what I do now is I read through each of the, 39 tabs for business that are on the order of business, and then board members will either say out loud consent or discussion. If they say consent, it means go on the consent calendar. If it's for discussion, it means they would like to discuss the item amongst the entire board. We have many public hearings for charter schools here today also. As in the past, if a board member has just a blanket statement they'd like to make, but still put the item on consent, please feel free to make the blanket statement as we're going through the consent calendar, and it can go on consent if the board agrees to put it on consent. If it gets pulled for discussion, it just goes through the normal way. We did this about last year at about this time. Okay, so I'll read through it. Tab 1, high school physical education exemption. Consent. I'll also repeat it so everybody in the audience can hear.
I did have a question.
Okay, so that goes on to discussion. Tab 2, delegation of authority, authorization for the Early Childhood Education Division to submit continued funding applications.
Consent.
Consent. Tab 3, approval of the renaming of Daniel Pearl Senior High Journalism and Communications Magnet.
Consent.
Consent. Tab 4, approval of procurement actions. Discussion. Tab 5, approval of facilities contracts actions.
Consent.
Discussion? Question, so it's Mr. Tab 6, report of cash disbursements request to reissue expired warrants.
Consent.
Consent. Tab 7, donations of money to the district.
I have a comment.
Okay, discussion. Ms. Griego. Tab 8, approval of routine personnel actions.
Discussion.
Discussion. Tab 9, provisional internship permits. Consent. Tab 10, approval of the renewal petition for Alliance College Ready Middle Academy 8.
Consent.
Consent.
Tab 11, approval of the renewal petition for Alliance College Ready Middle Academy 12. Consent. Tab 12, approval of the renewal petition for Alliance Corey Hunter Middle. Consent. Tab 13, approval of the renewal petition for Alliance Leichman Levine. Discussion. Tab 14, approval of the renewal petition for Alliance Morgan McKinsey High.
Discussion.
Discussion. Tab 15, approval of the renewal petition for Alliance Piera Barbaglia Shaheen Health Services Academy. Consent. Tab 16, approval of the renewal petition for Alliance Virgil Roberts Leadership Academy. Consent. Tab 17, approval of the renewal petition for Animo Ellen Ochoa Charter Middle. Consent. Tab 18, approval of the renewal petition for Central City Value. Consent. Tab 19, approval of the renewal petition for Gabriella Charter.
Discussion.
Discussion. Tab 20, approval of the renewal petition for KIPP Academy of Opportunity. Consent. Tab 21, denial of the renewal petition for Learning by Design, I believe has to be a discussion item. Tab 22, approval of the renewal petition for Oscar de la Hoya Animo Charter High. Consent. Tab 23, approval of the renewal petition for Para los Niños Middle. Consent. Tab 24, approval of the renewal petition for Renaissance Arts Academy. Consent. Tab 25, approval of the renewal petition for Synergy Kinetic Academy. Discussion. Tab 26, approval of the renewal petition for Vaughn Next Century Learning Center. Consent. Tab 27, approval of the renewal petition for Vox Collegiate of Los Angeles. Discussion. Okay, approval of the proposed material revision for Vox Collegiate of Los Angeles. Discussion. Was that Ms. Newbell? Thank you. Okay, and then 11 a.m., we have a time certain for Mr. Schmerelson's, so we'll put that on discussion. Tab 30, Board Member Schmerelson, 2025 is National Principals Month. Consent. So let's talk co-sponsors. So we have Mr. Melvoin.
I think all of us.
Well,
Yes.
Everyone. Okay, great. That's so
Yes.
much shorter. I'll just write the word unanimous. And then we have a 12 p.m. time certain from Ms. Gomez and Dr. Rivas support for the Election Rigging Response Act. So we'll put that on discussion. Ms. Gomez? Okay.
Co-sponsor.
Okay. And the door will remain open for co-sponsorship until we vote. Tab 32, there is a 2:30 p.m. time certain for, let's see, Ms. Ortiz Franklin, Ms. Newbill, and Ms. Griego's resolution with survivors always. Discussion or? Okay, presentation, perfect.
Co-sponsor.
Okay. We have 2 items for initial announcement. The board doesn't take action on those, but they're located in the order of business if you want to review it prior to action at the next month's meeting. Resolutions requested by the superintendent, appointment of a member to the School Construction Bond Oversight Committee. Discussion for 35, Mr. Melvoin. Tab 36, appointment of member to the School Construction Bond Citizens Oversight Committee. Consent. Tab 37, report of correspondence. Consent. Tab 38, minutes for board approval. Consent. Okay, and tab 39 is a public hearing only. There's no action taken, but we will be taking public comment on it. So I'm going to read through the consent calendar as it was just set. If I've made an error, please speak up, or if you'd like to change something,
Nice and slow.
please let me know. Okay, tab 1 is discussion. Tab 2 is consent. Tab 3 is consent. Tab 4 and 5 are discussion. Tab 6 is consent. Tab 7 and 8 is discussion. Tab 9, 10, 11, and 12 are consent. Tab 13 and 14 are discussion. Tab 15, 16, 17, and 18 are consent. Tab 19 is discussion. Tab 20 is consent. Tab 21 is discussion. Tabs 22, 23, and 24 are consent. Tab 25 is discussion. Tab 26 is consent. Tabs 27, 28, and 29 are discussion. Tab 30 is consent. Tab 31 is discussion. Tab 32 is discussion. Tabs 33 and 34 are only for initial announcement. There's no action taken. Tab 35 is discussion. Tabs 36, 37, and 38 are consent. And tab 39 is not for action, but we will take public comment. Okay, so we have 21 minutes before the time certain of 11 a.m. So now is a good time, I believe, to take public comment on the consent items. So what the board does right now is the items that are on consent, they take public comment for folks that are signed up on the consent calendar items. And then once they complete the public comment on that, they will vote on the consent calendar. So here we go. Tab 2, delegations of authority. We have Mr. John Perrone calling in. Mr. Perrone, if you're online, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Mr. Perrone, I see you're with us. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi. Okay, thanks. I happen to have just lost my Wi-Fi, so it was a little bit hard to follow. I'm not sure if I'm going to be off topic or not, but what I wanted to mention was that given the fact that we don't have the Board of Education at the federal level, any consent for funding, I believe we should accept it because we could always just not fund it. But with that, I'm just going to let my time go to the next person and the next item. Thank you, because I have no Wi-Fi. Thanks.
Okay, that concludes the comments for tab 2. The tab 3, we have one comment from Jimena Breton, or Jimena Breton. I apologize if I've misspoken. So this is for tab 2, approval of renaming of the Daniel Pearl Senior High School. Not here? Okay, we'll go to tab 6. Report of cash disbursements. There's no public comment to that item. Let's see, tab 9, provisional internship permits. Mr. David Tokovsky. David Tokovsky, not here. Okay, then we have, let's see, we go to tab 10, and I have a public statement to read about each of these public hearings. So let me just get my paperwork in order, and I will read from that. Oh, here he comes. Mr. Tokovsky, come on down. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Start slowly with the usual microphone, because I want to make sure we're not getting feedback. So it's your time to shine. Electronic feedback. Yeah. Okay, give it a shot. Make sure we're doing a
Testing. Oh, good call.
Go gently.
Testing.
Yeah.
Testing.
How's that? Go for it.
Testing. Okay. It's moving without restarting.
If you give me 1 moment, I could restart that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you very much. The provisional internship is a program that the district runs very intelligently over the last decade or two, and is very helpful. But it's also important to take a look at it because, again, you have in this case not only a number of special ed shortage, which you need in your special ed committee to be assessing why is there a continued shortage and what can we do at the bargaining table to enhance the number of special ed teachers, and what can we do to motivate some teachers, like HR does do, to get them to move into the special ed category. Additionally, there's some in here that's striking. Calculus and physics teachers. A shortage of calculus and physics teachers is really kind of a scary thought in terms of advancement and higher college-bound learning. Tragic, because we have Caltech within our jurisdiction, where grad students are picking up loans and they're paying for their education when they could be in our schools and helping. UCLA, a massive number of engineering and science grad students who, if we've had the creativity and the thoughtfulness, could be moved into these classrooms, young, diverse women. It'd be incredible to have that kind of intelligence in our classroom rather than online learning, because as you know, the scores on the virtual academies under your leadership, under your jurisdiction, are abysmal. In fact, they're being looked at by public interest law firms, not to blame you, it's almost to blame, as you often do, the White House, which is chilling the number of families going into schools and going online, and therefore damaging their equal opportunity under the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and the California Constitution to get the kind of education. They are 3 standard deviations below the average within the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Okay, that concludes tab 9. So I'm going to read the public statements for tabs 10 through 27. Some of them are on consent, some of them are on discussion, but this public hearing statement is required to be read prior to action on the item. So before action is taken on the following reports, a public hearing must be held. This constitutes a public hearing on the following: Alliance College Ready Middle Academy 8, Alliance College Ready Middle Academy 12, Alliance Corey Hunter Middle, Alliance Leichman Levine Family Foundation Environmental Senior High, Alliance Morgan Mackenzie High, Alliance Piera Shaheen Health Services Academy, Alliance Virgil Roberts Leadership Academy, Animo Ellen Ochoa Charter Middle, Central City Value, Gabriela Charter, KIPP Academy of Opportunity, Learning by Design, Oscar de la Hoya Animo Charter High, Para los Niños Middle, Renaissance Arts Academy, Synergetic Kinetic Academy, Vaughn Next Century Learning Center, Vox Collegiate of Los Angeles. A maximum of 15 individuals who wish to address the board on each of these items will be heard. Those who wish to speak should sign up online. Folks have already signed up online. Speakers will be called by name. So now I'll go through these items that are already set to appear on the consent calendar, which, okay, so tab 10. So this is for Alliance College Ready Middle Academy 8. We have 15 speakers slated to speak. Sir, could you remind me of your name? I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, Jay Stewart from Alliance.
Okay, I just got to find you on the. Oh, are you the principal?
I'm actually at the home office. I'm here to just seat our time on all the schools that are on the consent agenda.
Under all the Alliance schools? Okay, so they're all on consent. So there's 3 Alliance Academy, there's 10, 11, and tabs 10, 11, and 12. I'm just going to read them into the record. Alliance Academy, Alliance College Ready Middle 8 Academy, Alliance College Ready Middle Academy 12, and Alliance Corey Hunter Middle are 3 on consent right now.
Correct, and I have tabs 15 and also, let's see here, tab 16 are also on consent.
Okay, that's correct, and those are all Alliance. Okay, and so your statement to me now is that those folks signed up to speak to those items are going to cede their time as a result of this item being on the consent calendar?
Sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to now do something that is a little bit annoying. I'm going to read through the names. If there is someone here who is not associated with the school who still wish to speak on the item, if they signed up, it's only right that they get to speak to the item. So I'm going to read through the names, and if I could what usually happens is I get a thumbs up from the school letting me know that they were with that particular school. Pablo V. Decline. Okay. Tiffany Wilson. Decline. Ruben Escalante. Decline. Justine Gonzalez. We'll say decline. David Locke, L-A-U-C-K, decline. Jas Stewart. Okay, that was Mr. Stewart, thank you. Jaylene Gomez. Yolanda Rodriguez Olivares. Maria Aguilera. Jessica Nicolas Torres. Sonia Inong. Young Mi Kim. Eileen Rosas, David Tokovsky. And then after Mr. Tokovsky is Sofia Sosa. Coming down, is Sophia with you, Mr. Stewart? Okay, thank you. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaking in support of the Alliance Charter, as you know, Alliance Charters were formed by Dr. Judy Burton, who was one of the regional superintendents of this district. Judy Burton represented the East Valley, a bilingual African-American woman who had a great sense of this district and purpose. And because this district could not figure out, like many countries in the world, like Spain, that they could have autonomous regions like Catalonia or the Basque Country or Aragon and so on, the district forced her, in some ways, to go outside the district. She could have been, and all of these Alliance schools are grown because Judy Burton had a good sense of education, instruction, and instead a hostile environment took over and did not. In fact, all of Ms. Gomez's area is all the beginning of the revolution or reform, it could have been reform, inside the district. And yet this board and leadership continues to denigrate the idea of charters, to denigrate them as independent, but more importantly, to not build on the affiliated charter model, which is statutorily exactly the same as an independent. So when you go after Gabriela's charter school, why don't you offer what it would take for them to become affiliated? You don't even have a structure to offer people to be part of the district, and so the enrollment continues to decline. 100,000 students are in independent charters. And you close African-American charters. Charters trying to do the innovative thing, instead of figuring out incentives, whether it's transportation, professional development, to help them become part of the district and grow the enrollment, which is a goal of the board president and this board and the superintendent, to grow the enrollment. Figure out ways to attract and make sure that you're doing better than the scores of these independent charters. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Now on to tab 11, approval of the petition for alliance. I'm going to read through the list again and make sure that there's not anyone here who wished to speak who wasn't necessarily associated with alliance. Dietrich Hall, Pablo V, Dalia Velasquez, Tiffany Wilson, Crystal Sanchez, Mayra Sanchez, Ruben Escalante, Justine Gonzalez, David Locke, Reina Patricia, Mr. Stewart, Demetrio Gallardo, Felipe Galileo Najarro, Caleb Alvarez, and Martina, looks like Boot. So we'll go do the same thing for tab 12. Okay, Dr. Abeni Carr Johnson, Pablo V, Carmelia Cunningham, Tiffany Wilson, Carla Guerrero, Ruben Escalante, Justine Gonzalez, Dora Villa. Ms. Villa, you're going to speak? Okay, okay. David Locke, Mr. Stewart, Cindy Amaya, Sophie Pacheco Alvizar, Jaslyn Rios, Ethan Haas, Daniel Perez. Okay, so that is for tab 12. We'll go on to the consent item for tab 15. Oh, that's also alliance. Largely the same names, and I appreciate everyone bearing with me. Damian Fernandez, Pablo V, Daniel de la Cruz, Joshua Jung, Ruben Escalante, Justine Gonzalez, David Locke, Mr. Stewart, Chris Estrada, Maria Montes, Maria Suarez, Aileen, Angelina, Benjamin Cowan, and Mr. David Tokowski.
David Tokowski again, speaking in favor of the renewal of the Alliance Charter Schools, which have been pushed and have become, in part, union schools, which the affiliated charters are all union schools. And by keeping and pushing schools out to the independent rather than finding ways in, you, and many of you across the board, are union-supported leaders. And to perpetuate rather than encourage independent charters to find ways, incentives, whether it's transportation, professional development, to come in the district, you are hurting the enrollment and the budget of the school district. Now, that should be one of the items of the evaluation of a superintendent. If you, in the last year and a half, have been evaluating the superintendent, although you evaluate based on the contract, you don't evaluate, and you didn't set goals inside the contract in the attachments to measure the thoughtfulness and give the superintendent authority to do something bold with respect to charters. As you renew his contract today, which we don't have in public yet for some unknown reason on item 8, you ought to be setting goals with respect to increasing the enrollment in the district, and that would be in one part the work with the charters in this district. In terms of facilities, of course, is another one. Those of you on the Facilities Committee, you know we have to reinvent our public property. And it's not just housing. It's senior citizens centers, it's cultural affairs, it's all of the things that the city of LA and the other cities are having trouble with their budgets. And yet we have massive property to reinvent our schools, not to close schools like Pasadena did and Inglewood did, but to reinvent. These properties were taken with public resources and public action of this board, and they ought to be public properties, and you ought to set that agenda with respect to the contract. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Now on to tab 16, which is also on consent, Alliance Virgil Roberts Leadership Academy. I'm going to read through the names again. And these are, looks like completely names that I've already called, but I'm going to call them under the record just in case. Pablo V., Simone Dill, Kelly Brunning, Geral Guzman, Tiffany Wilson, Dana Dietrich, Ruben Escalante, Toria Avila, Jonte Glasper, Justine Gonzalez, David Locke, Brianna Robles, Mr. Stewart, Emily Herrera, Jay Stinson. Okay, so that completes public comment for tab 16. We now have comment for tab 17. This is approval of petition for Animo Ellen Ochoa Charter Middle School. And if you come up to the mic, please just tell me who you are so we can.
Good morning, Cristina de Jesus. I'm the lead petitioner for Animo Ellen Ochoa and for Oscar de la Hoya Animo, and we'll be waiving our time today.
Okay, so this is for Animo and Oscar, so that's 17 and 22?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read through the names just in case there isn't someone on there, and then we have a time certain in just about 3 minutes that we're going to get to. Edminia Carabello, waive. Maria Medel. Camila Sanchez. Joyce Taylor. For those who are just watching or listening, there's an audience that's looking at me that is acknowledging that that person is not going to speak. That's why you keep hearing me read names and then moving on to the next. Angeli Flores. Cristina Castro. Denise Delgado. Joshua Oropeza. Esmeralda Aguirre. Jimena Breton. Cynthia Ibarra. Chotol Avilan. Cristina de Jesus. Carla Estrada. Not our own Carla Estrada, but there may be more than one. And Mr. David Tokofsky, I see you're out there coming up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
I'm not speaking on behalf of Deputy Superintendent Carla Estrada, but if she were up here, she would point out that this school is a California Distinguished School. This is one of the middle schools that is labeled a school to watch. Okay, that doesn't mean put a watch on it. It means look at what's happening there. What kind of change is happening in a middle school, which we know across this nation is a major challenge. Okay, and this is not in Chatsworth. This is a different location with different socioeconomic status. It is not even Annandale, which has incredibly low performance and has less than 140 students. This is a school that has held its population and grown its data. It is not 9th Street Elementary School, which is having tremendous problems in the area nearby. Let's look at what we can learn from charter schools. That's what Democrat Senator Gary Hart and Democrat Senator Tom Hayden put into the legislation. What can we innovate? What can we find that will help the general districts? That's a research and development opportunity. That's a chance to focus as you develop your evaluation, which again is not in the public realm. Nobody has a copy of the superintendent's evaluation based upon the metrics that you agreed to in the contract. You have the right to build 4 years, 6 years, and 8 years with this superintendent, but you also have a responsibility as elected officials to put that information out in the public discussion and say and teach the public why we're on the right track. And we are growing, but we're not with respect to the data that you selected when Kelly Gonez was president to be in the contract. You need to present that and explain why the superintendent believes there's better data to use than the data you agreed to 4 years ago. So as you approach this evaluation, let us know why you were in closed session so many times on the evaluation and what you found. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. So it is now time for the time certain for Board President Schmerelson.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLean. So tab 29, fellow board members and Mr. Superintendent, staff, and members of the public, it's my pleasure to introduce a resolution that is the start of workplace readiness education for LAUSD students.
Scott, would you like me to continue since it's your resolution? Or Chair?
So this is a good teaching moment. So when the board president brings a resolution to the board to avoid any impropriety or Mr. Schmerelson having outsized influence as the board president on the resolution he's presenting, the chair is relinquished to the vice president, who is Dr. Rosia Rivas. So Dr. Rivas, you take the chair. You are now sort of like the vice president, and then she acknowledges you to go ahead and introduce your resolution.
Fair enough, but we're not switching chairs.
No, we
Okay.
stay in our chairs.
Very good.
No
Thank you.
playing musical chairs today.
I got you. Thank you.
Yes, so our next item, tab 29, as Mr. Schmerelson mentioned, is a resolution Workplace Readiness Week in California high schools. May I have a motion to move?
Move it.
Second. Okay, very well. Okay, Mr. Schmerelson, would you like to present your
I
resolution?
would like to present my resolution. Thank you very much. Fellow board members, Mr. Superintendent, staff, and members of the public, it's my pleasure to introduce a resolution that is the start of workplace readiness education for LAUSD students. Ready for the world is a quote that we keep using here at LAUSD, but really it would mean nothing if it only taught students in academia and theory. These themes are essential for our students to think critically when they are in college or seeking a job. However, we want to take a step further and ensure that our students are aware of their workplace rights. The data tends to show that the younger a person is, the higher the likelihood that they face workplace discrimination or a lack of proper training. Our students are in the future of the workforce, the economy, the society, but we want them to be safe and sound when they leave our schools and take their place out there in the world. And that is why Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 800 in 2023 to ensure workplace rights lessons are also taught in high school. So this resolution helps set the framework for LAUSD's approach to this matter by providing professional development for social studies teachers and the distribution of Know Your Rights material from our partner at the UC Labor Center. And I would like to now invite our guest speakers to offer remarks in support of the resolution. And first, we have Ms. Saba Waheed, the director of the UCLA Labor Center. Ms. Waheed.
Good morning. So thank you so much to School Board President and board members, especially Rivas and Newbo, for sponsoring this. So before I begin, I did want to just honor my former director, Kent Wong, who passed away last week. For many years, the Labor Center has been conducting research on the experiences of young workers and workers and learners. Our research has found that nearly 2/3 of high school workers in California work in jobs like retail and restaurants, and these sectors are often some of the sectors with the highest rates of wage theft and health and safety issues. In LAUSD, Black, Latinx, and immigrant youth make up the majority of the working student population. So we were so happy when the AB 800 passed in 2023 to address the critical need to provide California public school learners with consistent and clear information about their workplace and labor rights. Out of this, the UCLA Labor Center Young Worker Initiative and the Young Workers Education Project with the California Federation of Teachers piloted an innovative AB 800 workplace readiness 5-day learning cycle with the support of LAUSD teachers. We piloted the program in over 15 schools, reaching more than 1,000 high school students. We found that when labor and workplace learning happens in students' government, US or world history classes, economics, or ethnic studies classrooms, students connect these lessons to their own experiences. It is also critical information for their families and for their communities. What I witnessed at Jefferson High School with Mr. Lung's economic class was powerful. Students were animated, asking questions, talking about how they didn't know that they shouldn't be charged for uniforms at their jobs or that they had a right to a lunch break. I cannot overstate how important this learning is. When we described wage theft and violations to college freshmen at UCLA, it's disheartening how many have already experienced those issues. And what's become clear to us is that we have to get this information to our young workers earlier. LAUSD has the opportunity to expand and lead this work through this historic resolution to ensure that our schools are implementing AB 800 learning in a meaningful way. It is a model for the country. A strong implementation will make certain that our students are leaders in their workplaces and that they understand that dignity and respect at work are basic rights that all workers deserve. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you, Ms. Waheed. Great information. Thank you so much. And next, we have Ms. Sherry Bell, who is representing the Los Angeles Labor Commissioner's Office. Come on up, Ms. Bell. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, board members. Thank you for having me today. My name is Sherry Bell. I work as a Deputy Labor Commissioner in our Los Angeles office. I'm a former LAUSD graduate and could have benefited greatly from AB 800. Yes, so this important resolution, AB 800, creates a much-needed plan to ensure that our public schools in Los Angeles implement readiness, learning, and know your rights education in meaningful ways within high school classrooms. Reaching young student workers at this level about their labor rights is a strategic and impactful approach to develop an educated workforce and also future employers, right? We want to level the playing field all around. The Labor Commissioner Office similarly believes that all public schools students must learn their labor and workplace rights. As I don't know, Los Angeles was once considered the wage theft capital of the nation, so it's all more important to have students and future employers be aware of their rights at an early age. You'll be surprised how many adults don't know their workplace rights. I do outreach and education for the Labor Commissioner's Office. So we encourage the district to support its teachers to be trained and resourced with quality materials that's focused on informing students of the rights that they are afforded in the state of California. So many of our public schools in California are working. So many students are already working in California in sectors like retail and restaurants where wage theft incidences are extremely high. And we know that they are not also privy to workplace rights such as overtime pay or meal breaks. And so this offers an opportunity for students to be empowered that in their future work and also the work that they are performing currently. So we wanted you to encourage your support to ensure that LAUSD students are empowered to know their rights on the job and how to protect and enforce their rights, because you can't exercise your rights if you're not aware of your rights. So, so we encourage you at the Labor Commissioner's Office to pass this timely resolution towards teaching students about their labor and workplace rights, working people's history, and dignity and respect they so much deserve in the workplace. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Bell. You know, I'm glad you brought up the point about adults, because just like the financial resolution, they teach our parents about their workers' rights too, and parents need to know that, and it's coming from their own kids, and that's great news. So thank you so much, Ms. Bell. Thank you. Okay, and finally, we have a very distinguished guest, State Senator Maria Elena Durazo, who will be giving remarks too. Please come up, Ms. Durazo.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you, President Schmerelson, board members, superintendent, advocates, and members of the public. It's great to be here. I stand here as someone who has spent a lifetime fighting for workers' rights. And I can tell you the best time to learn about those rights is before you need them. AB 800, championed by Assemblymember Liz Ortega and signed into law in 2023, requires that high school students learn their workplace rights. This law recognizes a fundamental truth. Young workers, especially Black youth, Latino youth, and immigrant youth, are among the most vulnerable in our economy. They are more likely to face wage theft, harassment, discrimination, and unsafe conditions. Too often, they don't know where to turn. LAUSD serves over 400,000 students, many already working to support themselves and their families. So this resolution isn't just about compliance, it's about leadership. It's about the LAUSD saying clearly, we will prepare our students to stand up for themselves in the workplace. This resolution ensures learning is integrated meaningfully into classroom instruction. While the law designates the week ending April 28th as Workplace Readiness Week, this resolution wisely recognizes students need this education before the end of the school year and that educators need proper training and resources. So many of our young people are feeling fear and uncertainty about the Trump administration raids that have been happening in our city, in our county, in our state in recent months. AB 800 is about achieving workplace justice. It connects them to resources available right now to support them if things go wrong at work. So much injustice happens in the workplace that impacts not just young people, I was mentioned a little while ago, but their families, the entire communities, neighbors, other family members. When they face harassment, when someone is cheated out of wages, that's food off their family's table. When they face harassment, it affects their education, their mental health, their future. Rigorous implementation of AB 800 is the right start to fight these injustices and ensure that our students get the dignity and the respect that they deserve at work. You know, just down the street is a high school named after a very prominent labor leader. We have other places, the Helen Bernstein High School, and that acknowledged that the LAUSD, the recognition the LAUSD gives to the labor movement. From them and others, we reimagined what the labor movement could be like, what our communities would be like if people had the right and organize as organizers to stand up for their rights. So I urge you to pass this resolution. It's great to be here. I haven't been here in front of you all for several years. And I'm very proud and excited that you all will be implementing this. And, you know, to continue to commit to making workplace rights education a priority in every high school in your district. Our young people are counting on us. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
And thank you, Senator Durazo. I'm especially touched because your schedule is super busy, yet you made time for us. So I really appreciate what you've done for us. Thank you so much, Senator Durazo. Okay. So, all right, thank you. Those applause go to everyone because I want to thank all of our speakers for their fantastic support of this critical data, and we will benefit from our students' knowledge. Their parents will benefit too from all this information, and all through beyond their high school years too. So now I'd like to invite my first co-sponsor, Dr. Rocio Rivas, who has been involved in the development of this resolution.
Thank you so much, Board President Schmerelson. Thank you for bringing this forward. And I also want to thank my colleague, Ms. Hendy Newbill, for co-sponsoring this important resolution with us. Workplace Readiness Week is about ensuring that every young person in LAUSD enters the workforce with dignity, knowledge, and protection. Across California, youth between the ages of 16 and 24 make up 12% of the workforce. The majority are young people of color, many earning low wages while balancing school, family, and work responsibilities. Too often, these students step into jobs where they face unsafe conditions, unpaid wages, and even harassment. Since 2015, the number of child labor violations nationally has tripled. Young workers also experience higher injury rates than adults and are more vulnerable to exploitation simply because they are unaware of their rights. Let us be honest. Too many of our students are being exploited simply because they are unaware of their rights, and that is an injustice. This resolution ensures that our students won't enter the workforce unprepared. By implementing Assembly Bill 800, LAUSD will provide every high school student with clear information about their rights, including protections under child labor laws, wage and hourly rules, and hour rules, workers' compensation, and the right to organize. The resolution directs a Division of Instruction to oversee AB 800 implementation across all high schools and provide professional development for counselors, CTE, and work experience educators and administrators who handle work permits. It also integrates worker rights resources into Schoology and learning management systems so that they're accessible to students and staff alike. Importantly, every secondary counseling office will display UC Labor Center Know Your Rights posters, a simple but powerful message to students saying you have rights and your school stands with you. These are not symbolic steps. They are concrete protections. They mean that when the student gets their first job, they'll know that what a boss cannot do, which is threaten them, harass them, and steal their wages without consequence. They mean that when our educators talk about career readiness, they will also be teaching worker readiness, which means empowerment, dignity, and safety. Colleagues, this is more than a compliance. It is about the values that define us. It is about ensuring that our young people, especially those from working class and immigrant families, are never again left vulnerable to exploitation. It is about saying to every student, your education does not end when you step into the workplace. It follows you there. It's an act of equity and empowerment. Many of our students are the first in their families to work in this country, and they deserve to understand the laws that protect them. Preparing students for college and career must also mean preparing them to navigate the world of work safely and confidently. Thank you again to my colleagues for leading on this resolution. Together, we are helping our students enter the workforce for not only ready to succeed, but ready to stand up for themselves and for each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rivas, for those great words. We appreciate it. And next, we have our board member, Nubil, who has also signed on to co-sponsor this resolution. And would you please say a few words in support?
Thank you, and thank you again for the voices that we heard on behalf. As we know, this is very important, and often we want to always be able to kind of empathize with what's happened. And as mentioned, we wish this was around when many of us were working. Because I started work at 14, and as a family, immigrant family, not knowing and not understanding what our rights were. And so for almost a decade, and experienced some uncomfortable conversations while I was at work. So had I known some things that we're going to be able to teach our students moving forward, I think some things would have worked out a little different for me. But wanting to just share, as this comes forth to LA Unified, some of the things that are really important, especially being able to provide professional development for college counselors, which I think is critical, and for those that issue those work permits. And I think more than anything is being able to have the visual reminders that will be throughout our school sites, that will remind our students that they do have rights, that they know what their rights are, and that this will continue to empower our young workers to prevent exploitation and to raise awareness along the side of promoting self-advocacy. Because equipping our young people with the knowledge to stand up for themselves in their workplace is, we can't put a price tag on that. And so I just appreciate the fact that this has come forth, and to be a co-sponsor of this resolution for our students and our families as we move forward. So thank you for this opportunity as we continue to teach life skills for our families. Thank you.
Thank you, too, for those great words for all of us. I appreciate that very much. So before we take a picture, I'm going to ask our board members if they'd like to say a few words.
I love this. I just have a quick question. Does anybody else print those big posters and want to donate them to us so we can put them in our schools really easily? It might be worth, just looking in to see if anyone has already done that. And also, I think we should attach it to the work permit itself, the application or the school authorization letter, so that each student has a physical copy in front of them, not just on the wall. So just an idea. I'm really inspired by this. I'd love to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Will do. Thank you so much. Ms. Gomez.
Yes, I'm really excited about this resolution. Thank you to all the board members who have brought it before us, and I'd also like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Wonderful.
I have two quick questions, because I know a lot of us, I think there's a lot of our families that work and support their families even before they get a work permit, in more informal settings, like in street vending. And so I just wonder, in terms of access at even a younger age than high school, whether in our implementation as a district, we might be able to share this information with our middle schools as well. I don't know if the district staff can comment on whether or not that's possible. I'm not trying to amend the resolution, but I hope that's something that we can account for, because we know that is the reality for many of our families.
Good morning. Yes, so absolutely, we could definitely provide an orientation, an advisory lesson, so that students know their rights, understanding that many of them are exposed to the workplace at a much younger age, so we can definitely respond to that.
Okay, Dr. Baez, thank you so much. And one more, just since you're here, it might not be yours to respond to, but I also wonder in terms of family workshops or family academies specifically dedicated to workplace rights and labor rights more general, is that something we're already providing, or is it something we could provide as part of our AB 800 implementation?
That's definitely something that we can add to the supports. We'll work with Antonio Plasencia, and we can definitely develop a module for our parents so that they can become familiar with their rights too.
Fantastic. Okay, well, with
Great
those
ideas, Ms. Gomez.
Thank
Great
you.
ideas.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you so much, Scott and Rocio and Charlotte for bringing this forth. I was able to observe the work at Jefferson High School when I visited, and indeed, the students were very engaged, and the teacher was very in tune with what was going on. I'm very grateful for this, and I'm like Board Member Kelly Gomez. I also was wondering if we could bring this to other students who are in the lower grades. I taught special education in the elementary school, and the way that my students learned about labor was through the history of the Farm Workers Union. And 3rd through 5th grade special day program students were learning about this and inspired and motivated about this history. And so I think in the time when young people are under attack, it is more of a reason for us to empower our students, not only for themselves, but also so they can support their families in knowing their rights, and also just to grow more compassionate, empathetic students to understand the history, why it is that people go on strike, why it is that people join labor unions, why it is that this is important for all of us. And so I would hope that this kind of curriculum goes all the way down to elementary school. I'm not trying to amend it. I totally support this, but like Kelly, I really do see a need throughout the grade levels. I also want to acknowledge, like folks here have brought up, about our immigrant youth, and our speakers also brought that up, that as young as 14, like our very own board member, start to work, or even younger in jobs that are not necessarily formal, where they get a check, but they are exploited nonetheless. I've had students who told me they go and clean in the middle of the night, the taco trucks, right? And they only get paid like $20 or something for the night, because they're young. So these things are very important even for young people, for our immigrant youth. Like the senator brought up, it's our students of color who are generally exploited. And right now, immigrants, Black youth are the ones who are suffering from a lot of this exploitation. So again, I want to thank you, President Scott Smirlson, for bringing this up, and I'm fully in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Great points also for Dr. Baez and for Mr. Plasencia. Great points. Mr. Melvoin.
Thank you, Mr. Schmerelson. I too would like to be added as a co-sponsor. I really appreciate this resolution, protecting our students. I love what the senator said about the best time to learn your rights is before you need them. So thank you. I also appreciate Ms. Ortiz-Franklin's suggestion around getting someone else to print the posters. We should talk to Bob Smith. I'm going to call him out at the Painters and Allied Trades, DC 36. He's actually he's reached out, I know, to our office about doing signs and banners for schools. So I would suggest whoever's implementing this resolution to reach out to Bob and the Painters, as I think they'd be happy to help here. I also know that I have, and I believe the superintendent as well, have met with members, staff from the Department of Labor, in a prior federal administration. I don't know that we've engaged them recently, but around also enforcement around this and making sure that we are in partnership with other agencies and the U.S. Attorney's Office here in LA when it comes to exposing violations of workers' rights, particularly for our youth. So thank you. I also just want to acknowledge, it seems like she was mostly just the videographer today, but we know that Ms. Nicole Pfefferman has been working on this a lot and has at least brought a lot of these issues to my office and making sure that she's well connected within the district. So Nicole, thank you for your work on this as well. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Melvoin. And I guess the most important person on this day is you, Jerry Yang. You represent hundreds of thousands of students. That's because you have to wait for me to turn off.
My bad.
Okay. You do represent hundreds of thousands of students, and you're the guy who really counts today on this board. Thank you. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say workplace readiness is really important, and it's, one of the keys to becoming college and career ready, which is what we strive for here in the district. And there's many students at my school and across the district that are always looking to get ahead, right? To start making money while still in high school. And I can't imagine a better way to do it than promoting workplace readiness, especially for students in CTEs and that come from low income or disadvantaged households. This is the perfect way to connect them with industry professionals, develop their interests, and just give them the real world skills necessary to succeed in life. And I feel like as a personal motto, and then just in general, knowledge is power, and teaching students their worker rights is critical to ensure they enter the workforce capable and aware. So I'm in full support of this resolution for the resources it provides, students, and the awareness it brings, and I would love to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
You got it, and thank you so much for supporting all of our students. We appreciate that very much. Any other further comments? Ms. Newbill, Dr. Rivas? Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to vote and then take a picture.
Public comment, vote,
Two more
then,
people.
then the picture. So
Sorry, public comment, sorry.
a couple of folks signed up, the first of whom I hesitate to read out loud, Frederick Engels. I don't think he's here, but if someone happens to have that same name, Frederick's not here. Okay. Ina Quiety, Ina Q, are you here? No, but we do have a concerned parent on the line. Concerned parent, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Concerned parent.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for bringing this forward. It's important for young people to understand their rights, especially in the workplace. I would like to remind you that a vulnerable population includes students with disabilities. As students are often forgotten in this board, you keep segregating and excluding students with disabilities as being in the vulnerable population. I would like for this to extend to also career centers, career training centers, and also those that are in the DOTS programs and transition programs, because that's also very important. And some of you may know, because like I said, you keep ignoring students with disabilities. Did you know that as of 2025, students with disabilities still may not earn minimum wage? But California did provide that support for people with disabilities, and now they are able to obtain minimum wage. So I would also like for you to consider employing people with disabilities specifically in your program. So thank you. I hope that you take this into consideration.
Thank you for your time. That concludes public comment on the item, and now it's appropriate to take a vote. All right. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin? Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang?
Yes.
Okay, it passes. I'll come back for those other 2 votes in a moment. I believe now it's photo.
Board members will go out for a quick picture, okay? Thank you.
Quick photo. I'm going to collect Mr. Melvoin's vote.
Yes.
It's a yes from Mr. Melvoin. Thank you. They're so good. We're going to be coming back to business. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. If I have any other board members out in the ether, please make your way back. Okay, welcome back. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 board members. Ms. Ortiz Franklin is about to join remotely from the building. She's not off-site. She'll be joining briefly from the building, and we're just waiting on Ms. Gomez after that. Okay, we're going to be getting back to business. So after speaking briefly with council and the board president, we're going to attempt to divide the consent calendar into 2 parts. So follow along with me. What this would mean is the board is going to vote on the consent calendar items on which they've already taken public comment, so that those who have already given their public comment can go about their day and leave, and then the board will continue business on the consent calendar for the remaining items. So to be clear, the board momentarily is going to vote on items 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, and 17. And then all the remaining consent items will be taken probably a little bit after 12:30, and we'll keep rolling on business from there. So, to be clear, I will need a motion and a second to vote on, we'll call it consent calendar 1.
I'll move it.
Second.
One moved by Mr. Melvoin. Did I hear a second from
Rivas.
Dr.
Dr.
Rivas?
Rivas.
Okay, so here we go. I'm going to record the votes. Let me just see if, and we do have Ms. Franklin joining us remotely on site momentarily. And I'll take the roll on what we're going to call consent 1. So Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez, we'll come back to. Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
That's a yes. And Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
That's a yes. And an advisory vote from Student Board Member Yang?
Yes.
That's a yes. Okay, so I'll come back to Ms. Gomez. So for those who are participating remotely or here in the room, we have now dispatched with item tab 2, tab 3, tab 6, tab 9, tab 10, tab 11, tab 12, tab 15, tab 16, tab 17, and we already took a vote on tab 29. Ms. Gomez, can I record your vote for what we're calling consent calendar 1? Oh, please go ahead.
All right. The board's indulgence, I'd like to request the temporary withdrawal of item 35. It's my own resolution. Correct.
Okay, so tab 35, appointment of member to the School Construction Bond Citizen Oversight Committee, was not yet before the board, and so it can be withdrawn. That was on the discussion calendar and not the consent calendar. So that has been withdrawn.
Could you share what's on consent calendar 1?
Yes, yes, consent 1. I know, you missed a pivotal moment.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, so tab 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, and 17. This is so that the public speakers who've already given input can leave for the day. And how do you vote?
Yes.
Outstanding, thank you. So that's all the votes on that item. We have a 12 o'clock time certain. Okay, yeah, sure. We have a 12 o'clock time certain, but I believe we have time for one of the superintendent's reports before 12 o'clock.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Today, we have two different superintendent reports. The very first one is a critically important one, and it reflects the recently released data specific to Smarter Balance assessment, not only for Los Angeles Unified as compared to last year's performance, but also allowing us now the series of comparisons between Los Angeles Unified and the rest of the state of California. Not only in overall performance in reading, mathematics, science, but also understanding how do we compare in terms of subgroup performance. How are African-American students, Latino students, English language learners, white Asian students, poor students, and how foster compared to the rest of the state of California. And what I can tell you is the story across the board is a positive story for Los Angeles Unified. Don't get me wrong. There is still a lot of work to be done. We are not where we need to be. Our overall performance and the state's performance are not where they need to be in terms of proficiency levels for all students in all subject areas that are tested. But considering the trials, tribulations, and challenges and social gaps that many of our students face every single day, the progress made over time, particularly during this past year, is admirable. Let us point out some of these points. Number one, we are in a very significant way outpacing the state and other districts in California. In fact, we have posted double the rate of improvement compared to the statewide average. In fact, 2 times the rate of improvement in reading, and 2.4 times the rate of improvement in mathematics. All subgroups, all student subgroups are outpacing their peers statewide. What does that mean? That means that Black kids, Latino kids, white kids, Asian kids are actually performing at a higher level, not just improving faster, but performing at a higher level than their counterparts across the state. We are a much larger district, and our student population is minority-majority. A corollary question to this is, why isn't the state with a smaller percentage of minority students perform as well as we are? So kudos to our teachers, our leaders, our support staff, and certainly the vision and dedication of this board. And last but not least, many student groups are actually outpacing their peers and have posted the highest ever performance levels in the history of our district. It is important to also recognize that these results are an unprecedented achievement. We have posted the highest ever achievement in English language arts, math, and science. We saw double-digit improvement in distance from standard in English language arts and mathematics. And our 11th grade students, for the very first time, performed above standard on average in English language arts. And one critical issue that's been the desire and the goal of this board, we finally achieved performance levels that not only met but significantly exceeded pre-pandemic levels. All subject areas and all grade levels, both in terms of distance from standard, as well as the percentage of students meeting or exceeding standards, exceeded pre-pandemic levels. Black, Latino, low income, as well as students with disabilities are on average performing better than they were pre-pandemic. The state of California still has not gotten there. The state of California cannot assert at this point that they have reached performance levels that existed before pre-pandemic. One could ask, what has powered this breakthrough? Well, good people doing good work in an unapologetic way. The creation of coherence across the board, from curriculum to classroom, ensuring that every single student has access to high-quality, standards-based instruction. Before and after school extended learning opportunities, not only academic support, but also enrichment activities. The longest, the most forceful, dedicated summer school program anywhere in the country. Winter academies, Saturday academies. But at the end of the day, it all boils down to the devotion, dedication, and expertise of really exemplary teachers and support staff, great leaders, and the necessary support systems to elevate every single child in our community to their full academic potential. So now that we have reached this point, where do we go from here? Look, it is very clear. Math remains a critical priority for us. We are not where we need to be. Math, as opposed to reading, requires a foundational basis of understanding before you move on to the next level and then on to the next level. Any missing level puts our kids at a disadvantage. So we are expanding coaching, creating early numeracy strategies, teacher collaboratives around conceptual understanding and problem solving. We're doubling down also on early literacy, because reading by third grade must continue to be the important foundation for lifelong learning. We know that third grade reading levels are the predictors of high school success and much more. We'll continue to use progress monitoring and formative assessments to, in a respectful way, make timely, data-informed decisions. Most importantly, we're committed to ensuring that every improvement is sustainable. Not just this year's story, but the start of a lasting trend. This is the second year of back-to-back improvements across the board. No other district in the state can say that. Los Angeles Unified is in a special place. but we are not done. I want to once again extend my appreciation as your superintendent to our board and to our community, not without challenge and sometimes disagreement, but the proof is in the pudding. No one can deny where we are today. And for those who will say that it's insufficient, we all agree. Nothing will ever be enough for our kids. But progress over time needs to be recognized. Otherwise, we are insulting those who actually achieve these gains for our students. My very last point before I introduce today's speakers is this. We will never assess for the purpose of simply assessing. Assessment will not lead us to educational excellence. However, at the same time, not knowing where our kids are is a social injustice to them. We need to know where they are so that we can accelerate them, support them, so we can build the bridges over the gaps they live in often. So members of the board, I am exceedingly proud of the announcements that were made this past week. It was certainly unusual to see the governor of the state of California coming to our community 3 different times into our schools to speak about nothing other than student achievement. And to hear the government say that for the first time, Los Angeles Unified elevates the state of California was powerful. To then hear our state superintendent mention Los Angeles Unified and participate in speaking events with us in our schools as the model district to watch and be replicated across the state is a powerful statement that elevates and dignifies and honors the tremendous work done by educators and support staff across our district. So with that said, let me introduce today's speakers. We have Dr. Bill Johnston, Dr. Francis Baez, Mr. Tony Aguiar, and Dr. Robert Whitman. As they come to the podium, I have to stress that the most forceful, explosive gains observed by our district were seen and accomplished by the lowest performing schools, the priority schools, the Tier 3 schools that have historically lingered in the background of performance in our district. No longer. These are schools on the move whose performance improvement has no parallel in our district and across the state of California. Bill?
Thank you, Superintendent. Greetings, board members. If we could turn on the slide presentation. My name is William Johnston. I'm the Senior Executive Director of Strategy here at Los Angeles Unified, and we will begin by looking over some of our most recent Smarter Balanced results. Many of these points were just summarized by our superintendent, but just to reinforce a couple of the very important takeaways here. Many of our we are outpacing the state and many other districts, in fact, double the rate of improvement between LAUSD and the state. Unprecedented achievement since the Smarter Balanced Assessment Program began just over 10 years ago. These are the highest ever results for both ELA and math that we have ever seen in Los Angeles Unified. And in the history of the science assessment that began in 1819, this is also the highest performance rates we have seen ever for our students. We have also seen better results this year than before the pandemic, and so not just reaching the pre-pandemic levels, but exceeding it for all of our grade levels and all of our student groups across all of our assessments. And so certainly consistency is paying off here. And so first we will look at English Language Arts overall for all of our tested grades in the top bar, and then by each grade level that is tested on this assessment down below. So again, the Smarter Balanced Assessment for ELA and math tests grades 3 through 8 and 11th grade. And you will see the left-hand side of the page is our distance from standard, which measures the amount of distance from, or in the case of our 11th graders, above the threshold and the scale score for the determination to say they're meeting grade level standards for that subject at that time. And so in the distance from standard measure, we see that we have moved over 10 points closer to standard overall for our students. And then for all grade levels, we are moving closer to standard as well. In particular, you'll see grades 6, 8, and 11 all moving moving closer to standard at the greatest degree. And again, as I mentioned, our 11th grade students are performing on average above standard for their grade level in English language arts. And then over on the right side is the percentage of students meeting or exceeding standard. And that 46.46 number is the one that is important to remember. And this is where we really look to compare ourselves to the state and the data that was recently released. So that what that is saying there is 46.46 of our students on average are performing, are meeting their grade level standards or are exceeding their grade level standards in English language arts. And then you see the grade levels below there. And then without going over every single number in this chart, you'll just see a lot of green arrows. And these green arrows are important. These signify either the amount of change or improvements that we have had since last year's assessment, as well as the amount of change and progress we have seen since the 2018-19 school year, which is what we would consider our baseline or pre-pandemic benchmark that we look to meet and surpass. And you see here we are surpassing it across all grade levels in both subjects. And here is math. Similar story in math. I'll call out grades 6 and 11 as the grades where we saw the greatest degree of improvement from last year. But again, all grade levels, both subjects, whether it's measuring it in terms of distance from standard or the percentage of students meeting or exceeding our standards, we are higher than last year and we are higher than 18-19. And then finally, science. Science is now considered an equal headliner with ELA and math. It is a part of the state accountability system. It is an important test that we are administering comprehensively across our district. Science is administered for 5th graders, 8th graders, and then once in high school. It's mostly 11th graders that take it, but some 10th graders and some 12th graders. So for this display, we're putting 10th, 11th, and 12th graders together. And you will see across all grade spans that are being tested here, the improvement from last year and improvement since pre-COVID when this assessment began. In particular, our high school students are moving closer to at the greatest rate. And this is important to place in context of the recent national NAEP results that came out with some pretty dour science results nationwide. And here we are showing our highest results ever since COVID in science for our high school students. Now we'll look at some results of Los Angeles Unified compared to the state as a whole. Los Angeles is about it's about 10% of the statewide population is a Los Angeles Unified student. And so you see here in 2018-19 on the far left side, the gap in the percentage of students meeting and exceeding standard was about 7 percentage points between us and the state. Fast forward to this year, it's down to 1.7 points. Also, you'll notice that our number in 24-25, 46.5, is higher than 44.1. We are above our pre-pandemic benchmark. The state cannot say the same thing as the superintendent mentioned. There's still work to do, but the gap is closing precipitously between us and the state when we look across all grades and all student groups. So that's English language arts. Here is math. And again, for math, pre-COVID, the gap between us and the state was 6.2 percentage points. That gap is down to 0.5 percentage points between us and the state in 24-25. And again, in math, we are above our pre-pandemic benchmark. The state, not yet, at its pre-COVID benchmark. And then finally, science results. And so you see here, 7.1 was the gap before COVID, down to 5.4 percentage points in the current year. So work to do still in science, but the gap is closing and is consistent with everything that we have seen. I will now turn it over to Dr. Baez to talk about some of our K-12 interventions.
Thank you, Dr. Johnston. Good morning, everybody. Board of Education Superintendent and Deputy Superintendents. Across the board, literacy and numeracy and science, we attribute the student success of the Smarter Balanced Assessment to writing across all of the disciplines. And this is a domain that really helps students with identifying a claim, looking for the evidence, and justifying their reasoning, which is an important skill students need in the Smarter Balanced Assessment and, of course, in life. These strategies have been a multi-year focus. Math coaching was offered to educators in the middle grades. In addition, students in elementary and middle school grades received intervention through an interventionist. In science, science instruction focused on science engineering practices and was extended after school through enrichment. Educators led through improvement science cycles, making decisions based on data, looking at student work, analyzing progress monitoring data. Teachers observed one another during lab days. They planned lessons, and they used all of those artifacts to progress monitor and see if the strategies that they were using were successful at the time, and they were able to pivot and revise their strategies. The work ahead involves teaching to the level of the rigor of the standard and the depth and complexity of the standards. In kindergarten through second grade, we focused on the science of reading and deepened language development through vocabulary and reading comprehension strategies. We look forward to improving outcomes for students in grades K through 2 by deepening reading comprehension and use of academic discourse, and these will prepare students to reach third grade proficiency in students reading by 9. In order for teachers to support high levels of thinking moving forward in all grade levels, based on the text that we engage in the summer, rigor by design, not chance, these are the things that we're going to be seeing in the classroom. Asking probing questions, building schema, strategically scaffolding learning, developing complex tasks, engaging in metacognition and reflection. In grades 3 through 5, students compare text, draw conclusions, and engage in discussion. The next step is for students to apply academic vocabulary in their writing when comparing text to self, and text to the world. We will increase the cognitive demand of the test for students to apply critical thinking skills. In grades 6 through 8, we deepened educator capacity in the science of reading, never done before, but now teachers have that specialized training to help students reach proficiency. Students also deepened their research skills and translated their findings through writing. In grades 9 through 12, we use media literacy to analyze and evaluate multiple sources of information to promote critical thinking skills. And now moving on to math. In grades K through 2, we build procedural fluency to ensure that students have the foundational knowledge to access higher level math skills. In grades 3 through 5, students construct viable arguments and critique the reasoning of others. And this is a mathematical practice used in all grade levels and become deeper in these grade levels. In grades 6 through 8, students deepen their knowledge in applying real-world problems, and high-quality instructional materials and teacher coaching supported students in these grade levels. In grades 9 through 12, we continue student engagement of real-world application, but the difference in the 11th grade was reviewing Algebra 1 concepts students that had not seen since 9th and 10th grade, so that they could be successful in the Smarter Balance assessment. If you recall, that was an area of stretch for us last year. In the area of science, our goal is to provide students with an understanding of science and engineering practices, disciplinary core ideas, cross-cutting concepts which frame learning in the physical life and earth sciences and engineering. We saw students across all levels continue their learning after school through enrichment and through summer school. In grades K through 2, students recognize patterns and conduct simple investigation. In grades 3 through 5, students explain findings using evidence and models. And in grades 6 through 8, students analyze and interpret data and emphasize systems and models to understand complex scientific concepts and their connections. Lastly, in grades 9 through 12, students promote scientific discourse and inquiry through evidence-based explanations and data analysis. In the year ahead, we will deepen our efforts so that all students reach science achievement. Now we'll pass the microphone over back to Dr. Johnston.
Thank you. We will now turn to a deeper dive into some specific student groups across the district, and I think this is where the data gets particularly interesting for us. And so here you will see our English Language Arts achievement broken out by a range of student groups in Los Angeles Unified. You'll see, the dotted line over there on the left, looking at that's the gap during COVID. But I think an important piece here, without looking at the specific numbers, two things. One, all student groups are improving when we move over across time here, whether that's our higher, traditionally higher performing student groups or student groups that are typically below the district average. But all student groups are in fact improving as we go and are meeting or exceeding their pre-pandemic levels. And so here's the English Language Arts. Here are the results over time for math achievement for student groups. And again, while there are certainly differences in achievement across these student groups, all student groups are showing improvement in math for multiple years in a row. And so there's not a particular student group that is driving these results. We are seeing this improvement across all of our students. And then finally, science achievement, broken out by student groups as well over time. And now, let's focus in on one of the first student groups here that we're going to target for our discussion today, which is our students with disabilities. Students with disabilities are traditionally, we do see, relative to other student groups, a particular challenge in student achievement. Nonetheless, in Los Angeles Unified, we do see consistent improvement over time whether it's looking at our own students, looking back over history, we are almost over 4 points above 4 percentage points above where we were pre-pandemic. And the gap between us and special education students or students with disabilities statewide has gone down from 4.5 points in 18-19 to 0.9 points this past year in English language arts. Looking at our students with disabilities in Los Angeles Unified compared to students with disabilities statewide, in math, we see the gap was 3.2 points pre-COVID and is now 0.3 points in 24-25. And so to discuss some of our strategies with this student population, I will introduce Dr. Anthony Aguilar.
Accept that honorary degree. Good morning. So with students with disabilities, as everything you notice and see there, you heard from Dr. Baez what is being done at the core. However, before that, or once we get into that, how do we accelerate from the core and really kind of build out that playbook? So that progress is reflected along with the strong alignment between special education, the core instructional supports, ensuring that our students with disabilities have access to high-quality, grade-level content in general education settings, as well as targeted interventions, inclusive classrooms. As we know, the work we've been doing with inclusion is supporting the students with disabilities, and increase the use of evidence-based reading and math strategies have really driven these results.
Thank you. We will now turn to our English learner population, and here we are presenting results for our English learners, which is inclusive of our reclassified English learners, which again is an important piece of the goal and the trajectory for our English learner population. And we see here that the gap in English language arts and achievement for English learners and reclassified students pre-COVID was 5.6 percentage points, and now it is 0.7 percentage points in 24-25, with consistent years of improvement for our students. Next, in math, and this is the beginning of a trend that we will see in the rest of this presentation. Pre-COVID, our English learners were trailing the state by 5 percentage points, and now, compared to their peers statewide, we are outperforming our English learners statewide by 1 percentage point here in 24-25. You see the red and blue lines intersecting there. And I will turn it back over to Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this. As you guys know, I have a very passionate executive director when it comes to MMED. And she really kind of embraces the fact that language development equals academic development and academic growth. So these gains reflect a strategic alignment of language development and content instruction through MMED, our MALT coaches that support our schools, and with intentional and focused professional development. It really has been the driver to getting to these results with our English language learners.
Thank you. We will now turn to our foster population. And you will see in this first chart, this is English language arts. Basically, our students, our foster students compared to foster students statewide, we're performing at about the same rate. Pre-COVID, we are now exceeding the statewide rate by 1.4 percentage points in English language arts. And then in math, pre-COVID, in 21-22, foster student data was not available by the state pre-COVID. I apologize. This is so we're looking back as far as 21-22 for our foster population data. So in 21-22, we were outperforming the state by 2.5 percentage points. That gap has gone up to 4 percentage points for this year. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Whitman.
Thank you, Dr. Johnston. As Bill mentioned, the district has outpaced the state as it relates to ELA and math for foster youth. To accelerate growth, investments continue to be made in PSA counselors who provide case management to our foster youth, ensuring that they stay connected to their schools, linking them to appropriate services and resources, monitoring their academics as well as their attendance, and ensuring transportation as necessary, guiding post-secondary and financial planning for those students who are transitioning to, from high school, and then also, most importantly, being an advocate for our students. And so, as a district, when we think about our Black student achievement, and that group is also outpacing the state as well in both ELA and math for the 2 consecutive years. In ELA, Black students moved 13 points closer to standard with a 4% increase in proficiency. A similar trend is seen in math, where students are moved 11 points closer to standards with the 4% increase in proficiency. But it's important to note that 40% of our BSAP group in 1-2 schools are priority schools. And so when we look at the data for those students, those Black students in those schools, they moved 19 points closer to standard in ELA and 6% increase in proficiency. And then for math, it was 17 points closer to standards with 4% increase in proficiency. To accelerate growth, we have a ETO playbook. And that playbook really entails capacity building of our teachers at our priority schools. And so monthly, they engage in what we call unit planning in ELA, math, science, as well as social studies for our secondary teachers, where they are really deepening their understanding of the adopted curriculum, but going deeper, as Dr. Baez mentioned, around higher order questionings, claims, evidence, and reasonings. Real problem solving, right, both in ELA as well as in science. In addition to that, our teachers are also engaging in what we call lesson studies, where they're actually teaching lessons or practicing teaching lessons within the classroom with their colleagues, which we feel is a very strong strategy. And probably one of the most high leverage strategies that we have within our ETO playbook is our impact review process. We engage in over 230 impact reviews a year. Each of our 121 priority schools go through it in the fall, where we're actually looking at the transfer of professional development to actual implementation within the classroom. In addition to that, that process also entails providing differentiated support to our teachers, our school leaders as necessary based off some of the findings that we observed during that process. We have about 131 BSAP schools, and we have K-12 coordinators and directors who are boots on the ground at those schools who are working alongside the school leadership as well as the staff to ensure that we're addressing the unique needs of our Black students. They do classroom observations to observe evidence of culturally affirming practices within the classroom. But most importantly, they're making sure that Black students are connected to enrichment as well as intervention opportunity as necessary. And then there are monthly data chats that take place where we're looking at Black students' attendance. We're recognizing them for their outstanding performance, whether it's academics, attendance, et cetera. And then we're also doing a really good job in terms of engaging our Black families, particularly at our BSAP schools, where we actually have Black family committees. And so a lot of good work, a lot of intentional efforts are being made with the investments that we've had, and we are making good on those investments. And so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions.
So it's now 12:15. I think the board president said they were going to take questions after the time certain that was supposed to be at noon for Ms. Gomez's reso. So we'll bring the deck back up after the completion of this resolution.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Schmerelson. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss an important proposition now on the ballot for California voters, and voting is already happening, so it's really important that our communities know about this. This measure, Prop 50, would allow California to adopt temporary congressional maps if states like Texas pursue extreme partisan gerrymandering. This is an unprecedented ballot measure because these are unprecedented times that we are living in. And this move couldn't be more important to protecting public education and the students and communities that we serve. This resolution is about protecting essential federal resources that make public education possible and standing up and standing with our communities whose voices are often ignored and are active targets in this administration's efforts to deprive our most vulnerable communities of their constitutional rights and of essential resources, including their constitutional right to a public education. So regardless of how you plan to vote, we encourage you to make a plan and make sure you go vote. As a school district, we also have a mission of ensuring our students who are approaching or who have reached voting age know about their voting rights and to ensure that their voices and the voices of our families are heard. With that, I want to thank Dr. Rivas for her partnership and co-sponsorship throughout this effort and urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important resolution so that we can join the broad coalition of labor unions, elected officials, and social justice organizations who are in support of Proposition 50 to stand up to partisan gerrymandering and the Trump administration this November. I'll pass it over to Dr. Rivas if she has introductory comments.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Gomez. I'm thrilled to co-present this resolution today to stand against these continued attacks on our democracy. Actually, Board Member Gomez and I both submitted resolutions on this topic at the same time. We were under the same wavelength here, and we worked together on this language because we believe democracy and public education are inseparable, and both are under attack. When one is weakened, the other falls with it. Proposition 50, the Election Rigging Response Act, is about defending our fair representation when powerful interests are trying to silence communities like ours. Across this country, partisan politicians are redrawing congressional maps to erase the voices of working families, communities of color, and young people. This is not politics as usual. This is a direct threat to democracy. And we're voting on this at a time when the federal government is shut down. Departments are being dismantled, and special education has already been gutted at the federal level. Special education, our most vulnerable students. It's just hard to believe. According to the California Teachers Association, the Trump administration's proposed budget cuts would slash $1.43 billion from LAUSD, including $381 million from student meals, $388 million from low-income supports, and $166 million for students with disabilities. These are life-sustaining programs. The difference between a child learning on a full stomach or going hungry, between receiving essential services or being left behind. This is not normal. These are unprecedented times. People's livelihoods and children's futures are being used as political bargaining chips. If we don't protect fair representation, our schools and our communities will continue to pay the price. Gerrymandering isn't just about elections. It's about who holds power over our students' education, their safety, and their future. Board Member Gomez and I stand united in saying enough. Proposition 50 is how we defend democracy, fair maps, and the constitutional right to public education that serves all children, not just a privileged few. And to every eligible student and family, make a plan to vote on November 4, 2025, because protecting democracy starts with participation. It starts with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rivas. And we also have a representative, Adriana Salazar from Teamsters Local 572, who represents members at our school sites, our SAAs, our plant managers, our cafeteria managers, our bus driver supervisors, to speak in support as labor is an essential part of this partnership.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have to wear reading glasses now. Proposition 50. Proposition 50 is a definite shift in the way Democrats are approaching power. It's time for us to stop playing by the polite rules of society that we continue to use over and over again, and for us to start playing by the rules that we see on the other side. It is time for us to stand up for the rights of our students and of our community, and that's exactly what Proposition 50 does. But this should not be a Democrat versus Republican vote. This vote should actually be considered an anti-bullying vote, because that's exactly what it is. It is Californians saying no to the bullies in power in Washington. It's Californians saying we know exactly what happened here on June 6th. And just because our streets no longer have reserved armed guards, walking them anymore does not mean that this isn't still going on in other states. It's just moved. We need to ensure that every student in California is able to go to school without fear. They should not fear being arrested at school. They should not fear whether they will be deported. They should not fear that mom or dad or abuela or whoever it is that is their caregiver will not be there at the end of their day to make sure that they're fed, that they're clothed, that they're put to bed. Students in California should never, ever fear that when they come home, there will be no one there to receive them. And that's what Proposition 50 does. It takes away that fear. It gives us back that power to say, not in California, not in this state. We hear the slogans, don't mess with Texas, a lot. But I think this is the first time we can say, you've woken the sleeping bear. We are done hibernating, and California is pushing back. So I would encourage every single one of you to join us. Join labor, join community activists, join us on Saturday here in front of Beaudry. There will be a No Kings, Yes on Proposition 50 rally, and it'll start right here, because right here is where the work starts. Right here is where we start protecting students. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Schmolson, if it's okay with you, could we please hear from our public comment speakers before we do board discussion?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call on the folks who are listed themselves as being in person. Olivier Perez. This is for Support for Election Rigging Response Act. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Livia Pérez.
Momento, por favor. The speaker is going to speak in Spanish, so if you'd like to hear what she's saying in English, please put your hands up and we'll get you these translation headsets. Okay, listos, gracias.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Liber Pérez. Soy madre de un niño con autismo. La Proposición 50 toca temas muy estructurales de poder político que afectan indirectamente la capacidad de comunidades vulnerables, incluidas a las personas con discapacidad, de ser escuchadas, de que personas con discapacidad de ser escuchadas, de sus necesidades que sean atendidas y de tener una
They need to be attended
representación
to
efectiva
and
en
to
el
have an effective representation in the federal government, knowing that people with special needs, that there are programs to receive their services.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name's Sam Sukatan. I'm calling in from the Working Families Party. We have endorsed Prop 50, and I'm calling, one, to thank board members Gomez and Rivas for their foresight on this question, particularly here in California with ongoing kind of struggles over state investment. We recognize that federal support, federal intervention, federal leadership has been crucial. And we are living in a moment when the federal government has abdicated its responsibility at best and is targeting our students as part of political projects that are beyond our understanding at worst. Consequently, I ask for your aye vote for an endorsement of Prop 50. And speaking specifically as somebody who lives near Hobart Elementary in Koreatown, where working class parents from multiple countries, multiple cultures, multiple languages are on patrol, where young people thrive, not just on campus, but in a walkable, diverse, and safe community, that maintaining California's vision and maintaining California's leadership in a fair Congress is integral, not just to the preservation of this broad district as a whole, but to the active life and health of my neighbors, my classmates, and the parents, young parents who are sending their kids to schools like Hobart Elementary near me. With that in mind, I really appreciate your time and your consideration on this. I know you have an enormous agenda. Really looking forward to seeing some of you on Saturday. And speaking also as somebody who works in the community college system, I'm an organizer with AFT 1521. Again, very, very grateful that you're supporting a motion that's been endorsed by the California Federation of Teachers and the California Teachers Association. Teachers, students, administrators, board trustees, we should all be speaking with one voice on this question. And I'm very glad that we're taking steps towards that. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Devin Osiri, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Devin O.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me open up my heartfelt thank you, Board Member Kelly Gomez and Dr. Rocio Ribas, for this resolution and pushing to be on the right side of history. My name is Devin Osiri. On behalf of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor and the 300 labor unions and our 800,000 members across Los Angeles, we ask you to join us in supporting the Election Rigging Response Act. All the teachers, classified, support staff that work for the district need direction. We need guidance. We ask you, the beacon to our students and community, to take a stand today. We need all the support we can get. We urge you to support this resolution and join the fight against the blatant election rigging next year by this administration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Okay, the next speaker is Walter Garcia. Walter Garcia, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Walter Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Good afternoon. My name is Walter Garcia. I'm from Pacoima, which is located in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. I serve as Vice President of the Pacoima Neighborhood Council and Political Director of the San Fernando Valley Young Democrats. I'm speaking in my personal capacity. I want to thank my school board member, Kelly Gomez, for introducing this important resolution. These are extraordinarily dark times. I believe that with all my heart. And Proposition 50 is California's response to the election rigging that happened in Texas, at President Trump's request, of course. But since then, the rigging hasn't stopped. It's only gotten worse. We've seen other states, like Missouri, also move towards giving Republicans more seats in Congress. And just yesterday, let me repeat that and let that sink in. Just yesterday, North Carolina Republican legislative leaders announced that they too want to redraw their state's congressional map, even though Republicans in that state won 10 of the state's 14 congressional seats in 2024. That isn't enough. 10 out of 14 still isn't enough. Democracy is under attack. Right now, voting yes on Proposition 50 is the least we could do. I hope you'll support Board Member Gomez's resolution. Trump is acting like a petulant child. He is not afraid to cheat, and we, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, cannot let him get away with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. The next speaker is Marco Santana. Marco Santana, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Marco Santana.
Hey everyone, my name is Marco Santana. I am a resident of Van Nuys, but I'm also calling on behalf of the Democratic Party of the San Fernando Valley, who's endorsed Prop 50. I just want to say that I care deeply about fair representation as a first-generation Latino, family that worked hard to get here to have a better life for us. In addition to that, especially for the families that are most impacted by this administration's targeted attacks on my community, the San Fernando Valley continues to be the #1 area for Trump's terror. With ICE that we've seen mobilized. And so I want to thank Board Member Kelly Gomez for bringing forward this important resolution. I do think it takes an all-hands-on-deck approach, and our schools are being attacked, as has been said. You know, the defunding of several systems, especially the special education system recently. You know, I want to emphasize Prop 50 is a temporary, democratically led measure that allows the state to use legislatively drawn congressional maps for the 2026, 2028, 2030 elections. and to counter the continued rigged gerrymandering that we're seeing across the state, as Walter just pointed out himself. Again, I was born and raised in Van Nuys, one of the communities most heavily impacted. Our families and the people within this community deserve better. LAUSD serves as a diverse multilingual student body and has a responsibility to support policies that protect equitable political representation. The students and families at Van Nuys deserve to be fairly represented because their voice matters locally and at the national level. So I urge you all to vote yes on Prop 50 and this resolution.
Thank you for your time. The next caller is Maria Luisa Palma. Ms. Palma, if you're online, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Maria Luisa Palma.
Hello, my name is Maria Luisa Palma, and I'm speaking today as an individual, as a resident of Los Angeles, and a taxpayer. Unfortunately, information at this district, information which is clear, transparent, understandable, is lacking. And it is disheartening that here we have yet another missed opportunity to inform the public on impartial facts on this proposition. Board members, I will read to you Education Code 7054, which states, no school district funds, services, supplies, or equipment shall be used for the purpose of urging the support or defeat of any ballot measure or candidate, including but not limited to any candidate for election to the governing board of the district. Nothing in this section shall prohibit the use of any of the public resources described in this subdivision to provide information to the public about the possible effects of any bond issue or other ballot measure if both of the following conditions are met. The informational activities are otherwise authorized by the Constitution or laws of the state, or if the information provided constitutes a fair and impartial presentation of relevant facts to aid the electorate in reaching an informed judgment regarding the bond issue or ballot measure. That is sorely lacking here today. Your statements in the resolution are explicitly partisan. So I ask you to cite the law if you believe there is a law that exempts you from this law. I have cited. What you are doing today is silencing dissent, discouraging voting, silencing free speech. Don't you want to foster civic discourse? Isn't this one of the underpinnings of democracy? Don't you support that? I request that you abstain on this vote, respect the diversity of thought, the diversity of political persuasion in the citizens, the voting public, the taxpayers, and every resident of this city. Please let us know if you are above the law or if you don't have to meet this law. Either way, it's a bad look.
Thank you for your time. Shirley Gruber, you're listed as speaking remotely. Shirley Gruber, I don't have you signed in. Are you here? Okay, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Un momento, por favor. She's going to speak in Spanish, so if you'd like to hear what she's saying in English, please put your hands up and we'll get you a translation headset. I think most of them have already been passed out.
¿Cómo está, señora Carla?
Okay. Listos, gracias.
Gracias. Qué lástima que el superintendente acaba de abandonar la sala, pero igual, voy a hacer mi comentario público sobre la Proposición 50. Buenas tardes a todos. Es mi primera vez aquí en este foro, así que me
So I'm glad to be here. My name is Shirley Gruber, and I'm a mother of a student with disabilities.
defensora de muchas familias, programas de educación especial. Quiero expresar mi preocupación.
I would like to express my worry for Proposition 50 because it looks like a political issue. Specifically, its effects could come to our classrooms and affect directly the students that are the most vulnerable, including those with special education needs. If this legislature is allowed, is permitted to redraw the districts without the supervision of an independent supervisor, we have the risk of losing just representation and the equilibrium and the balance that we have for the families with special needs, which is already limited for these families. This measure could also reduce the representation for communities that struggle day and day for services, support, and programs, specialized programs. The need for a transparent structure can also translate into less attention to schools that have students with disabilities. This attention, I bring it to the board So that way, together with the families, that those of us with children with special needs are able to confront this. So that way we don't disproportionate the families that are disproportionate, the most disproportionate and most impacted, so that way we can vote responsibly. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning to everyone. I'd like to make the comment that my daughter was going to give. She's Jacqueline Hernandez. I'm Jacqueline Casas. She's not here, so I'm going to make the comment for her. And for me, it's very important that Mr. Alberto Carvalho could hear us as a community of mothers with children with disabilities, that you all have seen us continuously be present here with you all, trying to work all the necessities that our children have. And you with Mr. Scott, who's heard me make these comments referring to what my child has lived. And well, I would just like to make the comment in regards to Proposition 50 about if we need maps that will maintain our communities united. When they are dividing us in different districts, our voices get weaker. The families, the Latin families, immigrant families, when with special needs, we deserve to be heard in Congress. Point number 2, in regards to the funds for education, for special education, those federal funds for special education come from the Congress. If we lose representation, we lose the money for services, for IEPs, for our children. And in this case, I am referring to the IEP of my son, who depends on therapies that are paid by federal funds. Point number 3, in regards to the programs, the essential programs that are public schools that depend on federal funds to be able to support students with disabilities and students of low income homes. Without good representation, they cut all our support. We are already seeing a lot of cuts. We cannot lose any more. In regards to civil rights and protection, and Congress defends the laws as well as ideas. If we do not have representatives that will defend us, who defend our rights will be weaker. And our children, they need laws that protect them and not erase them.
To begin on tab 31.
Good afternoon. We appreciate and support this item, the Election Rigging Response Act. The dehumanizing attacks sponsored by the Trump administration have been devastating, and by the looks of it, will only get worse. We had military in the streets of LA this summer. Chicago, Memphis, and Portland are now under attack. This must stop, and stop now. We have an opportunity in our 2026 elections to cripple the unilateral authority that Trump enjoys right now if we all vote to approve Prop 50. Trump is losing his popularity quickly and is terrified of losing his advantage in Congress. Consequently, he's doing everything he can to consolidate political power across the country. Texas has withdrawn their congressional maps, and other states are attempting to do the same to more easily elect friendly Republicans to Congress in the 2026 elections. In California, we have got to fight back. Proposition 50 is an emergency ballot measure that would allow the legislature to temporarily draw new congressional maps in California to even the playing field. If this power grab goes unchecked, we will only see more drastic cuts to public education, to healthcare, and other critical services, and a further erosion of our basic civil and human rights. Today, we ask for a unanimous vote by this board to approve this resolution and urge all voters to approve Prop 50. In solidarity, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Before we get into board discussion, we need to take the vote on the waiver of Board Rule 72. So can I have a move and a second on that?
I'll move it.
That moved by Ms. Griego, seconded by Ms. Newbill. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas. Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Mrs. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
Student Member Yang?
Yes.
Okay, and now moving a second for the underlying reso for discussion.
Move it.
Moved by Ms. Gomez.
Second.
Seconded by Board President Schmerelson.
And I'll open it up if any other board members would like to comment.
I
Mr.
would,
Schmerelson.
yes, thank you. So I certainly do understand Proposition 50's place in the current time, and that's why it's necessary for it to pass. Lately, it feels like the nation has been met with an unprecedented amount of broken systems in governance and in justice. And while I wish there was more bipartisanship, that is clearly not going to happen anytime soon. Instead, we've resorted to redrawing districts to help maintain some semblance of democratically selected governance. I have always advocated for cooperation across the aisle. However, I cannot stand by and do nothing as others try to consolidate power for themselves and to oppress the rights to represent the public. So, Ms. Gomez, if you would please add me as a co-sponsor, and let's get Prop 50 over the finish line. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to be gladly supporting this resolution. I think it's clear that the attacks have been placed on our most vulnerable students, and in fact, our students with disabilities are in under great attack by the current federal government. And that is one reason why I'm highly supportive of this resolution. We've seen it. They're already freezing funds. They're threatening to freeze funds. They just got eliminated, the Department of Education and Special Education in particular. So this is very important. I think it's important that the public understands that the maps that are being proposed are temporary. They're not forever. And then that this proposition is unique and different because it's going to the voters to make this decision. And that is critical for folks to understand. And I know that some of our schools are voting places. And so I think it would be great if we could have a list of the schools that are voting centers. I know for me, it brought me great joy when I was able to bring my students who were ready to vote, to take them to our very own auditorium to go vote. And so it'd be great for all of our staff and our employees to know where these voting places are, as well as our families. So thank you, Kelly, for bringing this forth. Thank you, Dr. Rivas, for supporting this as well and bringing this to us.
Agree, and if I didn't add myself as a co-sponsor, please do. I think we often teach our students to be solutions-oriented, to, when there's a challenge, come up with something that will help make it better, and we put the onus on the next generation. Well, for those of us 18 and up and who have the privilege of being eligible to vote, this is our opportunity to show our young people what it looks like in action. This is about being creative and finding solutions that our community so desperately needs, and so I'm so proud that this board is standing up, as we have for other propositions in the past, Prop 28, Prop 15, things we thought would be good for our community. And so I will be glad to cast my vote before November 4th. Everyone out there, you should have already received it in your mail. And for all of our high school students who will be eligible, I'm very excited. It's a chance to put into practice a resolution we recently passed around high school students having more access to voting or pre-registering to vote if you haven't yet. But thank you so much for bringing this, and I really do hope that most Californians will join us so that we can do what we can in the national landscape, because we know our Angelenos desperately deserve it.
Student Board Member Yang.
Yeah, I think first of all, it's very important to acknowledge that there's a constituency of students for and against Prop 50. I was just having conversations with students yesterday about the precedent that Prop 50 sets regarding gerrymandering, and want to emphasize that this is not and should not be the norm, but in this moment, it's necessary to preserve the democracy that we have. And no matter your views on this ballot measure, it's undeniable that now more than ever, we need to encourage students to be more involved with the democratic process and make informed decisions. Moments like this, when Prop 50 comes to the voters, are historic, and it's so important for students to know what's happening. And regardless of stance, this is an important civics lesson on why voting is so important, and just in general, being aware of national circumstances. For the students out there, this is something to remember and monitor, to keep an eye out for as we continue down this road of experimentation in American democracy. So on behalf of the students and in the interest of democracy, I support this resolution and the message of solidarity that it sends.
Thank you, Jerry. Yeah. Ms. Newbill.
Yes, so appreciative of this, and thank you guys for bringing this forward, especially at a time like this. And what other place than here in the Board of Education that we are educating and continue to bring light and voice to what's appropriate, and to continue to advocate, as mentioned before, the resolution that just passed about our high school students, which I'm very proud to see and know that as Jerry has gone around schools and been able to register many of our students to be able to practice this come November. But this is more than just, I think for us to educate on the fact that there's a term being used here, gerrymandering, and we've known over the years this term has always been flipped and changed and rearranged. And for many people of color, to be able to see this term, you often can be ostracized, right, and not wanting to engage. But I want to share that this is an opportunity for us to engage and to be able to dig deeper and to understand exactly what we have before us, and an opportunity to exercise democracy. As we see in many states, that is not the case. Some states, we can just do things how we want to do things. You don't get to vote. And so because we are educating our families and our students that democracy is real and that California stands for that, and that the Board of Education is being a part of that to be able to share the truth of that. And we've seen that in more ways than one. We've seen that in the 14th Amendment, where the term race has often come up and has been flipped on its other side to say race should not be used. And so here we again to educate and to continue to bring forth terms that often can at first glance have you shy away. But I too want to be added as a co-sponsor, and I appreciate the opportunity for us to continue to educate our children and to continue to educate our families on what is necessary to be able to be in support of things that help us to open our lens and to be able to dig deeper and to be able to make a stance where we see things are going awry. So thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate it, and I too will be supporting.
Thank you, Charlotte. Anyone else? Okay, Kelly, back to you.
Appreciate that Board Member Ortiz Franklin raised that the board has in the past taken positions on different ballot measures as a governing body. And of course, as the resolution notes, our efforts at schools are around exercising our right to vote, not around taking a particular position. Because I think we're all in support of our students who are voters having that opportunity to cast their ballot, no matter where they cast it. And thank you so much, Board Member Griego, for also raising the real impacts that are at stake for our most vulnerable students. There was also an effort to withhold our funding for our multilingual learners and our immigrant students, as well as proposed significant cuts to IDEA, which supports our students with disabilities, and Title I, which supports our low-income students. So there are very real consequences for public education, in addition to all of the dehumanization, the kidnappings, the direct attacks on our immigrant communities. So thank you all for crystallizing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gomez. Okay, Mr. McLean?
We will vote. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang?
Yes.
All right, 7. I believe where we left off was the presentation for the SBA results, and there was a Q&A moment. So if my friends in ITS could queue up the slide deck in case there are questions about specific slides for the SBAC presentation. And then the board will reorient themselves to ask questions about the presentation that we took just prior to this resolution.
Okay, I guess I'll start it off. I have some comments and then some questions. So I want to mention that the progress we see in our schools does not happen by chance. I want to start off with saying these words. It is made possible by our students and the people who care for them every day. And when we had our press conference last week on Thursday, every single one of us acknowledged all of the support that our students receive inside the classrooms and in their schools. Because of our educators, our speech pathologists, our coordinators, coaches, and nurses, students are guided, cared for, and inspired to reach their potential. Because of all of our classified employees, and I'll name a few because there's so many here in this document. I have all of our classified employees, and there are a lot, but I will mention, but I want to make sure that they're named and recognized. Our classified employees, including custodians, plant managers, food service workers and managers, bus drivers, heavy bus drivers, library aides, SAAs, our teacher assistants, our special education assistants, our technicians, campus aides, instructional aides, parent and community representatives, after-school staff, building engineers and building and grounds workers, our school climate advocates, every single one of them a part of that village, and the ones that really are there for our students to make sure that our schools are clean, safe, and welcoming spaces, that they have the transportation and that they have all of the supplies that they need to make sure that they're ready for their academic achievement. And we know our student success is due to many of our district leaders, our principals, our assistant principals, all of the administrators, our school operations. Every school has a support and the leadership and those that make sure their schools are safe and welcoming, and also that they're supporting our families and their families can count on them. Now with that said, I want to acknowledge a significant progress reflected in the results we just saw, especially the double-digit growth in distance from standard across subjects. It's clear that our students and our educators and everyone that surrounds them are working very hard to make real gains. At the same time, this is also an opportunity to look closely at where acceleration has not yet reached all student groups equitably. So just a few questions now. While overall gains are impressive, how much of the growth is concentrated among students who were already near the standard, and how much reflects a true acceleration for students furthest from it?
Thank you for the question. And I will turn to the student group slide that we looked at before to get at the beginning of this conversation around this question. Let me come back here. And so as far as, what if we were to see a disproportionate amount of improvement, such that, for example, if all of this, if this improvement were just among the highest performing students or just among the lowest performing, we would see very divergent lines across this plot, a plot like this, for example. We do not see that. We see for the past 2 years, and then for many of these groups, we see really since 21-22, a consistent trajectory of improvement. And so it is important to note that, again, this is just based on various student demographic groups, not based on prior achievement necessarily. So another way that we can look at this, and that is available to us, is based on where you were prior year, which performance band, for example, were you in, did that improvement happen? And we don't have a plot for that, but we have absolutely seen that students across the distribution are improving. Now, one thing we are keeping tabs on very closely is that while we're looking to accelerate and close gaps and so on, that we are not giving short shrift to any students at the higher end of the distribution, that we are still accelerating our advanced learners at all grade levels, regardless of what type of school that they're at, whether that's a tier 1, 2, or 3 school. And so that's certainly something that we keep eyes on. And so I will just answer to say the improvements are being seen consistently across student demographic groups and across student based on prior performance. But with that in mind, we're not just sitting on our laurels necessarily to say, if the bottom is moving up, that's a win. It has to be across the board, and we don't want to see, regression to the mean among the highest performing students as well. And so that's absolutely a part of the conversation for us.
The next question, can staff disaggregate the growth by school type or region to identify whether improvements are equitably distributed, particularly among schools serving the highest concentrations of students living in poverty and multilingual learners?
Yeah, so this data is currently available publicly in a few places. And staff are available, of course, and then the public in general can view this data from the state's website, the CASP results website, which is all of the data in this slide deck are based off of that publicly available resource. And it's by school level, it's by student group, and by grade level. You can disaggregate it to a very, very granular level, as long as it's not like 2 students in a, third grade, Latino students, in this 1 year, for example. And so if it's fewer than 10 students, it will be suppressed. So the data is available on the CASP website. It's also available in our open data platform, and that can be broken out by school level and by student group level. And so that's for the public. And then in addition to those, our staff can see this in our whole child platform, as well as executive leaders can see this in the executive dashboard that can be broken out by student group and by school. So there's various resources where this is available, whether it's for the public or for our internal staff. And if there's any questions about that, folks are always encouraged to reach out to myself or to our Office of Data and Accountability for a walkthrough on how to do any of that.
For that, maybe next time on your presentation, maybe at the last slide, add a link so that people know
Thank you.
that
Yeah, good
that
idea.
is where they can find further information.
Sure, we'll do.
What specific instructional shifts or interventions correlate more strongly with the double-digit DFS gains, and how are these practices being scaled to lower performing sites?
Thank you for that question. So the strategies that we've implemented, so we don't have the effect size for all of them, but we do know that the research tells us that the highest effect size that makes a difference is collective teacher efficacy. And so we've emphasized a lot of professional development, and so we feel that the professional development has had a big impact, teacher capacity, teacher ability to come together, observe one another, plan lessons together. Dr. Whitman mentioned the unit launches. That happens, that is one of the factors that really supports our teachers, because they're looking at student performance, grouping them. The intentional groupings really help. The assignments and tasks and activities that happen during small group instruction, during whole group instruction from the teacher, that is where we feel we have the highest leverage there, because research tells us that that has the highest effect size. We also know that tutoring has a high effect size, and that last time that we shared some updates for you and to the board about tutoring, our interventions have had a significant effect. Our Winter Academy, our summer school, our enrichment programs, each one of them has an effect size, and together comprise the whole strategy that we've been able to implement across the board. So you saw earlier in our slides that we looked at the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. That supports teacher efficacy, leader efficacy. You also saw that there's progress monitoring. So teachers need the tools to be able to see how students are progressing and make shifts that are required throughout the year to ensure that they're meeting the student needs. So earlier in the slides that shared they had introduced the instructional foci. These were the ones that really were the ones we focused on and had the highest leverage, but the effect size will vary for each of them, but we know the highest one is collective teacher efficacy.
Thank you for that. Very comprehensive answer. I appreciate that. That was great. Finally, for students who did not show growth despite multiple supports, what diagnostic steps, and you may have mentioned some right now, are being taken to identify root causes, and how are we addressing systemic barriers such as staffing, inclusion models, or access to high-quality instructional materials?
Yes, so we have been administering progress monitoring. So we've looked at the end-of-year Smarter Balanced Assessment results in addition to the progress monitoring. So we've looked at the diagnostic beginning of the year data. We're already seeing where our students need support. They need support in vocabulary and comprehension. In the earlier grades, it's with building that foundational reading skill. And so we are identifying the skills and the strategies and providing the students what they need. In terms of the systemic barriers, that's the superintendent superintendent's vision and mission has been interrupting those systemic barriers. So at our high-need schools, that has been a priority in terms of priority staffing, priority professional development. The students get everything that they need first because there's gaps that needs to be closed. And so in terms of systemic barriers at this time, we're always challenging ourselves to look at what they are, but we're also always meeting those challenges and beating them, and so ensuring that our students have what they need.
If I may also add, I would like if we could have, please, Dr. Whitman come
I was
speak a
gonna
little
ask
bit.
him, yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna ask him if he
because
wanted
to your point, we still have a lot of work to do with our English learners and students with disabilities. You saw the opportunity gap is still there. We know we need to close that. So as we're rising all boats, we also recognize there's still a large degree of acceleration. So I'd love for him to talk more about the Language Studio as an example of how it's helping leverage our curriculum in CKLA, but targeting those academic language needs of our English learners. If you wouldn't mind, please.
Yes, and so particularly with our priority schools, there's a big focus that the teachers stay inside the curriculum. And so leveraging Language Studio really helps them to provide the small group instruction for our English learners during that 30 to 45-minute EOD time, designated EOD time, where it's a continuation of the knowledge sections of the CKLA core curriculum, and making sure that they are able to, make adjustments based on what the needs are, particularly around the claims, whether it's reading, writing, listening, or speaking, to ensure that we're addressing those components. But we're pulling out the strategies that are already embedded within the curriculum and being able to tailor that support for those students who need that additional language support. And we're providing what we call job-embedded professional development, where we're able to meet teachers during the school day so that we can provide that professional that support to them. We just had Saturday professional development, where we had a good number of teachers that showed up. Sometimes we have over 200 teachers that come on a Saturday. But we know that that's not always available. Saturdays is not always available for our teachers, and so we're always looking at opportunities in which we can make sure that they get the support that they need. And what we're seeing is less variability across schools, across classrooms, as it relates to implementation of our district adopted curriculum. Because the capacity of our teachers, particularly in our priority schools, it's increasing. Not only just our teachers, but the leaders as well, because they also learn alongside our teachers. Francis talked about, the collective teacher efficacy, particularly within priority schools. We leverage what we call instructional leadership teams. If you go to any priority school and you ask them about their instructional leadership team, they can go on for a long time talking about it. In addition to that, the common planning periods, so that teachers can come together during the school day. So at the elementary level, it looks like a psychomotor time, where all grade levels at least have anywhere between an hour or an hour and 10 minutes of planning time, where they can come together or plan around a particular focus. It may be around the Plan, Do, Study cycle. It could be around designated EOD instruction, right, or mailed instruction for our standard English learners. But they're able to come together consistently to deepen their capacity. And then also set goals around, what it is that around the area of or problem or practice that they're trying to solve. And so lots of good things happening there. And you talked about strategic, Francis mentioned strategic staffing, particularly with our priority schools. We have a fill rate of almost 100% within our priority schools. It's not quite there. It's like 99.5%. Right, and so we have very few or if no teacher vacancies, and just leveraging all of the investments that we've made through BSAP to ensure that those most vulnerable schools have PSA counselors, PSWs, school climate advocates, parent reps, academic counselors. In some cases, depending on the BSAP school, they may have two. And so there's a lot of resources or inputs that are being provided to schools. Our focus to make sure that we're executing and we're making good on all the investments that the district has made for those schools. And the data is indicating that we are, in fact, making progress and making good on those investments.
Great, thank you very much, I appreciate that. Thank you for mentioning in PSAs, and it reminded me and our PSWs that I did not include them in that long list of folks. They're very, very essential, PSAs and PSWs. And lastly, for students with disabilities, we've seen encouraging improvement among our students with disabilities, students with special needs, but this remains one of our most persistent achievement gaps. And I'd like to understand how we're deepening acceleration of this very important group beyond compliance and into instructional transformation. So 2 questions. How is the district distinguishing between compliance-driven supports and true instructional acceleration for students with disabilities or students with special needs?
So I'll definitely start with compliance. So the way we look at compliance is the guardrails to ensure that whatever's happening inside those lanes is going to be done timely and it's going to be done to benefit the students that they need. So those IEP timelines, assessment timelines are very important for us to make sure that we can get students the supports that they need. Insofar as accelerating those efforts, so now that we have everybody in the guardrails and what's happening inside the lanes, it's really about looking at instructional grouping, looking at professional development, going back to teacher efficacy. What are we doing to build the capacity of our special ed teachers alongside their peers in their general education classrooms? Least restrictive environment. So that's a big push and has been a big push for us, and we're seeing the gains of that. The closer our students are with their gen ed peers, the more and more we start seeing an increase of their performance, which is ultimately what we want. Nonetheless, we're always going to do what's driven by the student need in the IEP. So when an IEP team decision makes a placement offer or decision that comes to the agreement of least restrictive environment in a gen ed setting, we will continue with that pathway.
And my last question, are we tracking longitudinally whether early interventions like ELAP literacy programs lead to sustained gains in middle and high school?
Yeah, so we're always looking at cohort data and seeing how students are performing one year to the next and seeing the supports that have been provided. So we are able to see over time how they're performing, and we make shifts according to that. Every single strategy that we're using is not being analyzed in the way that you're describing it, but we are looking at cohort data. We do have a strategy that's a multi-year strategy that we've been repeating year after year, which is providing intervention to our highest need students, the students that are below grade level, looking at progress monitoring data. So the strategy we're using continues to be perfected, but it's a multi-year process, so it's the same one we've been using. And we look at cohort data over time to ensure that our students are making improvements.
Very much. And then just one question for students with disabilities. How are we making sure that the barriers also for students with disabilities and needs, particularly staffing, are corrected and not being an obstacle for their continued achievement?
So I maintain a pretty close relationship with our chief HR to make sure that we're looking at those staffing needs. So recruitment efforts are going on, not just in what we have in teachers, but even in paraprofessionals. We want to make sure that each of those classrooms have the actual support staff that they need. So it's an ongoing collaboration with HR to ensure that we're getting them closer to filling our teachers' vacancies.
And BIIs and
yes,
special
so
education.
with special education paraprofessionals, that's another driver too, and that's working with PCs, so making sure we're out there and how are we going to recruit. I think we've made some significant gains with our fill rate with our paraprofessionals, but we also want to make sure that when it comes to BIIs, that we're actually going back to what the student really needs. And making sure that those conversations that are held at the IEP team are looking at that need. Is it truly a BII, or is it additional support that's happening with the baseline paraprofessional?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And Dr. Rivas, as of last Friday, we only had 5 special ed classroom teacher vacancies district-wide.
Thank you for that update. Any other board members with any questions? Ms. Griego, go ahead.
Yes, I have a few questions and then a comment. Regarding science at the elementary school level, how much time do students receive? How much instructional time do they receive in science?
So we ask that our teachers deliver science instruction on a daily basis. The reality of that may vary depending teacher to teacher, classroom to classroom. We know that there's mandated times that we do request teachers to teach, for example, physical education or English language development. We have language arts and math and so on. So it's something that we ask our teachers to do every day. It's something we need to get better at, ensuring that students get science every day. So that's why there's such a big emphasis on the enrichment piece. We do integrate science into the core curriculum as well in language arts. So they also get science in the core knowledge language arts
materials.
So there's no specific time mandated for science instruction at the elementaries?
The teachers are asked to build it into their own schedule, and so there may be some variability in terms of the minutes that are taught and during the day, but it's something that teachers are asked to include into their daily schedule.
Is there no mandate because there is no state mandate, or because we, the district, don't have a mandate as to the number of minutes?
We have recommended minutes of 30 to 45 minutes to teach science, to engage students in science. It could be more. And so based on that, every teacher will vary it. In some schools, maybe they'll begin with math first and then language arts. Maybe a teacher will include it at the end of the day, or it will just vary according to teachers.
Okay, I bring this up because our scores are pretty low in science. And I know that when I taught elementary school, there was no time for science. I mean, it was luck that we had science. And I've heard from educators who teach in the lower grades, particularly kinder and first, where they don't have the time to teach science because of all the other mandates that we have around reading, right? ELA. And then even math is also one that is squeezed into the day. So I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can track how many minutes kids actually do receive science instruction. What are some of the barriers to be able to meet that need so that we can start improving? Because of course, if we're not doing it at elementary, it goes all the way up to, high school. We can see it from the data, so.
I agree.
Board Member Grego, this is Carla. I would also add to that, I think now that we've seen that our efforts are producing some degree of results. We know what elements such as enrichment has been working for us. We've also seen at the secondary level, it's much easier, to your point, to track because of the courses that are required at middle school level and high school level. Where we are seeing an opportunity to revamp is in those early grades. I think the biggest thing that we've seen as a strategy, I've seen across multiple systems, and I think it's something for us to be very clear on, is we have curriculum, but how do you create units of study? And I think that's one of the opportunities, is units of study that allow you to integrate science into a variety of subject matter. And I think we've got some real great tools to be able to show and model for other teachers, from other teachers, quite frankly, how they are able to integrate explicitly science, not just for an engagement strategy, which is unfortunately what we see in those early grades, but aligned to the science standards. And so that is something that we're in conversations right now. I think there'll be an opportunity, to your point, to do some more modeling of how you do that, understanding we have curriculum.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I look forward to observing that when I visit schools as well, and hearing the feedback from educators about how that is happening. I have some questions regarding the data on students with disabilities. I would love to see the results for students who are in the special day program, core curriculum, and students who are in the inclusion program. Do we have that?
We do not have that in today's presentation. That is certainly trackable, and whether it's based off of a particular school or campus of enrollment, or a program or course, even at that level of detail, that we can disaggregate results that way for you.
Yes, please.
But not today, yes.
Thank you. And then I would like to know what strategies we are using to support students in the inclusion program, particularly at the middle school and high school level. One of the feedbacks I've received from educators is that in the inclusion program generally is a student from special day program who may be functioning maybe 2 to 3 grades below grade level, and then they enter a gen ed classroom that is at the core curriculum grade level. So let's just say math, right? So a student is taking Algebra 1. They came from the SDC environment, and now they're in an inclusion program. How are we supporting those students in an algebra class when they are testing at 2nd, 3rd grade level in algebra?
So the student of which kind of you're describing right now, that is something that the IEP team has made a decision to support the student to be able to go into Algebra 1, for example. Within that same IEP, we actually are able to also provide the additional supports that the student would need to be successful in there. which also could mean co-planning with the teacher. So the teacher in the SDP program would actually know what's happening, almost do kind of a pre-teach with the paraprofessional who they send into the classroom to better support that. So in that very unique situation, those are kind of scripted and written into the IEP and then supported by the practitioner in the classroom and in the gen ed classroom as well.
Well, that sounds great. However, the reality is that what I've heard from folks, and it's not very unique, it's actually very common. What I've heard is that, one, there is no opportunity for co-planning. Teachers, gen ed and special ed teachers do not have that opportunity because, one, there are too many classes for a special ed teacher to go to. The scheduling piece is very challenging. So that is not happening. When a special day program, a student who comes from a special day program into the gen ed is there, sometimes the support is not there. The TA is not able to be there for whatever reason. So I'm asking, what are other things that we can do? Because that sounds great, but I know that's not happening. So what are some other ways that we can support our
Sure,
students?
great question. And the reason I call it unique is because what you described right now was a student who was not functioning close to that level that wanted to be included into that algebra class. What I think you're asking about is more of the students who are capable of actually going into a gen ed setting and performing in a gen ed setting.
But that's not happening. That's my point, is
Right.
that I know that ideally, that's what we want, right? We want students who
Correct.
can actually be able to integrate into that curriculum and function in that level, but that's not the reality. The reality is that there are students who are 2 or more grades below the grade level who are going into the inclusion program. So what are we doing to support our gen ed teachers and our special ed teachers and our students in this? That's the reality.
Okay, definitely hear you now, but there's definitely professional development that we have been doing. As you know, we actually had a micro-credentialing for our gen ed teachers to support our special education students in their classrooms. Also, the ongoing professional development for our special education teachers, ensuring that there's an opportunity to co-plan with their gen ed peers of those students that are going into their classrooms. And then lastly, one of the things that we're also noticing is how are we programming the students? Because I think I'm hearing more so of the secondary need, is making sure that the programming, we're able to offer those support. So I think what you're getting at is some of the kids that are programmed might not be able to come in with those same supports, such as a paraprofessional or an aide, and that's actually, I could definitely see a problem there. So we're gonna be offering additional support at our secondary level. How do we program kids to ensure that we're scaffolding the supports to follow the students and the need?
Yes, thank you. And I'd love to hear more in the future about the professional development that our teachers are going to get. And I'm looking forward to seeing that data from special day program students as well as students in the inclusion program. Now, regarding the English language learners, I see here that the data that you're presenting us includes English language learners who are in the ELD, well, and I don't know if we still call it ELD. We do call it ELD program, and the RFEPs, right, the reclassified students. So that's what we're seeing here. One, why did you choose to do that? And then 2, can we get the data for English language learners? And I would be very curious to hear, to see the data from English language learners levels 1 to 3, and then 4 and 5, and then long-term English language learners, and then the reclassified.
Yes, so two parts there. First on what is available, certainly the data is publicly available, and we can provide it for you in a digestible manner that can show English learners, which excludes reclassified, including recently reclassified English learners that are pulled out. It's basically the way the state reports it is, were you an English learner on the day you took the test, even if you reclassified the day before? And then obviously the reclassified RFEP group on their own. And then what we're showing here is the combination of the two. On the state's reporting platform, they're called EVER ELs, were you ever an English learner? And so current versus as well as reclassified English learners. And we opted to show this group today for this presentation because we feel like it tells a more complete story of our English learner population across the spectrum of where they are in their trajectory. We know that last year in particular, we had a very high level of reclassification, about double what it was the prior year. And in doing so, the students who took the students who were classified as English learners who took the test last year on test day was a fundamentally different group of students than English learners from 2 years ago. And so the trajectories we felt like were a little skewed and didn't reflect, the good news of us reclassifying so many students. So the English learner group this past year was a particularly small group. And so here we opted to for parsimony and simplicity in the display today, show just the combined group of EL and RFEP combined. And that's publicly available. EL on their own is also publicly available, and we can provide it for you. RFEP on their own is publicly available, and we can provide it for you. And then the second part of your question, can you trace back to that?
Yeah, what are we doing to, let me see here. No, that was pretty much it, I think. I asked you why, and if you could provide that.
Yes.
I do think it's very important that at these meetings where the public is here and they're televised, that the public sees all of the data. Because this looks amazing, but I'm left wondering, how are our ELs doing? And because these are, populations that we want to track. We want to make sure that we're giving them all the support that they need. And so to me, for the public, for us to have that information now, not that I have to go and dig, not that the public has to go and dig for it, it's very important. So I ask that you please, when you do your next report on whatever other thing that you please, share that information. I don't think I saw this before today's meeting, otherwise I would have brought it up in a briefing if we did, so I didn't have to ask here, but I don't think I saw this report prior to today. So the other thing I wanted to point out, let me see here. Assessment. So I heard the superintendent say, we don't assess for the sake of assessments. There's a purpose for this. And so I know that district-wide, we have assessments, right? It's iReady, and then the state mandated assessments of ESPA. Are there other assessments that kids take, and why?
Well, I'll quickly summarize the mandated state assessments, and then I could hand it over to Dr. Baez if there's other district-specific ones. So on the state side, so the Smarter Balance, ELA, and Math is one. And again, that's grades 3 through 8 and 11. And then the science assessment, which is grades 5, 8, and then once in high school. And then there's also the LPAC assessment for English learners to assess their English language proficiency. And that is done, there's an initial LPAC at the point of enrollment and to determine, your ELD level, and then you will take the summative LPAC until you are reclassified. And so that's another mandated state assessment that our English learners do take. We also have the FitnessGram, the physical fitness test that is a part of the mandated state system. And then I should also mention that for the ELA, math, and science, there's also the alternate assessments for students on alternate curriculum with our students, some of our students with disabilities also take that. So that's sort of the package of mandated state reporting. I will mention too, for Smarter Balance, there's what are called IABs or FIABs, interim assessment blocks, that are interim assessments, almost if you will, like practice tests for Smarter Balance. Those are available to our schools. They are not mandated that our teachers take those. But many schools do still use those IAB along the way to sort of do an early check, or if you will, a practice assessment. But they're not mandated by district policy. It's just an option for us. And then as far as other district assessments, including iReady, I'll let Dr. Baez speak to that.
Yes, so as you know, the Reading Difficulty Risk Screener is a screener that we need to administer to kinder through second grade students, and that is done through the DIBELS, the Dynamic Indicator Basic Early Literacy Skills. That's what's upcoming, and that will begin in November. We also administer the iReady and reading and math, and that is done for the beginning of the year and middle of the year and optional at the end of the year, except for our English learners who need it as a criteria for reclassification.
Okay. Now, for the BSAP program and the work that we're doing with our Black students, I think that I always want to look at more than just the testing, right? And more than just instruction as a reason for why we have made some improvements. And I think priority schools are an example of that. Some of our priority schools are both BSAP schools and community schools. They get a lot of support. And I think that I want to attribute all of those investments and all that support, that holistic support that we give to these schools for their rise in the test scores. I think they are an example of what we need to do in order to support our students academically. priority schools as well as our BSAP schools, they get a PSW, they get an RJ coordinator, they get specialized field trips that have proven to be very successful in really inspiring our students, right, to see themselves at universities. They have culturally and relevant curriculum, very focused and specialized, and counselors that work with our Black students. And I think that is very important. And I want to remind us that these things matter in supporting our students. These things matter for our students with disabilities, for our immigrant students, for our Black students, and for our LGBTQ+ students. And so as we are making projections for the next year, as we are thinking about investments for the next year, I want us to always keep that in mind, that student success is not just instruction. Student success is holistic, and you all are an example of that. So I want to ask, I only have praise for BSAP schools. I really do.
Thank you.
I really do. And I think it's one of the best things that we've made investments in. And, but I want to ask you, Dr. Whitman, are there extra tests at priority schools, extra assessments? Do our priority schools also have opportunities to teach, say, science or, because one of the things I've heard is that there is a lot of professional development and a lot of times that our teachers are pulled from their classroom and keeping them away from the instruction. So please tell me.
Yes.
What is
Okay, so I
happening?
want to respond to what you mentioned earlier with regards to the additional investments made in schools. When we start off our impact review, we remind our principals as well as their instructional leadership about the investments that have been made in these schools. And one of the things that we're trying to solve is to make sure that we're closing gaps around implementation. Like we want to execute on a high level. And then going back to science and priority schools, since we started this work in ETO, that has been a tremendous focus of our work, is making sure that our kids have access to labs. If you go into all of our priority schools, they have STEAM labs. They also, in some cases, in many of them, they have STEAM fabrication labs, which is a little bit more comprehensive. There's been a significant amount of investments from the Division of Instructions made to the schools. We've, in addition to the PD that we provide in ELA and math, social studies, there's a significant amount of PD provided to science as well. And one of our goals, and as part of one of our strategic efforts within ETO, is to elevate science instruction within our priority schools. For good reason, over the last number of years or what have you, there's been a tremendous amount of focus on ELA and math for good reason, because when we look at the data, we see our kids aren't where they're supposed to be. But at the same time, if we're really preparing our students to be ready for the world and to be able to navigate in a society that we don't know what the jobs are going to look like, we have to be able to provide them with those opportunities to engage in science and tap their critical thinking skills. And so, yes, we are elevating science, and we're providing professional development, as well as the resources that they've been provided. We're making sure that they're executing, they're making good on those resources. And so when you go into a priority school, you can ask, can I see your STEAM lab, right? And you would see the lab, and you also see evidence that it's being operable. And so yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Whitman. I really appreciate your work and the work of your office, as well as our BSAP teams. I really appreciate it. And I just hope that as we are moving forward, that we continue to see the growth of our students holistically, supporting them in their arts education, supporting them in their mental health well-being and their social, emotional well-being, learning how to get along and communicate with one another through supporting, Dr. Rivas mentioned all the staff that do this work on a daily basis, and I want to reiterate that. Our school climate advocates, our our restorative justice coordinators, our psychiatric social workers, our PSAs that work with foster youth. Like, they are very critical. They are the connection to the student's source of family. And so we must continue I'm saying this to our board here, that we must keep all of those things in mind as we move forward and think about funding, because these gains came as a result of all that extra funding we got, right? So there's a correlation between the two of them. Thank you.
We have a good team of dedicated and passionate folks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Tanya Ortiz, Franklin.
Okay, try to keep us, no, it's okay. We got a long meeting today. I wanted to uplift our budget transparency resolution. I want to thank, it's, separate team, but they're working on that, doing really well. And October is the time to connect our academic programs and our investments. And so I want to invite the team to consider potentially at our COW or whenever the board is next discussing, like, how are we taking what you shared about what's working, connecting that to our budget, so that when we make decisions about our fiscal stabilization plan before budget development come November, we need those connections, right? And I realize it's hard because there's so many strategies that move the needle for kids, and yet this board is going to have to decide which strategies to maintain and which strategies to scale back on. And so I just want to remind the team of that resolution, because this is the time that we need to make those two connections. So I want to put that out there. I want to ask about cohort data, because that will also really help us. Do we have that yet? I know schools look at it closely, and if not yet public, when can the board look at cohort data?
Yes, and so cohort data, again, tracking, this is the sort of a longitudinal view of looking at the same children over time to see, their movement. Are they moving closer to standard from year to year? And that is becoming much more of a normalized data analysis process for our internal teams, and as well as in the field. This is being embedded into various other data and reporting systems. And so the answer is yes, it is available. Yes, it is a part of our toolkit now of how we analyze data, and we can make that available to you. And there's also some disaggregations that we can do. So cohort analysis based on, this was to Dr. Rivas's question, how does the cohort trend look longitudinally for students who were historically higher performing or lower performing as their regression to the mean, and so on. And again, using this is where not just looking at percent meets exceeds, but looking at distance from standard. Are you moving closer to standard, wherever that standard is for your grade level at that subject? And again, that's becoming much more of a normalized process, and that data is available for us to share with the board once we have the right chance to do so.
I would love for that chance to happen soon.
Okay.
And then connected to that, I had shared in some of our internal conversations the TNTP opportunity makers that a lot of our schools are looking at, including some of our charter partners. We want to elevate the opportunity makers of our own schools, and I think cohort data is crucial to that. And so not just from a few years back, but even from this year, like, who can we celebrate that is, closing gaps within 3 years for kids, and what are they doing? And so, you've highlighted district-wide, but I'd love to see it on a school by school or even grade level by grade level. And one of my questions is, because this comes up in my school visits, for example, is illustrative math one of the things that is closing the gap and making more opportunity makers, including for elementary school? And are we going to be moving away from something like Eureka? And I don't know if DOI has made that decision or if the board does, or, but that's something I'm thinking about, because we want to be putting in front of kids the right things that are going to move the needle for them, using some of that, cohort analysis, and then also like what the team is really seeing that's working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just I'll pivot to Dr. Baez in a moment, but just on the opportunity maker piece. So that report from the TNTP that was looking at schools that move students by, I think, 1 1/3 grade level equivalents in a year. So the idea is that in 3 years you're fully caught up. Was using national data from pre-COVID, and so we're looking to do our own analysis that replicates that methodology, using our own internal data with the most current year. And so there's some back of the envelope math that's happening, but we're in the middle of actually doing this analysis. And again, the point is, which are the schools that on average are moving students from one year to the next more than just one grade level forward, right? They're moving them, the cut point for that article was 1 1/3 school years in a year. And so that's a helpful metric and guidepost for us to use to sort of spot these outliers. That is based on cohort analysis of tracking the same students over time. So that's in process to identify some of the schools that are particularly strong at that. And I think it would certainly be reasonable to overlay that with schools that are implementing Eureka versus IM, but I'll let Dr. Baez perhaps speak to that.
So with regards to illustrative math, is the majority of our middle schools are using illustrative math, and a lot of our elementary schools are using Eureka, and some are using illustrative math. And we did see that using illustrative math along with coaching has really made a difference in math achievement of students. And the illustrative math was used as a pilot actually a few years ago, and we expanded it because we were seeing the benefits of it. We have not been in a math adoption cycle until recently. So the reason why we looked at these curricula outside of a math adoption cycle was because the one we were using were not as highly rated on ed reports, and so illustrative math has demonstrated to make a difference for students. Now we are going to be entering a math adoption cycle, and teachers will be part of the selection process. So that timeline will be about a year. So it'll take about a year for us to engage all of the stakeholders in the new math adoption, and then we will come to the board for a recommendation.
I appreciate that. And I know a lot of our elementary schools were, either this year or last year also adopting CKLA for the first time. And so it's hard to do two curriculum adoptions in the same year. We wouldn't want to stress out our teachers such that we're not making progress. So I appreciate that. And, something else I've been hearing a lot about from the field is lesson labs. So not just the sit and get PDs where the adults are all together, but where the adults are actually teaching together with students and several teachers taking a piece of that overall lesson. And I've just heard really good things about it happening so far. And so I hope that's a practice that we're growing, potentially capturing on videos so we can, stretch these good practices again and our resources, honestly, because again, this board is going to have to make some tough decisions about resources. The last thing I'll say, because I know my colleagues also have some thoughts, is I'm also looking forward to A through GC or better when we get that data, which I hope is coming soon, as well as our SEL goal. And I know, so these are the big board 4 goals, math, numeracy, literacy, A through G, and SEL. And originally on the SEL goal, we had talked about a rubric. And I know this isn't about that exactly, so I just want to put it out there that the board is still very focused on those big 4 goals and would love to come back to that, as we have the data available. But I will pause there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Gomez?
Well, thank you so much to the team for presenting and for the comprehensive information that you've given us. I recognize that there's been a lot of questions asked, so I will do my best to be brief. I think first headline that I want to note is that this marks a moment of tremendous improvement in the school district, that I am incredibly proud of the fact that because of the hard work of so many of our staff on the ground at school sites, we have now exceeded pre-pandemic levels in math and ELA, and this is something that is very impactful to the lives of our students. It means that they are on track to graduate high school ready for college and career and for the promise that we know they all have. This has real impacts on the lives of our kids. And so I just want to thank you all and thank the extended team at our school sites for everything that they've done to enable this to happen. And we know, as my colleagues have noted, it's not just about the academic supports, so the academic supports are critical and essential. It's also around expanded mental health supports. It's around this board's intentional efforts to include social and emotional learning in schools, so we are taking care of our children's holistic needs on a daily basis rather than treating it as something that's supplementary. It's about purchasing high-quality instructional materials. I appreciate Board Member Ortiz-Franklin's discussions around illustrative math. I think there's a lot of different materials that we've purchased in the last few years that have finally brought us up to the standards. There's also been science adoptions, right, to help us reach those next-generation science standards. It's essential that we provide those tools to our students and to our teachers. I am going to ask just a couple of questions, though I want to second the request for more. The board always wants more information, which I think is a good thing. We are interested in and invested in the success of our students. So just a few pieces I wanted to pick up that I don't think have already been mentioned. One, I really appreciate the student group analysis. I think it's essential that we're not just looking at students as a whole overall, but we are also looking at our high-need students groups, including our multilingual learners, our students with disabilities, our foster youth, et cetera. These analyses are based on meets or exceeds, and the board's goals, as you know, are focused on distance from standard. Could we get student group analysis that are based on distance from standard rather than just meets or exceeds?
Yes, that's possible. We focused here on the Meets Exceeds because this is the way the state displays the data on its public dashboard, which is what we're sort of, that's the, hence the announcements that we had last week and so on. That data, though, on the back end does include sort of the scale score averages by grade level, and so we are able to calculate like the DFS for our, Latino students versus statewide Latino students and so on. So that is absolutely possible. We do have that just so we're not, so this deck wasn't 100 slides long, we did not include that here. But
We
yes,
appreciate
have that
you not
available.
making it 100 slides long. Thank you. I will look out for that. And then on the subject of our multilingual learners, appreciate Board Member Griego's questions to clarify which reclassified students were included in that slide. I would, to go to the other end of the spectrum, I would actually love to see our data on our ever English learners because we know by definition, being part of the English learner student group, there is a criteria that includes not yet being proficient in English language arts. And so there's this catch-22, you attain proficiency and then you exit the subgroup. And so it causes some challenges in being able to monitor that continual progress over time. So I would love to see more, in addition to seeing the standalone English learner subgroup, I would love to see how our students perform once they've reclassified and that overall picture of how our multilingual learner students are doing.
Noted, okay.
All right, great. So I'll take that as a yes.
Yes,
You will work on that
is
as
a
well.
yes.
Thank you.
And then just to clarify, that is what we're showing here. On this slide and the next slide, these are English learners as well as reclassified English learners. In other words, ever ELs are the group that
Is
on
it
this
just
slide.
the students like who have reclassified like per federal law, like we can include certain reclassified English learners? Is it only those, or is it the full population of reclassified
Full
students?
population. I mean, whether not just a recently reclassified student, but the way that the state defines it for the reporting that we're using for today's presentation is, were you ever in the course of your K-12 education career and classified as an English learner, you are considered a part of that ever EL group.
Okay. Helpful clarification, thank you. One other piece that I don't think we've discussed too much, but which has happened in this time period is our full universal TK implementation. And I just want to highlight that having access to high quality early education absolutely sets our students up for academic success in future years. I don't know if there are ways to tease out what impacts that has had, the expansion of universal TK within LAUSD, and how that translates to greater achievement in reading and math, greater school attendance, et cetera. But I think that's an important piece to untangle as well, because that's a critical foundation for our students. Not sure if you have data or information on that connection.
Well, I know that it'll be a year or two before we can really look at the benefit of that in terms of Smarter Balance, since the testing begins in 3rd grade. But we do now have iReady data for our earliest learners, and so there is a possibility to look at iReady results for our earliest learners, broken out by those who were part of TK, those who were part of TK and early ed, those who were part of neither, those who were part of both, or one or the other, and so on. So that is possible for some of those non-state assessments that we can do, and it's part of some of the tracking we can do. But as far as Smarter Balance, we're still a year or two away from that.
Yeah, I think those iReady analyses would be really helpful, just to be able to elucidate what we know already conversationally is an impact that happens in our early learning programs.
And Board Member Gomez, this is Carla. There is some initial analysis that we've been doing to just see those students who've been participating in our TK program. And what we've seen actually are the students who participated in early childhood programs, as well as our EECs, as well as our TK program. We are seeing that they are coming in with those kinder-ready literacy and math skills at a stronger rate than some other student groups. So we are looking at that, but to his point, still a little time. We want to create a little longer on-ramping, but we are monitoring that as well.
That's great to hear. And to our families, we have spaces in our early education centers. Please come and enroll your children. They are free and they provide excellent programs for our students. And then just one last piece, I wanted to touch on family engagement. I think that a lot of the supports that are highlighted here are really growing staff capacity and providing more supports as well as intervention opportunities for students. What is the role of engaging with our families and accelerating learning for our students?
That's an area of focus this year, just to deepen our family engagement, just working with Mr. Plasencia, but also with the regions, who also play a very critical role in the success of our students. Just engaging our community reps and understanding and the strategy, and working closely with the coordinator and having parent workshops and parent meetings at the school site so that they're familiar with the strategies that we're using, for example, in the science of reading, and also, for example, our graduation playbook. We have materials that are translated in multiple languages, for example, for graduation and for A through G requirements. And so we're going to deepen that homeschool connection through our curriculum and just looking to see whatever the students are learning during the day, how that then carries on after school. We are making those connections with the after-school programs at the school sites and beyond the bell. So whatever is being taught during the day, we should be able to provide some enrichment after school, but then also deepening that at the home, and that's an area for us that we're going to be deepening.
Great. I look forward to learning more about that and also how can we leverage technology and our ongoing communications with families as ways to provide information and empowerment as well. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you to all of our 70,000 staff at school sites who are making this happen every day. And thank you, Superintendent, for your leadership as well.
So are we ready for our part 2, mental health, or not yet? Want to skip it? Okay. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Charlotte. I'm sorry.
Too, want to say thank you, appreciate the presentation, because obviously we are grateful to see us being spotlighted as doing great things statewide. And so it does bring us joy to be able to know that the hard work is paid off. And as mentioned, the list of folks that contributed to this, we cannot say thank you enough, and obviously to your leadership to continue to inspire the work that's being done. So I wanted to put that in the forefront. And as this presentation, and I know we didn't need 50, slides, but also as we talk about what do we contribute this growth to, and I think it was mentioned, also making sure that we do highlight that, it's the whole child. Obviously, we talk about the literacy, numeracy, science, but then also to include what is it that we're doing in our communities? What is it that we're doing to make sure that these results happen, so that it does give us a whole glimpse of what's happening. I know we're looking at the data, obviously, but that also is inclusive of what we're doing and not limited to. So wanted to, and I'm be really brief because a lot of the questions were already asked, and I just wanted to highlight that, as we talk about teacher efficacy, I wanted to just hear, as far as at the elementary level, we mentioned about the minutes and then the number of time spent teaching math. I wanted to highlight that only because I know in the field we're talking to educators at the elementary school level, and we often hear, I'm not the math person. I'm not the math person. And so with professional development, what are we doing to target that population of educators that say, I am not the math person?
Thank you for that question. So we've been doing a lot of professional development on shifting the math mindset and growth mindset of teachers so that they then instill that math mindset for students. And so in classrooms, you should be able to see growth mindset statements around the classroom, and also some growth mindset strategies before we get into the math lesson, and really want to promote that it's okay as students are creating their math pathways and solutions during a math lesson and going through the productive struggle, justifying their responses to one another, that it's okay that not to be correct, that we want to critique each other's work, and that there's multiple ways to solve a problem. And so that is part of the professional development. And so that is what we're doing at this time to ensure that our students, that our teachers feel like they are mathematicians. It is something that is a stigma. It's not something that's unique to LA Unified. It's something that is at the national level. LA Unified is part of a community of practice called the National Math Improvement Project with other large urban districts, and we're all tackling the same issue. We're all mathematicians. This board is, every single board member here is a mathematician. We all need to see ourselves as mathematicians so that we're able to build that culture throughout the district. And it's something that's been happening for the past few years. And so it's part of an induction as well. So part of we have a MyPLN module that the first two modules are about that, the math mindset and building mathematicians in our classroom. And so we do that piece. In terms of math minutes, it's about 45 to 60 minutes a day that we're asking our teachers to engage in math lessons.
Got it, thank you. And then appreciate about the STEAM labs. I will definitely ask those questions when I go to those school sites to add on. And then we talked about the cohort analysis. When we do receive that information, just so that we can be more educated on what's happening in those school sites, so we know, as mentioned, we have to obviously vote on things. So wanting to know what would that look like and what is the time frame to get that information?
Understood. So this is again about like the doing our own replication of the opportunity makers methodology with some level of cohort analysis broken out by school to you all soon. I don't want to. I can't give it as exact ETA. We're replicating a report that used old data on a national sample. So we're doing our best approximation in-house using just our own data. And so that's, the math is still happening, and then the making meaning of that math result is the next step. So we'll get on that and then provide that for you.
Got it. And a lot was already said, distance from standard, that information. Some of the good practices, obviously, we can learn from that analysis, teacher efficacy, and then the cultural relevant. I know mentioned in some of the adoption of the curriculum, is there some different curriculum that we're using culturally relevant in those schools, as mentioned in the BSAP schools and our community schools, that are different from the two that we are currently using now?
With
And when we respect to mathematics.
With respect to math, these are the main programs that we're using. It's Eureka, it's Illustrative Math, and a few of them in college preparatory math called CPM. Those are the math lessons. The math lessons do incorporate culturally relevant and sustaining pedagogy. And we also provide professional development to teachers to understand when to incorporate additional CLRP. We encourage our teachers to incorporate CLRP in their lessons to meet the needs of the students in front of them. And so that is also part of it. The unit openers that are in the lesson and the videos incorporate diverse students and diverse settings so that the problems that students are solving, word problems, for example, or they're relevant to the students and their lived experiences so that they're able to engage in a more meaningful way.
That was it. Thanks.
Mr. Melvoin.
Thank you all, and appreciate the comprehensive presentation and, of course, the promising results with all the caveats that were mentioned by the superintendent and you all and my colleagues and the work to do. And so just also in the interest of time, just a few quick questions. I guess one, Bill, for you on data. In addition to the cohort data, which Ms. Ortiz-Franklin and others has asked about, I'm also curious, and I know Ms. Griego left the room, but her comments about special ed made me think it would be helpful to have the disaggregated data by disability type. I think putting it in just the disabilities, it kind of masks a lot of those differences. And so if that's something that we could request for the board and the public, that kind of same historical growth and just current historical achievement, I should say, and achievement now by disability type. So is that something we could have?
Yes, we can work on that.
Great. And then the other thing too, which was alluded to, I believe, is school type, priority school, BSAP school, community school, affiliated charter, independent charter, magnet. That's just helpful as we're having conversations with SEPO and kind of mapping attendance and a declining enrollment environment and all that.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. And then Dr. Baez, for tutoring, and I know it's mentioned as one of our strategies both in this presentation and in our public statements to the press, can you help us understand how are we using this data to identify students in need of tutoring and then seeing if it's working? So, and then the more specific, the better in terms of like, okay, so there is a student at X elementary school who are now using this data. How are we identifying tutoring, making sure they're receiving it, and then tracking that outcome?
Sure. So we are using Smarter Balanced assessment results for the students who've taken this. But for example, in kinder through second grade, we're using the beginning of the year data. In May, when our schools met with all of the providers and decided on which provider was best for their school, at that time they were also looking at data to see the number of students that were going to need tutoring, to understand that this was the capacity that was going to be needed by the provider. So if we have, say, 60 students that need support in language arts and 60 students that need support in math, we looked at the data at the end of the year to project for the fall, and we also used beginning of the year data. We also use Smarter Balance assessment data. So there, we were triangulating the data to see what is the information that schools have to group students, and then we would assign those students to the tutoring provider. And so we use more than just the Smarter Balance assessment to determine which students need to receive tutoring in those different areas, in language arts and in math. And then we progress monitor, because the goal is to exit them out of that tutoring. And so we look at progress monitoring data, both the progress monitoring that the provider administers and also progress monitoring and their performance in iReady. And at that point, we exit them out to begin a different cohort of students. So we're always progress monitoring. What we have seen is that with the students who have participated in tutoring, we've seen an improvement, a greater improvement than the comparison group. Than those that do not participate in tutoring, we're able to see greater improvement when they participate in tutoring.
And then in terms of that outcome data, are we collecting at the school site level, or how is that then being shared?
That is at the school site level, and it's also at the central level, and we meet with the providers regularly to monitor that data to ensure that students are making those improvements. We share the information, of course, with the teacher, and the teacher has that information. And that's how we're able to determine the effectiveness of the tutoring that's taking place. So we all see the data together. There's currently research underway to look at how tutoring has been implemented in our system these past few years. We have an outcomes data report that we recently created and shared with this board that demonstrates that tutoring is really making a difference for all of our students.
And that just triggered one quick question for you. I know there's some program evaluation that we had discussed, and what's the update on that?
That's currently underway, and I'll have Dr. Johnson speak more to that.
There is, as Dr. Baez mentioned, during a previous board meeting, we did present a preliminary sort of analysis of student outcomes based on participation in tutoring programs last year. So that was sort of seen as kind of step one of the analysis of tutoring. Step two that is happening right now is through our internal office, the Strategic Data and Evaluation Branch. Our staff is doing a deeper, more nuanced analysis of the tutoring outcomes using a more robust method of an apples-to-apples comparison with a matched comparison group of students who did not participate in tutoring. And then the third step is to bring in external experts, national experts on tutoring research, and that process is in process, and with the university IR institutional review board that is sort of the gatekeeper for university folks to initiate a research process. So we're a little bit at the mercy of university lawyers to get that external piece happening, but it is in process. And meanwhile, we're moving forward with our own internal analysis with our researchers doing that matched comparison of tutoring analysis, which we'll have done probably, we're looking at spring 2026 for that report to be available.
Okay, my last question either for Dr. Byers or maybe for the superintendent is just do we have data yet on the alignment between these results and iReady as our progress monitoring tool, and are we calibrating that data?
I'll start. So we've done a preliminary first pass, and one thing that we're looking at when we look at an alignment between iReady and Smarter Balance, iReady tells us a couple things. Obviously, we can look at the scores on iReady and see how they correlate with scores on Smarter Balance. But another thing that iReady tells us is that iReady provides a projection on what it thinks, based on your iReady performance, how it thinks you will do on Smarter Balance come spring. And we've done that analysis, that piece already, which shows a great deal of correspondence within one performance band for about 95% of our students were accurately predicted with plus or minus one performance band on how they would actually do on Smarter Balance. So it's very strong. Again, a strong kind of validity, if you will, of the iReady program and its alignment with our summative system. And so there's some other subsequent analysis that we're in the process of, but I can just tell you that first kind of crosstab of the two of predicted versus actual, the correspondence is very, very high this year, as it was last year.
And I would dare say that, that is a powerful recognition because it provides you an insight into the future. But the true power of Curriculum Associates platform is actually the ability to, in real time, recalibrate and pivot based on emerging data. For example, we just concluded data dialogues with the priority schools, based on beginning of year assessment. That allows us to see by school, down to a classroom, down to a student, exactly where they are. Are they performing at expectation, or are they 1, 2, or more than 2 grades below grade level performance, allowing us to disaggregate the attention resource in a very, very specific and deliberate way. So it is cool for those of us who love data to be able to early on anticipate and have eyes into the future on the basis of the predictability and alignment between iReady data and Smarter Balance. But the real benefit of this tool is to really empower teachers and principals and support staff with the tools they need to, in real time, address the gaps that we detect across all bands of student performance.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Superintendent and Dr. Baez.
Anyone else? Clarify, go ahead.
Can you clarify, you mentioned CPM. When did we adopt that with the district?
That was probably about 10 years ago. That was one of the original math adoptions in this district. So you heard me say illustrative math and Eureka, those were actually adopted outside of an adoption cycle, because at the time, the materials that we were using were not as highly rated on ed reports, so we brought in these new materials. CPM, we have about 2 or 3 middle schools that are using that at this time.
Okay, just wanted to know the time frame, because I know you mentioned a
new
math
adoption.
adoption, and just being able to look at more recent, obviously, studies. And we would have that information as well.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. McLean.
Okay, we're now going to re-engage the items that were placed in the consent calendar that we had broken into 2 parts. We are on tab 18. That is approval of the renewal petition for Central City Value. We have 15 public speakers. The item is on consent. What had happened in the prior consent items is folks had decided to waive their time since the item was placed on consent, presumably for approval.
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Central City. We're waiving.
Okay, so I'm just going to read through the names, make sure we didn't miss anybody, and then we will move on after that. So if Laureen Riley, waiving, okay. Astrid Ramirez Orozco, waiving. Jessica Cantos, waiving. Angelica Sacor, waiving. Joaquin Arroyo, waiving. Gloria Morales, waiving. Janelle Sagredo, waiving. Miguel Flores, waiving. David Doyle, waiving. Barbette Lomanok, waiving. Sandra Siguenza, waiving. Ana Chavez, Edith Hernandez, Nora Zelaya, okay, and Teresa Sebastian. Okay, so we will go on to tab 20 for public comment. Tab 20, approval of the renewal petition for KIPP Academy of Opportunity. I'll read out the names, and if folks wish to share, they can share. If they wish to waive, they can waive, knowing that this item is moving on to is already on the consent calendar. Alejandro Macias. I'm sorry. Okay, I have him on 20, so I'll just say decline. Okay. Lebois Gladden. Is that a waiving? Okay. Leslie Arden. Waiving. Okay. Craig Mitchell. Waiving. Thank you, sir. I see you. Leslie Arden. On there twice for some reason. My apologies. Prisma Alvarez. Waiving. Thank you. Christopher Copeland. Waiving. Thank you, sir. John Coleman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Carvalho and board members. I would like to thank you guys for your consensus recommendation for renewal and just reaffirm our commitment to following through on our improvement plan this upcoming year and beyond. And I will further waive any other comments by our team members at this point.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Elvia Hernandez, wave. Okay. Darletta Mitchell-Sherman, wave. Julian Roberts, thank you, waved. Gabriela Flores Romero, waved, thank you. Kathy White, waved, thank you, I see you. Flor de Maria Espinosa, probably a wave. Thank you, appreciate it. Lideni Mendez Cruz, wave, thank you. Okay, so that concludes tab 20. We're going to move on to tab 22. I know I was told earlier that these folks waive, but I just, out of an abundance of caution, am going to make sure that that remains the case. So this is for approval of the renewal petition for Oscar de la Hoya Animo Charter High. Aileen Mendez, thank you. Daniel Corza, thank you. Joseph Dominguez, thank you. Daisy Meza, thank you. Oh, there you are, I see you, hi. Vanessa Dominguez, thank you. Lourdes Gomez, Adrian Martinez, Liliana Calleja, Maria Navarrete, Donna Flores, Cristina de Jesus, Saira Sanchez, Janeth Johnson, Maria Castillo, and David Tokovsky. I think I saw you out there, sir. Mr. David Tokovsky. Okay. Perhaps. Okay, so moving on to tab 23. This is approval of the renewal petition for Para los Niños Middle. I'll call on the names of the folks who are listed as being here in person. Oh, there he is. Come on up. You have tab 22, sir. This is approval for petition of Oscar de la Hoya Animo.
This is the first round with Oscar de la Hoya, or second round? Okay. I want to support the renewal, and I want to applaud the board for a very thorough discussion, both on science data, RFEP data, all of the celebration, as well as the iReady effect on its improvement in terms of test data. It may not necessarily contribute to critical thinking and the kind of, but that was brought up by board members as well. And the most important line, of course, was the superintendent. He said, there's a lot of work to do. We're nowhere near where we should be. And I know there's stay positive messages and all of that stuff, but I'm the kind of person who says, let's motivate the organization to move faster and further than it has. And I think that's the message the superintendent was giving us. It is not necessarily the discussion that we were having, because one, we didn't discuss once at all the 4 goals you set in the contract. Now, again, those may not be the best goals, but you did sign an agreement, a public document to that extent, so at some point you should address that. When it comes to the glass half full or the glass half empty, you need to take a look at schools where there are 75% of the kids, Latino kids, who are performing at the 25th or lower level. Schools like Bud Long, Martin Luther King, Marguerite Poindexter, John Mack, John Leite, Harrison, 10th Street, I mentioned 9th Street, Hart, Canoga Park. These are schools where 75% Latino are at the 25% level. And many of them are priority schools. There was no overt data on the priority schools. Getting all those extra resources, and maybe like Crenshaw moving, but many who are not moving in a significant way. Similarly, with African American schools that get all the heat money and et cetera, this is a question that Mr. Melvoin has raised. How do we disaggregate all of the inputs to look at the output? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. On to tab 23, approval of the renewal petition for Para los Niños. Let's see, I will call names, and if folks are here to speak, you have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Alberto Cruz, are you coming up to give us a little statement? Yeah, please. Please.
Thank you. Superintendent Carvalho, board members, Drew Ferretti, President and CEO of Para los Niños, just thank you for the recommendation and the move towards approval.
Okay,
And
great.
I'm waiving, and on behalf of everybody else, waiving. our
Okay,
time.
great. I'll read through the names, and we'll make sure they're waived, because there's a couple of people on here that I want to make sure don't get elided. Alberto Cruz. All right. Andres Sanchez. Waived. Okay. Samantha Cervantes. Tamara Menendez. Katie Clark. Ariana Moreno. Isabel Cueva. Zayan Rangel. Stanley Anchan. Justine Gonzalez. Yelitza Aguila. Catherine Nelson. Tam Menendez. And Keith Delaquila. Wave. Okay, and then I have Mr. David Tokovsky here.
Waves, I feel like surfing. Didn't finish my, first of all, I support this renewal. As you know, it's in the same building as 9th Street. And somebody ought to assess whether or not, in this climate where there may not be encouragement to the superintendent to look at creativity, but if you have a school that is scoring well and being renewed for 5 years in the same building that a school, 9th Street, is doing so poorly, that maybe there's a way to move that school to a, if the demographics support it, to a K-8 or a TK-8. The budget. There is significant growth in the budget in the state of California. I know your eyes are on the cuts from Washington, D.C., which did not turn out to be cuts because 10 Republican senators sent a letter to the president and said, we will lose the midterm elections if you cut education. And so that is only 7% of our revenue. 93% of the money comes from Sacramento. Gavin Newsom has held back $2 billion that CTA is working and others working to release, hopefully in January. That's $200 million for this district. The tax revenues in the boom of the last 8 months of the economy and the AI stocks, the Office of the Ledge Analyst is predicting $10 billion for 25-26. That's this school year. That's $4 billion for education under Prop 98. That's $400 million on top of the $200 million. And the Ledge Analyst, when it comes out November 15th before your fiscal stabilization gets revised, is saying there's $10 billion more for 26-27. Now, I may be wrong. I may not have, I sent the document to many of you, but $10 billion means $4 billion for Prop 98, which is about $400 million. So 200, 400, 400, that's $1 billion to LA Unified for 24, 25, and 26. That's a lot of revenue, and you need a discussion at Committee of the Wholes on that kind of revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Moving on to tab 24, approval of the renewal petition for Renaissance Arts Academy. We have public speakers signed up. I will read the names, and if they would like to speak, please come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. If you'd like to waive your time, please let me know. This is for a petition for Renaissance Arts Academy, which is on the consent calendar. Gerald Nikado, Nick Dow, it's spelled strangely, not here. Scarlett Miller, Javier Gonzalez, Ruby Miller, George Malik, Alberto Hernandez, Win Win, Mario Garcia, Marco Rivera, Kristen Farley, Sarah Sanchez, Justine Gonzalez, Max Payne, Ryan Alcide, and Amanda Moore. Okay, so that concludes public comment for consent item 24. We'll move on to consent item 26, approval of the renewal petition for Vaughan Next Century Learning Center. I will go ahead and read through the names. If you're here, come on down and speak. If you'd like to wave, let me know. If I hear silence in the audience, I will assume that is a declination. Okay, so tab 26. Sadie Edmond. Fidel Ramirez. Yvette Garcia. Luis Carbajo. Anna Martinez. Heather Yoshioka. Ms. Castro. Hazel Tercero. Yolanda Griffin. Wave, thank you. Jonathan Chan. All right. Claudia Flores. All right. Justine Gonzalez. Gabriel Yellow. Grisela Ortiz. And Cesar Perez. Okay, that concludes comment for tab 26. We move on to tab 30, that is Board President Schmerlson's resolution that is on consent. We have some public speakers, and again, did you plan on making comments? Yes. Okay, so the chair goes back over to Dr. Rivas while Board President Schmerlson makes some comments.
Very well, now this brings us to item 30. May I have a motion to move?
I'll move it.
And I'll second. So yes, Mr. Schmerlson, if you want to present your resolution, go right ahead.
So, fellow board members, it's my pleasure to introduce this resolution that commemorates October 2025 as National Principals Month. Principals and assistant principals do far more than administrative work. Yes, they are responsible for ensuring their staff have the resources that they need to work, responding to parenting inquiries, and ensuring that all benefit from a positive school culture. Additionally, they are also leaders in their respective communities. They make our schools the central point in the neighborhoods where they are located. Principals know that a school cannot be a silo. Instead, they bring together diverse members of the community, knowing that partnerships are crucial for success. Of course, I'd like to mention the strong partnerships we have with our labor partners at the Association of Administrators of Los Angeles, AALA, and the Association of California School Administrators, Region 16, ACSA. We are seeing success in our academy, in our academics, and our principals have a critical role in solidifying that success. For this reason, and for many more, I introduce this resolution and call upon your support to recognize the dedication of all of our principals and assistant principals. And now I would like to open up for comments from my fellow board members, if you'd like to say a few words in support of this resolution. Okay.
Well, thank you, Board President Schmerlson, for bringing this resolution forward. I would love to co-sponsor, so please add me.
Thank you.
And just a few words concerning our principals. You know, today this resolution rises to honor the backbone of our schools, the soul of our schools, our principals. This resolution proclaiming October 2025 as National Principals Month is more than a recognition. It is a deep expression of gratitude for those who carry the weight, the complexity, and the hope of our educational mission every single day. Principals, as you all know, are the first to arrive and the last to leave. They are the calm in the moments of crisis, the advocates when a student is struggling, and the mentors who keep teachers inspired. They lead not just with strategy, but with corazón, with heart. Every campus has its own rhythm, its own community, its own set of challenges, and our principals stand at the center of it all, bringing everyone together. They are the instructional leaders, the counselors, the community builders, and problem solvers, the accountants, the budget managers, They hold the dreams of our students and families in their hands and transform those dreams into opportunity. They do it all. When emergencies strike, they are there. When families need comfort or guidance, they are there. And when students achieve what once seemed impossible, they are there. Celebrating quietly, proudly, and because that is what leadership looks like. And that is the type of leadership we need right now, more so than ever. This resolution reminds us that leadership is not about position, it's about purpose. And that is something I've always said. This is about purpose. And our principals embody that purpose every day in every classroom and in every corner of this district. We also recognize the organization that stand besides them, the Association of California School Administrators, Region 16, and the Associate Administrators of Los Angeles Teamsters, Local 2010. Partners in advocacy and growth who fight to ensure that those who lead our schools are supported, respected, and valued. As we celebrate National Principals Month, let's remember that our schools do not thrive by chance. They thrive because of leadership, because of compassion, because of people who believe that every child deserves a safe, welcoming, and excellent education, and who make that belief real day after day. So today and every day we say, muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much to our principals for their courage, their service, and their unwavering dedication. They are the backbone of our district and the champions of our students. They make change in our city, and they leave a legacy behind every single time a student culminates or graduates. Let us pass this resolution with pride, gratitude, and deep respect for those who make Los Angeles Unified not just a system of schools, but a community of hope and love. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Other comments? Any other board members?
Would just love to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank
You
you
got
for
it.
always bringing us, Mr. Schmerl.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd love to also be added as a co-sponsor.
With pleasure.
And I will just echo everything that everyone has shared in that I am working in partnership with the principals in my district to work on how can we as a system ensure that they can continue to focus on instructional leadership and relationships with staff, students, and families as the primary part of their job. There is a lot of work on the plates of our principals, and we need to make sure that we're taking care of them so that they can take care of our school communities.
So true. Thank you so much.
Yes, I would like to also be a co-sponsor. I worked with, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 principals in my career. I started with Sheridan Lathy, who's our school, John Lathy is named after her husband, and I ended with Nurnisa Kurban at McAllister High School. And yes, I want to echo that as we honor and we celebrate our principals, we do think about with a clear vision of the work that they do. Everything begins and ends with a principal. I am amazed at how much is put on them at the school site. And so as we are honoring them, I want us to also work hard to make their working conditions appropriate and dignified as they deserve, because they certainly do a lot to keep our students safe, to support our staff, to build partnerships, to bring more resources to the schools, and to open the doors to families and community members so that the community is supported at the school site. So honoring the principals, I'm grateful for their work, and especially when they are collaborative and they work with their staff, all of their staff, and labor partners at their school site. So thank you.
Thank you. Very kind words. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Melvoin?
Well, I think I already added myself. I think there's unanimity on co-sponsorship, but I just want to echo the words of my colleagues, it is, principals, I think for most board members are the main point of contact with the school, obviously parents and teachers and plant managers, but principals are our go-to, and I think what they're doing and the emails I get from them at all hours of the evening, and the emails I'm CC'd or BCC'd on where they're responding to constituents of theirs in such kind, compassionate ways, and yet, as Ms. Griego and others were saying, just the adding to their plate without subtracting it. I know that I think in the regions I work with, we had a few principals self-demote last year just as a result of the workload and maybe wanted to spend more time either on instruction or in the classroom. I hear from principals all the time, I want to spend more time as the instructional leader of my school, and I know that the district's doing a lot of work trying to create opportunities for that in partnership and tours of practice, but the more that we can think about ways we can remove things from their plate, that is one of the reasons I brought resolutions around digitization and automation and stuff just to make this easier for them, but just want to acknowledge all their work and appreciate the efforts that are being undertaken to let them really focus on why they're in that role, which is supporting their students and the instructional program at the school and not all the other paperwork that they are usually forced to deal with. So huge kudos to them. Thank you, Mr. Schmelson, for bringing this resolution, and I'll turn it over to Board Member Yang.
First of all, I wanted to thank Board President Schmerlson for bringing this resolution in front of us. As a lifelong LAUSD student, I'm grateful for the leadership at every school that I've attended. I actually recently reunited with my elementary school principal, Miss Melvin, who now works in the Office of Transitional Programs, and I still remember the way she led the school and was able to very effectively create an environment of fun and learning. So that just goes to show, how impactful principals truly are in the educational journey. And the work of a principal often goes unnoticed to students. They work tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that the student experience is the best it can be. And the work of a principal is one of teaching, working, learning, and counseling students all in one while knowing how to have fun. I also want to give a massive shout out to my high school principal, Mr. Rosales, for all his leadership and guidance. Student leadership is so strong at North Hollywood High School because of him, and the teachers there taught me all the leadership, public speaking, and analytical skills that I have today. I know there are many, many other students out there who have been equally, if not more positively impacted by their principals, and I can speak for all of the students when I say that we are so, so grateful for our principals and for their underappreciated work. Thank you. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you so much. Ms. Litt.
Yes, and President Schmerlson, I want to say thank you, as always, highlighting and uplifting our leaders at our campus and bringing this forth, as mentioned. And being able to work at a school site, I want to highlight our secondary and our high school principals ultimately because they do wear various hats. And when you're at a high school where you have all these responsibilities that go way beyond the hour, we want to say thank you and that to your recognition, and not to exclude our elementary because we know that the workload has changed, and I've been asking over some time just to even see what that looks like over the years because we know it's changed, and being able to have worked with over a dozen and probably, 20 or something assistant principals, but it is such an honor to be able to honor you on this month and that this is being brought forward because it all begins and ends with our principals and their leadership. And you are more titles and wear more hats than any other person and any other responsibility in our school system. And so I appreciate this opportunity to be able to recognize those and also want to be a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Shirlette. And Shirlette, you mentioned something that really resonated with me because you're a high school person. And all of those assistant principals who are at all those games along with the principal and all those award nights and all those other things, it's amazing. And before I go to public comment, ACSA, the Association of California School Administrators, did a blind survey to people in the state of California. And even in elementary school, the question was, who is the most important person, in your opinion, at your school? Well, I would have bet money that in elementary school, they would say it's my teacher because, parents are so dependent on their elementary school teacher. But the answer was no. It was their principal. That was the number one. I was very, very surprised, and I'm very happy also. So thank you so much. And Mr. McLean will go on to public comment.
Okay, we have 9 folks signed up for public comment. This is for tab 30 to remind folks about designating October 2025 as National Principals Month. Jennifer Gonzalez, are you here to speak about National Principals Month? No? Thomas Pereira? Angel Rosas, Angel Rosas, Lucia Nunez, Perla Altamirano. Let's see, Tessin Jameson, you're signed up to speak remotely, but I do not have you signed in. Diego Barrera, Luisiana Hernandez, and Brian Chacon. Okay, these folks are not here. We have 3 minutes to work through a couple more consent items before time certain that we have already run behind on by a little bit, but I have some tacit approval. All right, so that was tab 30. We're going to move on to tab 36, appointment of member to the School Construction Bond Oversight Committee. There's no public comment on that. Tab 37, report of correspondence. There's no public comment on that. And moving to tab 38, minutes for board approval. We have, I think, Robert Raji or Robert Rogg.
Oh, I'll put it on his.
For tab 38, minutes for board approval. Okay, not here. And Melania White is listed as speaking remotely, but that person is not signed in. So that concludes, it looks like, consent calendar 2. Let me review my records, make sure they're on track. Okay, so that is true. So now it's appropriate for the vote on consent 2. And I'm just going to read off the items that are going to be voted on in the second consent calendar. Tabs 18, 20, 22, 23, 24, 26, 30, 36, 37, and 38. Okay, hope that comports with everybody's records. And I will take the vote on consent 2. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang?
Yes.
Okay, that concludes all the consent items. We'll- Yes, yeah, I'm just. Okay, and Ms. Gomez, let's lodge your vote for tab 21.
Yes.
Please, thank you. There's a yes for Ms. Gomez on tab 21. Thank you, Ms. Gomez. All right, now we're going to move on to the time certain for Ms. Tanya Ortiz-Franklin, and we're going to queue up the video for that. And here it comes.
Thank you. I want to move our item, Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and we will introduce with a short video. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and this year I've been inspired by fellow survivors to write a resolution that brings education and empowerment to our students, staff, and families. Around the boardroom today and in images on this video, you'll see our students from Fremont High School participating in the Clothesline Project, a visual display of personalized t-shirts that honors survivors, breaks the silence of domestic violence, and stands up for healthy relationships. In California, nearly half of all women and over 30% of men experience intimate partner violence, including physical, sexual, emotional, financial, and digital abuse. And in a district as large as ours, this means tens of thousands of employees and hundreds of thousands of students and families being impacted by something we're often too afraid or ashamed to talk about, or too confused or controlled to acknowledge. But not anymore. Today and from now on, we are with survivors, always.
October is annually recognized as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And however efforts have been made to end generational silence, 80% of our parents still believe that teen dating violence is not an issue. However, teens who experience dating abuse are at risk for long-term consequences, including addiction, eating disorder, teen pregnancy, sexually transmitted infections, violent behavior, and thoughts of suicide, including half of our young people who experience rape, physical, or sexual abuse attempting suicide. That's why today, Los Angeles Unified brings this resolution to build capacity of communities of schools to intervene, to interrupt, and to transform our systems of culture through educational programs, healing, and practicing transformative justice as keys to addressing domestic and dating violence. And so today, we stand with survivors always.
October is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, in which we take time to honor survivors, raise awareness, and recommit ourselves to ending all forms of violence in our homes, relationships, and communities. In Los Angeles Unified, we know that when students feel safe, physically, emotionally, and mentally, they can truly thrive and reach their full potential. 1 in 3 teens experiences dating violence, and too many children carry the burden of trauma caused by domestic violence. These harms affect people of all backgrounds and identities, and we recognize the disproportionate impact on our LGBTQIA+, immigrant, Black, Native, and Latina communities. As a co-sponsor of the With Survivors Always Domestic and Dating Violence Prevention and Awareness and Support Resolution, I want to affirm the importance of continued professional development for our counselors, psychiatric social workers, nurses, and psychologists, so they can better support students and families impacted by violence.
My mother came to this country as an immigrant with hopes and dreams, only to experience domestic violence at the hands of her husband, my father. Thankfully, she was able to escape with my sister and I, and we're doing much better now, but domestic violence is something that has impacted my family. It's personal to me, and I know it has impacted so many more people throughout the United States and the world across history. Something that I hope this resolution will accomplish is to make students and other individuals feel more welcome to get help and a helping hand, and to know that there are support systems in place for them, and to know that they do not have to live in fear and constant pain and struggle, and rather know that they have a path towards a life of joy and happiness.
One of the ways that domestic and dating violence can stop is with educating our LAUSD youth, families, educators, and school communities on what a healthy relationship is and how to identify abuse. That is why this dating and domestic violence resolution is so important, because educating our LAUSD community and offering valuable resources will help to end the cycle of abuse, not only for the victims, but can also help abusers realize what they're doing so that they can get the help they need to treat the cause or the trauma that they've experienced that made them behave in that way in the first place. Thank you so much for your support in this initiative and recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Together, we can make great change and make our school communities a safer place to be.
Thank you for your support of the LAUSD Domestic and Dating Violence Resolution. The recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month officially at LAUSD is not only a positive step forward in the direction of justice for individuals and families who have experienced relationship violence, but it is also an essential movement towards the prevention of domestic and dating violence for our future generations. Students, staff, and families deserve to have tools for prevention and protection at their fingertips, and I hope that with this resolution, these skills will be accessible for everyone. This resolution broadens the network of support and care, and I hope we can continue to craft resolutions like this that protect our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for supporting the Los Angeles Unified School District resolution declaring October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This initiative is critical for fostering safe environments for all students, staff, and families. I hope this awareness month will lead to a greater understanding of domestic violence signs, encouraging open conversations, and reducing stigma. Together, we can strengthen our support networks and create a community that prioritize healthy relationships and well-being for everyone. Thank you for your commitment to this important issue.
This moment is personal for me. I survived years of coercive control, manipulation, and silence. I watched systems fail me and my children. But today, the Los Angeles Unified School District said, with survivors, always. This resolution means that students, parents, and educators will finally be taught how to recognize the signs, to stop abuse before it destroys another family. Radical self-worth is what gave me the courage to speak out when it wasn't safe to do so. It's the spiritual armor that turns pain into policy and silence into systemic change. This is more than awareness, it's awakening, and we're just getting started.
Thank you. I want to thank the survivors in particular who came on the video with me, and my co-sponsors as well. So with that, I'm moving the item. I would invite a second.
Second.
Have some public comment speakers as well, Mr. McLean.
Sorry, I'm pulling them up right now. We'll do the in-person first, yes. Okay, I apologize for the delay. Okay, let's see, Lucia Panchi, Lucia P. Alicia Baltazar. Come on up, you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
So I want to start by thanking you guys for hearing this resolution. Like she said, my name is Alicia Baltazar and I reside in Wilmington. I was 13 years old when I met my abuser. We were in the 8th grade. He was also 13 years old. This is a subject that is really hard for me to get up here and talk about. Like many, like myself, this is a subject that none of us want to admit that we are victims to. None of us want to come up here and talk about this kind of thing. For myself, just thinking about being here today has given me a lot of anxiety, has kept me from sleeping right this week because I'm reliving a lot of the trauma and things that are happening. But it's even more important that people like me are here because it's so important that we speak up because for so long we were silenced. For so many years we abused each other and we really didn't know what we were doing was abuse. We really didn't know how much we were hurting each other and how much it would go on to hurt our children. A resolution like this doesn't just impact this generation, it'll impact generations for years and years and years to come. And to be honest, when this all started, there was nobody I could turn to say, this is happening, is this how it should look, is this how I should feel? There was nobody at school to talk to about this. And if I did open up to someone, it was because they were somebody who was in my same situation, other teenage girls who were going through the same thing. That makes it safe to talk about. But with this resolution, this allows people to open up, to talk about what's happening. Counselors to be trained when a kid like me comes to them and says, this is what's happening, they'll know how to help me. They'll know where to send me. And I won't have to spend so many years going through this abuse. I've shared with you guys so many times, and right now I just want to reach out to anybody in that audience that is currently in a domestic violent relationship. Please get help, because sometimes the person you hurt is not just yourself. This is also Infancy Loss Awareness Month, and I just want to remind people that sometimes it's not our life that we lose, but it's that of the child that who's trying to come through our body. So please, again, if you're in a domestic violent relationship, get help, and please pass this resolution so people have a place to go. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Eva Jackson.
Good afternoon, Superintendent and board members. My name is Eva Jackson. I am a parent leader. However, on today, I stand as a proud godmother and guardian of a 7th grader at Bethune Middle School. I have a question. What happens when you're called to serve a special needs child who also is dealing with grief? The grief of watching his mother take her last breath 7 days before he starts the first day of middle school. A child who experiences a display of domestic violence while placing his mother, my best friend, into the hearse at the funeral service. Well, now that I have your attention, I'm glad that you asked me. I prayed for a resolution like this, a resolution that would not only educate but motivate. We know that domestic violence is not always visible, but acknowledging that there is a problem is the first step to healing. We talk about joy and wellness all the time, but this is a prime example of that. You see me standing here today, but look at somebody and say, she doesn't look like what she's been through. I thank you in advance for approving this resolution. This is just the beginning to healing a generation of survivors of domestic violence. Thank you for your time and your attention towards this resolution. My name is Eva Jackson, and I was made for this.
Diana Grant, come on down. Diana Grant.
Good afternoon, esteemed board members. My name is Diana Grant, and I serve as the Senior Program Manager of Survivor Services for the Community Investment for Families Department with the City of Los Angeles. On behalf of our General Manager, we thank Board Member Tanya Ortiz Franklin for her leadership in introducing the resolution in honor of Domestic Violence Awareness Month with Survivors Always. We hope the LAUSD board will approve this resolution and affirm their commitment to violence prevention, harm reduction, whole child well-being, employee wellness, systems change, and restorative justice at schools and in the community. Our department has the privilege of overseeing the city's portfolio of programs that support survivors of domestic violence and human trafficking. We are truly grateful to work in partnership with LAUSD on collectively responding to the needs of survivors and especially strengthening targeted violence prevention that will positively impact children and youth and will work to reduce the 1 in 7 children nationally that experience abuse or neglect and the 1 in 12 youth that experience teen dating violence. Working with youth and children is key to ultimately ending domestic and intimate partner violence. We stand in solidarity with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Jamal Corner. Dr. Angela Parker.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Angela Parker, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Education for Genesee Center. I want to thank the board for taking the time to pass this resolution and censoring domestic violence as an issue in school. People tend to think of domestic violence as a siloed issue, as something that just happens in the home or personal family business. But I think as everyone here can agree, what happens in the home bleeds out into the community and particularly into our school communities. Violence is happening on our school campuses. Youth are being bullied and kids are being sexually, physically, digitally abused by partners that are sitting right next to them in their classrooms. And I think that one of the things that I always applaud teachers and educators for is really reaching out to students about this issue, but they cannot do this alone. So by opening up campuses and allowing organizations like Genesee Center to come in, it really allows schools to become safe spaces. So I hope this resolution will continue to make schools places that are violent-free zones where educators around domestic violence continues to not only be possible, but mandatory as reading, writing, and arithmetic. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Melinda Lewis, are you here? Come on up. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Melinda Rochelle Lewis. I work with Positive Results Center as the Director of Reproductive Justice and Maternal Care. Reproductive justice isn't just about reproduction. It's about the justice to be well and to be healthy throughout life. And to educate young people on violence, specifically domestic violence, it gives us the tools, the language to know what's right and wrong. Domestic violence isn't just physical abuse, and our children need to know that. They need to learn what spiritual abuse is, what digital abuse is, what financial abuse looks like. So thank you for passing this resolution so that our children will learn, so our children will be well, so our children will be healthy. Thank you.
Let's see, we have Thakur Singh online. Mr. Singh, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Thakur Singh.
Hi, good afternoon. Happy Tuesday. I am Thakur Singh. I'm a student at the Leadership in Public Service Virtual Academy. Forgive me if you hear any background noise. I'm at an airport in Maine, but I still find this resolution so incredibly important to talk about, despite being on the other side of the country. So as I mentioned in the video played earlier, my mother is a survivor of domestic violence. It's something personal to me, and I know it's impacted so many more people, unfortunately, throughout history. And I know that it even impacts so many students. So it is essential to address the issue, and I think the resolution does a great job at informing people about the issue, at lending a helping hand for victims of domestic violence. I think that's very important. So I'd like to indicate my support as a student and thank Tanya Ortiz, board member Tanya Ortiz-Franklin, for authoring this resolution. And I believe that it will make a positive impact, and it will educate people, and it will create more survivors, and hopefully continue toward the path of ending domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. We have Jeremiah Lipsy signed up to speak remotely, but I do not have you signed in. Jeremiah, are you? Jeremia, are you here? I have you signed up to speak remotely, but I do not have you signed in. Are you in the room, Jeremia? No. Okay, so that concludes public comment. We still need to do the waiver of Board Rule 72, so let's do that also before we enter board discussion. All right, moved, so the Rule 72 waiver moved by Board President Schmerelson, seconded by Mr. Melvoin. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas? Yes? Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and it's on the table for discussion.
Colleagues, Mr. Schmidt, oh, go ahead.
I usually go first, but thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I was very, very touched by the speakers, especially you, Ms. Baltazar, very, very touched. And also by you, Ms. Jackson, very, very touched. And this is one of the reasons that I'm always supporting our PSWs and our PSAs and our counselors, because it's very, very important that they be available at the schools to help. But you know who else is available at the schools? I say the same thing all the time, and I know some people are tired of me saying this all the time, but everybody at school is there to help the kids. It doesn't matter who you are. You could be working in the cafeteria, you could be the custodian, you could be the noon aide, you could be the campus aide. You can always talk to one of those people, always, and they will refer you to one of the counselors at the school. You may have a better relationship with a custodian than you do with your own teacher, who knows, but there's always people there to help you. So I just wanted to say that. And I want to remind people that our schools are safe havens, and it will continue to be a safe haven for all, especially for survivors of domestic violence. And what makes our schools so important is beyond the academic components. It's a place to receive support and resources for what's going on in our students and our staff's lives. Safety is a top priority, and we want survivors of domestic violence to come and seek help with confidence, knowing we are one school community and we stand with you. If you are currently experiencing domestic violence or are unsure if you are, please reach out to your school counselor. If you're a student or to a staff member, you should reach out to your supervisor. Your safety is our top priority. And please add me as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't want to follow the articulate commentary from our speakers, and again, I just want to thank you for your courage in being here and helping us pass this resolution. I appreciate my colleagues for bringing it. I would love to be added as a co-sponsor, and I would also like to just thank Ms. Ortiz-Franklin and Ms. Henny Newbell and Ms. Griego for the creativity that went into this as well. I think that, we think of domestic violence as domestic, as in things that are happening at home, as distinct from school, but as was so articulated through this resolution and through our speakers, our students are the children of survivors, they are survivors themselves, and we also have students who unfortunately are on a path to potentially become abusers. And I think the more that we can air this and talk about the impact and the resources for survivors and for all students, we also know that folks and students who are in homes where there's domestic violence are more likely to perpetrate it themselves. And so just the creativity is probably not the right word, but the inclusion and compassion to think about the world, as Mr. Schmelson was saying too, as we're all in the business of supporting our students, the way that schools can be and the school system can be a part of the solution here. So thank you, proud to be a co-sponsor and support this and efforts going forward.
Yes, I also want to thank Board Member Ortiz-Franklin and your co-sponsors for bringing this resolution forward. It's a powerful resolution. It's a resolution, as we've heard, is long, long overdue. And it sends a clear message that we stand with survivors always, and that educating our students, particularly our teenagers, is extremely important. It's not only important for the ones who are being abused, but also the abusers, because they don't realize that what they're doing is emulating, they're probably emulating something that they know at home, or they don't know that what they're doing is violence. It's just something that they're doing. I say this because time and time again, I hear, particularly of young girls, saying that their boyfriends are controlling them. So violence is about control. They're controlling who they can talk to, they control their social media, they control their every movement. And the girls are afraid of doing anything because they don't know who to talk to, they don't know who to go to. And I know these young men don't realize what they're doing as well. And so for them to also be educated and for them to be conscious of what they're doing and rectify themselves and change, and it's powerful for them as well. So domestic and dating violence impacts every part of a student's life, as was mentioned spiritually, cognitively, physically, in all sense of the word. So safety and learning cannot exist where fear lives. This resolution expands prevention through every school's safe modules, family academy sessions, and professional development that help staff recognize and respond to abuse with care and accountability. And I'm honored to join as a co-sponsor, if you would have me as a co-sponsor. This is a kind of systemic and compassionate action that builds schools rooted in safety, healing, and dignity for all. And to every survivor in our schools, young and also adults in our schools, in our workplaces, in our communities, you are seen, you are valued, and you are not alone. And I'm very grateful that this district will demonstrate that in our schools. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Ms. Gomez. Yes.
Thank you so much. Well, I want to appreciate Board Member Ortiz-Franklin, Board Member Newbill, and Board Member Griego for bringing this critical resolution forward and for your courage and conviction and lifting up these issues, as well as those of our speakers who so powerfully shared their experiences and why this resolution is so necessary for our children and our adults in our system. I really appreciate that this resolution takes a comprehensive approach, looking at the impacts of both our students, our families, and our employees. We know that our employees, too, are impacted by domestic and intimate partner violence, and it's essential that they also have access to resources and supports so that they don't have to suffer in silence. By deepening instruction on healthy relationships, we're interrupting the cycle of violence, and we're giving our students tools and empowerment to see more healthy relationships in the future. This is really so fundamental to creating a culture of true safety and support on our campuses and beyond, and I'm so grateful to you all for bringing this and for standing with survivors. I'd love to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
Jerry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the public comment speakers said it really accurately, and I want to first of all thank each and every one of them for sharing their experiences and insights. Domestic and dating violence are things that nobody should go through, and they raise concerns not just of physical health, but of mental and emotional well-being as well. As a student, it's not something that we talk about very often, but I've noticed that, media and students are starting to do a better job of highlighting toxic relationships and like red flags, so to speak. So I think continuing to acknowledge this problem, elevate it, and providing students with the safe spaces to open up is exactly what we need in order to address this issue. Schools are spaces where students are supposed to feel comfortable, safe, and nurtured, and this resolution builds the necessary community to ensure that. I would love to co-sponsor, and I also want to reiterate what Board President Schmerlson said. To the students out there who might be going through this kind of thing, there are numerous trusted adults on your school campuses who you can talk to for support.
Thank you, Jerry. Mr. Carvalho.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to echo the sentiments expressed by both community members and the board itself. I want to thank Board Member Tanya Ortiz Franklin for drafting this important resolution that, quite frankly, breaks through the silence and elevates one's suffering to the surface of humanity. Many in our community, many in our schools, teachers, support staff, students alike, have been victims of this type of abuse. No one should suffer in silence. No one should suffer, period. Healing begins with truth. Healing begins with awareness. But beyond truth and awareness, prevention through powerful education is the key. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, it looks like everyone has spoken either in person or on video, so I guess it's time for a vote.
Okay, taking the vote on tab 32, Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerlson.
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Unanimous.
We'd love to take a picture down below.
And following the photo and prior to probably about a 4 o'clock general public comment period, we're going to go to tab 13 and then tab 14. So the next item is approval of the renewal petition for Alliance Leichtman Levine, and then approval of the renewal petitions for Alliance Morgan McKenzie. Those tabs 13 and 14. I've received some direction. We're actually gonna take a few items very quickly because we'd like to get business done here. Tab 1, high school physical education exemption. There is one item for discussion and one person who has public comment. So Darletta Mitchell-Sherman, are you here? Darletta Mitchell-Sherman? Darletta, can you put your hand up if you're here? Darletta Mitchell-Sherman? Okay, not here. So, Ms. Newbill, I believe you had some questions about tab 1.
I have a statement to read about 8 before you get on.
Okay, so we're on tab 1, Ms. Newbill.
So I just had a question. I'm not sure who can answer this.
I'll confirm, Dr. Bias is here.
Okay. So the only question I had was regarding to the FitnessGram requirement. Does it just go away, or if they don't meet the requirement for the exemption, it's not granted? What's happening now because of FitnessGram, it's here but not here. So can you explain where we are with the FitnessGram?
The FitnessGram requires weight to take the weight of the students, and we're not able to do that, so we're not using the FitnessGram. Students would need to take physical education in grades 11th and 12th, but parents or caretakers can have the students exempt from that if they've taken it in 9th and 10th grade.
Got it. And so FitnessGram, now that we're not using it, is there something that we're looking to put in its stead in lieu of weight or BMI?
I'll have Brenda Pensamiento come up and respond to the specific question there.
Thank you for your question, board member. We're still waiting on the state of California to give us more information since it was their decision to remove that piece from that fitness grant.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's on the clarification.
Any further questions on tab 1? Okay, let's vote. May I have a move and a second for tab 1?
Move it.
Second.
All right, moved by Mr. Schmerlson, seconded by Ms. Gomez. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson.
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay. Now on to tab, so that concludes tab 1. Now on to tab 8, approval of routine personnel actions.
And I have a statement to read if I may.
That's correct. We are going out of order, so we went from 1 to the number 8, and then we will probably go to the number 13 after that.
We want to get to the audience waiting so patiently, so we're trying to get you as soon as we can. Okay, I have a statement for tab 8. So an important item today on today's agenda is routine personnel actions. And one of these routine, but actually not routine, items is Superintendent Carvalho's contract amendment and renewal. Because of that, I'd like to lay out some of the process before we hear the terms, take public comment, and vote. As you may recall, on September 17th, the board unanimously voted to reappoint Mr. Carvalho as superintendent after his current contract expires. The board action was for the reappointment of Mr. Carvalho to continue as our superintendent, but not for the approval of specific contract terms. Today, the board is voting on two things: an amendment to Mr. Carvalho's current contract and the specific terms of the renewal contract. And while his current contract does not expire until February 2026, we are taking action today because his current contract requires the board to provide 90 days' notice if this contract is not going to be renewed. Based on that timeline and accounting for potential ongoing deliberations, the board moved to bring continuity and to resolve by initially acting in September and approving the contract today. Significantly, under a contract renewal, the superintendent will continue to receive the same salary and benefits as his current contract and the original contract from 2022. Because Mr. Carvalho's current contract does not expire until February of 2026, we must amend his current existing contract to bridge the gap from October 2025 to February 2026. And this amendment is necessary to give the superintendent the same provisions as his new contract while he serves the remaining months of his current contract. Now, Mr. McLean, if you would, please provide the summary of the financial terms of both contracts.
Okay, just before I do that, can I have a move and a second to bring this to the table?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Gomez, seconded by Ms. Griego. I'm sorry, Franklin. I'm like, sorry. Someone to my left? I can't do that. I have to, okay. Make that change here. Okay. Presented to the board for approval as part of the routine agenda item is the new 2026 employment agreement for Superintendent Carvalho and the amendment of the current employment agreement for Superintendent Carvalho. Government Code Section 54953 requires the board, prior to taking final action, to provide an oral summary of a recommendation for final action on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive during the open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, we report the following summary of the new employment agreement starting on February 14th, 2026, and ending on February 13th, 2030, regarding compensation and fringe benefits. 1, annual base salary of $440,000 for the 4-year term of the contract. 2, vacation and illness pay as well as health benefits per district policy. 3, district vehicle, driver, and cell phone. 4, district credit card for district-related expenses per district policy and reimbursement for district-related expenses. 5, access to district tax-deferred 403B, 457B, and 125 plans, and district will contribute $50,000 annually to the 403B and 457B accounts selected by Mr. Carvalho or equivalent value. 6, pursuant to Government Code Section 53260, an amount equal to his monthly base salary multiplied by the number of months left on the unexpired term, not to exceed 12 months in the event the agreement is terminated prior to its expiration without cause. 7, life insurance with a policy benefit of $1.5 million. 8, salary and benefits for a period of 6 months if unable to perform his duties due to disability and individual disability insurance that provides the maximum income replacement for which he is eligible in the event of illness or accident rendering him unable to perform his duties. 9, payment of any salary owed to surviving spouse or relative in the event of death. As for the amended employment agreement, we report the following summary regarding compensation and fringe benefits. 1, in the event Mr. Carvalho is terminated for no cause before the expiration of his current contract, he will receive 12 months base salary. 2, all other compensation and fringe benefits remain the same. So before the board takes action, I will take speakers to this item. The speakers are listed under tab 8. In person, William Cuck. William C., are you here? Some of these folks may have been listed erroneously or listed themselves erroneously as wanting to speak when they meant for a charter item. Keith Delaquila. Julie Treletti. Margaret Wolke. Irlanda Gonzalez. And Teresa Thane. Okay, those folks aren't here. There's also 4 spots that also weren't taken for public comment. It's now appropriate for the board to discuss.
Go ahead, Ms. Griego.
Yes, so I'll be supporting this employment agreement, but I want to also elevate the concerns raised by community members in regards to the lack of community engagement. And so I want folks to know that I want us board members to work toward a process that is more transparent from the beginning, and that it's also inclusive of community voice. I think we heard it today from a couple of folks, and we heard it in the past. I think at the COW there were some concerns, and so I want us to work toward a process that is more transparent and more inclusive. I also want to acknowledge our labor partners who have raised concerns that we've agreed to the superintendent's contract without settling their contracts, and I just want them to know that I hear you, and I think we are working hard to make that happen for all of our labor partners as we value your contracts as much as we value the superintendent's. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Any other comments? Gomez?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo on the contracts piece. I know we're all looking forward to ensuring that there's stability for our entire workforce soon. And I think moving forward, we have great opportunities to create community engagement and transparency opportunities as we look at the expiration of our board goals. There, we will have to set a new set of board goals, and that is directly tied. We as a board, when we hired Superintendent Carvalho, were very intentional and clear that the board goals were an essential requirement of whomever we chose as a new leader. And we did intentional and extensive community engagement, even having like canvassers and organizers at school sites to get feedback from our communities. So I think there's lots of opportunities as we look forward to the strategic plan and this new set of board goals to really make sure that connection is clear between our decisions in terms of leadership and what we're expecting in terms of systemic improvements for our students and families.
Thank you,
Mr.
Kelly.
Schmalzen.
Anyone else? Dr. Rivas?
Thank you for the comments made by my colleagues. And as you all know, we are facing unprecedented times in terms of the federal administration and what our communities are facing. And I support this contract, obviously, with my vote. And it's times like this that local leadership and stability matter more than ever. And with that said, we've heard the comments and sentiments of our community and our labor partners about our evaluation process, transparency, and community engagement. So these issues surfaced and throughout a lot of communities. And this is the work that the district practices in all facets of our schools through labor negotiations and through what takes place in our classrooms. And as many know, my door is always open to speak to whoever wants to hear as to why I make certain decisions. And I have made myself available to anyone who reaches out to me or my staff. So community engagement and accountability are responsibilities that myself and that we all here take very seriously as a board. Every voice is respected, every labor partner is respected, and every concern is heard. And every decision reflects the best interests of our students and also for myself, and I will venture to say some my colleagues as well, also our labor partners, our employees, that we held in high regard and that we recognize their hard work. And as I mentioned earlier, mentioned all the employees that are so essential in our schools. And at this moment, our duty is to provide stability for students, our staff, our district, and for our city, and to maintain trust in our public schools and to keep working together towards the same goal, that every student thrives in every classroom and that every employee is respected with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivas. Anyone else? Ms. Charlotte?
Thank you. I'm obviously getting an opportunity to be able to share as it was pulled for discussion. And as mentioned, we always want to elevate our workforce, and this is a unusual time, as mentioned, but that ultimately unusual for this board in a couple of decades, because I don't think we've been in this space to be able to renew a contract for a superintendent. So this is unprecedented times. Haven't happened in, as mentioned, probably since the early 2000s that this even would come forth. But Because it is brand new, I think it uncovers a lot of new ways in which to express and to be able to be transparent and to be able to share the sentiments of our communities, to know that we are listening, we hear you, that as we continue to move forward in the work that we have to do for our students and families, that we continue to do it together and with leadership that is courageous and bold. And I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this movement as this is unusual. This is new, this is different. And so I say that as well to elevate our labor partners, as mentioned before, because it is important to know that you are not an afterthought. That is a lot of consideration and thought going into the process for those contracts as well. So very important, and just wanted to highlight as we are given an opportunity to bring voice to this. This is new for LAUSD in a couple of decades. This hasn't happened, so thank you for being a part of this experience too.
Anyone else?
I see Ms. Ortiz-Franklin has her hand up. She's remote, but here on site. So please go ahead, Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just remind, the public that we did a really robust community engagement process when searching for the superintendent. And so I know it's been several years, but we did spend a lot of time surveying and having, focus groups and various questions arose then about what you were looking for in a superintendent. And, as with then, today I will be proud to vote again. We have the right superintendent meeting the desires of our community. And I was confident back then that Alberto was going to do that job, and I'm still confident going forward. And so I appreciate the feedback directly to me for all Board District 7 residents, staff, families. We have lots of listening sessions and town halls, and I invite you to continue to share your feedback with me so that I can directly engage the superintendent in your voice regularly, because that is our privilege and our responsibility as your elected officials to amplify your voice in our regular check-ins with our superintendent, not just at his annual evaluation or his 4-year contractual conversation. And so I just want to continue to invite people to share your opinions with your elected officials, because that is our privilege. So thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Mr. Melvoin?
I don't want to be left out. I just appreciate, I know we're doing this in between, without the ceremony that maybe it requires, and I know when the board unanimously extended the contract, it was closed session, so we were all able to say our words of gratitude and also share, but the public wasn't here, they were here virtually, and I know we have a lot to get to, but I appreciate, Ms. Griego, your comments, and I always strive for more transparency as a board and as a district and as individual board members, and I think, yes, trying to close up our labor contracts is critical for the stability of our schools and of our workforce. I will say, though, as Ms. Hendy Newbill did, Superintendent Carvalho is already the longest-serving superintendent this district has had in 20 years. And it was funny, just talking to Board Member Yang, it was like, does the district not usually renew superintendents? And it's like, well, we haven't had the opportunity, really. And part of that was that I think the district was adrift. There was not a strategic plan, there were not board goals, and we've done a lot since bringing in the superintendent to kind of set that course. And I think in the SBAC discussion, where you heard a lot of this is great, but we are on the course, but have work to do. And that stability, whether it's at the school site with our teachers or principals or at the superintendent level, is so critical when we think of institutional success. And so as we think about the opportunity to move into this next phase with the continued finishing out the strategic plan and then moving on to the next one, and also the opportunity, and just so folks are aware, in state law, the longest you can do a superintendent contract is 4 years. And so if you're asked, folks are saying, I've had my constituents say, why isn't it a longer contract? And that is one of the answers, at least. So the fact that in the last 20 years, the superintendent has already been here longer than his predecessors, and the opportunity to double that tenure. I know that when we brought in the superintendent from Miami, he had served there at the helm for nearly 14 years, and that was the vision I had when I voted for his initial contract, was how great if we could keep the main thing, and focus on instruction and not leadership change. I know at the beginning of the school year meetings, we're out, and I've always said to principals, here's to a precedented school year. And I don't know in the last few years that we've had one, whether it's the COVID or wildfires or the Trump administration, but I do feel as we started this school year with kind of record high fill rates for our employees, and just kind of sometimes at one point even asking, like, are the phones working? Because we're not getting as many concerns as we usually do, that we are at a place systemically with so much work to do, but where it feels like the main bones of this school district are operating in, well, and that we're able to kind of elevate the work that needs to happen in our classrooms and with our students, which is most important. So just want to take the opportunity to, because Ms. Hendy Newbill mentioned it, to acknowledge that. Thank the superintendent for your service. Thank this board, despite our disagreements, which may be on display even in the next hour or two. I think this board is really united around a vision of student excellence for all kids, and it's this process has been the smoothest in my 8 years. So just wanted to acknowledge that and turn it back to.
Thank you, Mr. Melvoin. I too want to mention that, oh, Jerry, go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You go.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I wasn't in the closed session, so obviously I didn't express my gratitude, but you know, Superintendent Carvalho has really been amazing in engaging with the students in the district and making sure they all feel heard. I see him at the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, where he answers any and all questions they have and is really just down to earth and talks to the students as if they are equals, which I really appreciate, because that means, you know, there's genuine discourse going on, and these students have all different interests, and the superintendent just really knows so much and is always willing to engage in that discussion and enlighten the students. So I'm just really, really thankful, and I look forward to what the next couple of years will bring.
Thank you, Jerry. And I'll finish off. I just want to remind the public that they always say that New York is the largest school district in the United States, and that's true. But we are the largest district with an elected Board of Education. So Chicago and New York, the mayor chooses the board members. Here in Los Angeles, in California, we are elected by our constituents in our board district, and that's very important. And people have told me, you know, Scott, the most important job you have as school board member is the hiring and the firing of the superintendent. Well, I don't agree with that. I think my most important job is to make sure the kids get an excellent education, parents are respected, and good salaries are given to all of our employees. But I do need to say that we, 7 board members, we choose the superintendent. We are in closed session. We hear what's going on, and we know what's going on. People in the public sometimes don't hear everything and don't know everything, but we do know. We're in the background, we're hearing. And it is the Board of Education that chooses the superintendent, and you elected us because you trust us, and I trust you too. Thank you.
Okay, time for a vote. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay, item 8 passes. The employment contracts will be available upon request and finalization of the contract.
And I want to give Mr. Superintendent a chance to speak.
Very briefly, number one, let me express my gratitude to you, the board, for this contract extension. As you know, it's not something that I asked for. It's something that is within your power and in your hands to decide, and I certainly appreciate it. I've said it before, I continue to say this is the honor of my life. I think we've done powerful, transformational work, but we are nowhere near where we need to be as a school district. By comparison to others, we are progressing faster. We're moving the needle in a more aggressive way. But we have far too many kids who are lingering below the surface. We have communities who are living in fear. We have parents who dread the walk to school, never knowing what could happen. We have workforce members facing uncertainty. My commitment to you is I will do my very best at the highest levels of ethical comportment to elevate our students, to elevate our workforce, to dignify this board and honor this community that has, in such an aggressive way, welcomed me. Los Angeles is home. Los Angeles is home to me and to my family. and I appreciate your vote of confidence. I said it when you announced after closed session that I would reject, I would not consider or accept any salary increase or any additional compensation or benefits. Thank you for honoring that. I will go beyond that at this point now that you have voted. This is a contract that exceeds the 4 years because it carries an additional 4 months. My commitment to this community and to this honorable board and to the children and the students we serve and their families is one where I commit to you as I serve to the very last day of my contract that is being reaffirmed today. I am committing $110,000 of benefits and salary back to the district. It is important to recognize that one is worth what one is worth. But this is the glory of my lifetime. As a poor immigrant kid who was once homeless, my gratitude for what you've just done and the opportunity you've given me to prove that East Coast and West Coast alike, kids have the same number of chromosomes. They are innately gifted, and it is up to us to elevate their potential. That, to me, is my badge of honor. I honor you, I honor our kids, I honor our families, and I look forward to continue to work every single day to live up to your goals, to the needs of our community, and honestly, to the greater goodness of our nation, which is built one kid at a time in classrooms across America. I will further specify my commitment when the contract is made public. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take at least tab 13, approval of the renewal petition for Alliance Leichtman Levine Family Foundation Environmental Science High. May I have a motion and a second to hear this?
Move it.
Moved by Board President Schmorlson, seconded by Ms. Newbill. Okay, so this is tab 14, I'm sorry, tab 13.
You're welcome.
Have 15 speakers here for this item, so we'll take the speakers listed as being in person. Pablo Villasencio, come on down. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a presentation? There's a presentation associated. My apologies.
Okay.
So this is for tab 13. And let's see. Yes, we have a presentation. Do we have your chart? Oh, we got everything up.
Got
I
everything
love it.
ready to
Oh my
go.
goodness. All right. Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Board Chair Schmorlson, and to Superintendent Carvalho and board members. Thank you for this opportunity to share the exciting news about Alliance Leichtman Levine and the successes of our school community. My name is Tiffany Wilson, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Alliance. I'm excited to be with you today. You can go to the next slide. As our CEO, Pablo Villavicencio, will share in just a few minutes, our network of 25 schools represents an incredibly diverse population. Our scholars face challenges caused by the opportunity gaps in many LA neighborhoods, from low family incomes to low economic investments. However, these challenges do not define who our scholars are or our belief in their brilliance. You can go to the next slide. Oh, is there a clicker? Thank you. Well, I guess I can go to the next slide. All right, here we go. At Alliance Leichtman Levine specifically, 90% of our scholars are Latina and Black, which is 29% percentage points higher than the state. 88.6% of our scholars are socioeconomically disadvantaged, which is over 20 percentage points higher than the state. And our students with disability populations are also higher than LAUSD and the state. So our scholars are living testaments to perseverance and possibility. But because of our belief in the brilliance of our scholars, Alliance Leichtman Levine is raising the bar for neighborhood schools and helping to elevate what's possible in public education across California. Our scholars are more proficient than their neighborhood schools, LAUSD, and the state in ELA and in math. And that's not only for all of our scholars, but even within our numerically significant subgroups. In short, our scholars are some of the best prepared students in the neighborhood and in the state to graduate from high school and succeed in college. In the Charter Schools Division review of our petition, they named that the review that led to a positive recommendation for Alliance Lightman Levine. The CSD noted several successes, and here's one quote that they noted. Overall, for ELA, math, the LP indicator, and the college and career indicator, the charter school's dashboard performance was higher than the state in ELA, in math, and on the English learner progress indicator and the college career indicator. The charter school provided information to demonstrate strong post-secondary outcomes relative to similar peers. Most powerfully, our Levine parents and scholars believe in and need our schools. Guadalupe Gonzalez is one such parent of 2 of our Levine alumni. And this is a quote that she gave us, and she said, "What I love the most about Alliance Lightman Levine are the teachers. They always wanted parents involved in their children's education. I sent my 2 kids to great universities in UC Davis and Middlebury College because of Alliance. Their futures are much brighter because of it." And that really does speak to what we try to do for our scholars and our families at Alliance Lightman Levine. So to close, we do have speakers lined up to speak, but we are also happy to answer any questions from the board member prior to the speakers or in place of the speakers, if that would be helpful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, there are speakers. I don't know if they're going to.
We're happy to defer, but we would open for questions if that was something that would be preferred as well.
Give me 1 second to confer with council.
Yep.
Thanks. So just so I have it clear, you're saying board can go ahead and ask you questions directly, and then you want your speakers, all 15 of whom will waive their time?
We'd love to have them speak, but if there's questions that the board would like to ask.
So we'll do the speakers is what I'm hearing. Okay,
absolutely.
thank you. Okay, Pablo V, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon, Board President Schmolson, LAUSD board members, and Superintendent Cavallo. As some of you may know, my name is Pablo Cesar Villavicencio, and I'm the proud CEO of Alliance College Ready Public Schools. As noted, our schools are really of the community by the community, serving 12,000 scholars, 98% who identify as Latina or Black and African American. 92% of them are qualified for free and reduced lunch. 14% of our scholar population are scholars with disabilities, and 17% are multilingual learners. We represent the communities that we serve. And as always, at Alliance, we want to center our kids above all else. So I want to give us some additional context of who our scholars are, because you saw some really impressive results of Levine, given their ELA and math proficiency. The majority of our scholars come to Alliance middle schools 3 years behind grade level. Despite that, our schools graduated scholars at a rate of 96% last year, with 92% of those successfully completing A through G requirements, significantly higher than the state and then LAUSD. 97% of our scholars are accepted into college, 85% of our scholars are first generation, and they're on track to graduate college at 3.5 times the national average. For the past 3 years, we've been consistent academic growth at every single grade level across every demographic group. And the longer our scholars are with us, and they are in our high schools, the better they outperform the state. Similarly, we're doing work on chronic absenteeism, reducing it to 17% last year. And we are deeply invested in our educators. I know something that this board cares about. We have results of 86% retention, and our schools are fully staffed. We are a leader in compensation, and more than 85%
95% of our educators would recommend Alliance to one of their own family members. I ask you to take this all into consideration because of our commitment to equity and quality, and thank you for the renewal of the 5 schools, and we look forward to the renewal of these 2 schools.
Thank you for your time. Veronica Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, almost evening, good evening. Board members, board president, board members, and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Veronica Gonzalez. I'm a proud dual enrollment coordinator and college counselor of Alliance Leichman Levine. 19 years ago, I left working at UCLA Outreach, EAOP, and decided to become the first college counselor of Alliance College Ready Schools. 15 years ago, I joined Alliance Leichman Levine because I truly believe in its mission of educational equity. And I stayed there because I've witnessed the incredible impact our schools have on students and families in all the communities we service. Every day, I see young people of diverse backgrounds walk into our building full of potential and hope, walk out believing in themselves. They learn that college is a choice they get to make, not a privilege that is given or decided for them. Over the years, I've had the privilege of seeing former students return as teachers, counselors, administrators, community leaders, therapists, nurses, doctors, and other careers, giving back to the very neighborhoods that they raised them. This is the true power of an Alliance education. At Leichman Levine, we have some incredible teachers and staff members that go beyond to service our students. We build confidence, heal trauma, and stand alongside our families, whether through after-school tutoring programs, college counseling, therapy, and home visits. And at the same time, our teachers do a lot of one-on-one check-ins with their students. In addition, we've expanded access to rigorous opportunities with AP and college courses. Most recently, we've built a dual enrollment program that allows students to complete their CalGETC or pursue career pathways in health and digital media. Today, more than half of our students are enrolled in at least one college class, a number that continues to grow because of our belief in them and their support and the support we provide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Talene Darkjian.
Esteemed board members, it is my pleasure to return and speak before you again. My name is Talene Darakjian, and I have the honor of serving as a co-principal of Alliance Leichman Levine Family Foundation High School. More happens when a school community believes deeply in every student's potential, no matter their background or circumstance. At Leichman Levine, we serve over 380 scholars from across Northeast Los Angeles. Nearly 90% qualify for free or reduced lunch. Many are the first in their families to pursue higher education, and over 30% fall into our special education or multilingual learner subgroups. One of the things I'm most proud of is how our community uplifts those diverse learners. Through co-teaching, intentional intervention, and a culture of unwavering belief, our students with disabilities grew more than 100 points in ELA and math on the 2025 CASP, and our multilingual learners showed similar gains. These results reflect more than academic growth. They show what's possible when students feel known and cared for. College access is another cornerstone of our work. Every 9th grader begins dual enrollment, and by graduation, our students have earned college credits with a 95% pass rate. We continue to see strong graduation and UC-CSU eligibility rates, proof that our vision is translating into real opportunity for the families we serve. Beyond data are the individual success stories. The introverted 9th grader who blossomed to take a lead role in the school play his senior year and is now dorming as a sophomore at UC Riverside. The first-generation college student who went on to pursue a career in counseling, became a college counselor for Alliance, and was recognized as a Staff of the Year by the network. The family who transferred their student midway through 10th grade because they wanted a smaller school where their child would be seen, and seeing that student thrive on our school fencing team. A yes vote for renewal is a vote for a school that delivers results with compassion, purpose, and consistency. It's a vote for the families who trust our school. Thank you for your time and believing in what's possible for the students of Northeast Los Angeles.
Thank you for your time. Vanessa Albarran.
Good afternoon, board members, president, and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Vanessa Albarran, and I am proud to be a both alumna of Alliance and currently Community Schools Coordinator at Alliance Leichman Levine. I was just born and raised 1 block away from our Levine campus in Glassell Park. Growing up, my family faced the same challenges and barriers our scholars experience today: immigration status, financial insecurity, limited healthcare access, and the challenges of being raised by a single parent and a system that wasn't built for us. But Alliance changed everything for me. Through the care, belief, and support of my school community, I became the first of my family to graduate from college, earning my bachelor's in rehabilitation services from Cal State LA, and later my master's in school counseling from USC. That's the power of this school. Today, I have the privilege of giving back to the same neighborhood that raised me. At Leichman Levine, we not just meet the academic needs of our students, but the whole child, from school supplies, food distribution, to mental health supports and college exposure, to family partnerships, to cultural celebrations like Dia de los Muertos, Black History Month, Armenian Heritage Month. Our school is not just of a place of belonging, it's of identity and pride. For me and for so many others, Leichman Levine isn't just a school, it's a lifeline. It's a family and it deserves to be renewed. Thank you, and I urge you to favor our school. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. The next speaker is Tiffany Wilson. And after Ms. Wilson is Ruben Escalante. Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Ruben Escalante. All right, thank you. Hugo Hernandez.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by thanking every one of you for your public service. My name is Hugo Hernandez. Dr. Rivas, I'm one of your constituents. And both my kids have spoken in front of you. You might remember one of them, Daniel Hernandez, who opened up in Mandarin. He learned Mandarin at City Terrace Elementary, and then he went to El Sereno Middle School, and then after that, he went to Leichman Levine. Both my kids graduated from Leichman Levine, and I want to echo the board president's focus on the 3 areas that he mentioned. First of all, he supports schools where kids get excellent educations. Alliance and free public education is responsible for the bright future that my kids, both of them, have in front of them. It is, in fact, thanks to Alliance, that my kids are poised to graduate from college debt-free. Not just because they got them ready for that, but also because Ms. Gonzalez, who you heard from earlier today, looked for programs that would ensure that my kids graduated debt-free. As far as parents, a place where parents are respected, this school fits the bill. I want you to know that there are parents, such as myself, who are vocal advocates, who are aware, who are active, and who not only come here and speak in front of you, but also we hold people accountable. And we're building capacity in those parents. I don't want you to think of our parents as going with the flow necessarily all the time. We hold people accountable, so this school fits the bill. And finally, I know that I can speak for how happy our teachers are. So thank you so much. I ask you to vote yes for this excellent school. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And then Justine Gonzalez, and then David Locke.
Good afternoon. I'm yielding my time to Diego Barreras. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Diego Barreras, and I am a proud student at Alliance Leichman Levine High School in Northeast Los Angeles. I have been in charter school education for the entirety of my academic career, and I can proudly proclaim that I wouldn't have done anything differently. Never once have I doubted my school's ability to support my academic and personal needs. The teachers at Levine have supported me through every challenge and accomplishment. My counselors have pushed me to excel to my highest potential, and our administration are some of the kindest, most reliable people you will ever meet. I don't just feel like another statistic at Levine, I feel like part of a family. Levine is a tight-knit community. We are one that embodies the idea of inclusion. And although high, our test scores aren't the only things that define us. Levine is an outlet for many to find their voice, to express themselves, and to feel confident at. Throughout these past 4 years, I have been fortunate enough to attend a school that meets me where I'm at. Levine has taught me that myself and people who look like me belong in higher education. Levine has shown me that my dreams are not dreams, but rather achievable aspirations. Our school is composed of predominantly Hispanic, low-income families. In a moment so pivotal in our nation's history, where education is under attack, show these students that their education is not just important, but necessary. Not renewing our charter wouldn't just mean closing our gates. It would put hardworking individuals out of a job. It would displace hundreds of students, separate friendships, and put another problem on the plate of an already vulnerable population. You and I both know that education is power. So help Levine educate the next generation of leaders who will surely leave their names in history books. Please vote to renew Levine's charter, a school that has allowed many to be the first, but most certainly not the last. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. David Locke? Thank you, sir. Mr. Stewart, I think I still see you out there. Come on up. Jeff Stewart, you have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Happy to yield my time as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Stewart has yielded his time. David Tokovsky, are you here? David T. Okay. Stephanie Medel? Stephanie M, E-D-E-L. Damian Sutton. Come on up, Mr. Sutton. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Hello, cool. Good afternoon, Good afternoon, Board President, Board members, and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Damian Sutton. I'm a Special Education Coordinator at Alliance Lakeman Levine High School. This is my fifth year working on this role at this campus, and I stay here because of the school's unwavering dedication to equity and inclusion. During my time here, I've seen students that were previously placed in highly restrictive learning environments such as SDC graduate and move on to schools such as Cal Poly Pomona, CSU-LA, and Pepperdine. I am constantly amazed by the advocacy on the part of both faculty and staff for diverse learners. This comes from the incredible work that the school has done to make it known that empowerment is not just a word for some, but for all. At Levine, we have developed partnerships with families and made a learning community that is proudly inclusive. What others in this country see as a dangerous word, we at Levine hold true to the idea that inclusivity enriches the world. As such is the case, we will continue to do everything in our power to build on our many successes and continue to cultivate a safe learning space for all. With this in mind, I humbly request that this board continues to vote in favor for renewing Alliance Lakeman Levine's charter. It has become a home for many, including myself, and I want to thank you for your time. I yield the rest of it.
Thank you for your time. Emmanuel Reyes. And then after Mr. Reyes is Mayra Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Board President, Board members, and Superintendent. I'm a proud scholar of Alliance College Ready Lakeman Levine, and my name is Emmanuel Reyes. I was always really confused about my future, and I didn't know what was going to be the best thing for me, and I wasn't really interested in school ever. I always slacked off, and I didn't know the place I was meant to be in. But once I got into Lakeman Levine, I felt different. My teachers and all the staff, they saw the best version of me I could be, and they started pushing me and making me be the best person I could be. Their support helped me so much, and I'm now doing things that I never thought I'd be able to do. I'm an ASB, and I have built up the courage to try to be a secretary, and it's something I never thought I would be. Also in debate, speaking with so many people around me, and it's just something that all the teachers been like, hey, like they've supported me throughout all this time, and I'm so grateful to every single one of them, and I don't think I'd be in the place I am right now if it weren't for all those teachers. I genuinely believe that this school has given me so many opportunities and so many things to help me improve, and I beg you to please renew the school, because this school has helped so many people, not only me, but so many of my peers. I know so many of us that come from different places, and we're all united here. All of my peers also know that. We're also grateful for all of the opportunities every single teacher has given us. This school is really a second home to me as well. I mean, all the teachers believe in me and push me to do better, and I feel safe here. I feel safe to express my ideas, so I please beg you to renew Alliance Leitzman Levine. It changed who I am, and I know it will change so many more. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Mayra Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Board President, Board members, and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Mayra Hernandez, and I stand before you today as a senior at Alliance College Ready Leichman Levine. Before I arrived at Alliance, the path to college was a concept, not a plan. As a first-generation student, I faced a common challenge. The guidance that some of my friends received at home simply didn't exist for me. The idea of navigating applications, financial aid, and so much more felt daunting. Alliance Levine didn't just give me resources, but helped me utilize them. I've attended 8 different schools throughout my life, public and charter. And I can tell you unequivocally that Alliance Levine has been the most transformative and educational experience. It's where potential is seen and acted upon. This school has opened so many doors for me that I didn't think existed. Because of the mentorship here, I serve as ASB president, I play 3 varsity sports, and I am deeply involved in both my local and school community. This is a kind of intentional investment that changes lives. Apart from academics, Alliance is a strong community support. As a school that is predominantly Hispanic, we've been facing a lot of political challenges. During times of crisis affecting our immigrant families, the school staff has been patient, supportive, and responsive. Your decision today isn't about paperwork or budgets. It's about acknowledging the tangible helps and opportunity this school creates every single day. Please vote yes to renew Alliance College Ready Leichman Levine High School. Thank you for believing in us.
Thank you for your time. That concludes public comment on tab 13. Now this is pulled for discussion. Are there any board members ready to discuss?
Yes, I have a few questions of the Alliance. The Alliance CEO and regarding, should I just go ahead? I guess I should just go ahead. Just the charter school division, and can I ask the CEO question? Can I or not? Yes? All right, if you can just come up. I'm just wondering, has your enrollment been stable the last 5 years?
No, in the northeast of Los Angeles at Levine, the enrollment has not been stable. We've seen a decline across all our northeast schools. Some of you may remember that I contacted you regarding having to close a school, Tenenbaum. And so as a result of it, both Leichman Levine and Tenenbaum have experienced demographic shifts that have resulted in lower enrollment.
And as a whole, Alliance, all of the alliances in general.
As a whole, over the course of the last 5 to 7 years, we've actually had to close schools. We make the decision and hard decisions to close schools when enrollment doesn't seem like we would be able to turn it around because of demographic changes. So for example, when I entered the organization in 2017, 2018, our enrollment was over 13,000. We now currently stand at over 12,000 as a result. So we've actually, as a result of the closures of the schools, we remain steady in our enrollment, but it's as a result of other schools across the network, especially in South LA, where we have schools that are much more have wait list, not over enrolled, but have wait list. And so that is not true across all our schools, and is not true for Leichman Levine.
And financially, as a whole, are you in a stable situation, or are you having some uncertainties?
We are as stable as all of you have noted in your own public board meetings regarding the uncertainty of what's happening within the federal government with enrollment. And given that we serve a population of immigrants, many who have undocumented status or mixed status at home, that we are unsure of what it is. We are very prudent financial administrators of public funds, but the reality is that for any educational system within K-12 right now, to say that they're stable would be to not acknowledge all that's happening.
Okay, and some of your speakers, I appreciate their words and their appreciation for their educators, their teachers.
Yep.
Several people
I share that appreciation.
talked about how their teachers got them where they are. They love their teachers, and yet my understanding is that at one of the Alliance schools, there was a tentative agreement reached by the teachers represented by UTLA and Alliance, but then the board voted it down and said they would not agree with it because of financial uncertainties. Can you share more about that decision?
So we're speaking not about Lightman Levine. Lightman Levine is a school that card checked and has asked to be represented by UTLA. We're engaging in bargaining as soon as we receive their sunshine, and we will continue in good faith to bargain with Lightman Levine. So I think
I understand. I'm
in
worried.
regards to Burton Tech and Gertz Merkin, which are the other two schools that were mentioned before, there was a tentative agreement brought before the board. The board made the decision with their legal counsel not to ratify at the time and to go back into bargaining. And so we are still bargaining just as we're required to, and also as we have set the expectation to come to an agreement. But the reality is that the contract that was presented to the board, who are the ultimate ratifiers and deciders, it was made a decision to go back to the bargaining table as a result of concerns, including the one you mentioned, financial insecurity, and wanting to have more clarity given the uncertainty that we're experiencing.
Yeah, so I am concerned about that practice, because if there is no financial uncertainty, then why not, honor a tentative agreement that was reached? And I am concerned because you're right, you are up for negotiations in December. And so I want to make sure labor peace is very important to any institution, as you know, with us, right? And part of that respect of the educators is honoring what they want. And if this is what they're asking for, that they want to be represented by a union, I would hope that the organization honors that and comes and negotiates something that is fair to both the organization and to the employees. Because in my opinion, as a former educator and a union member, that's how you show respect, right, with the agreement. So that's what I'm hoping for, that Lightman Levine will enter into negotiations. And I hope that parents, like the gentleman who spoke here earlier, who said they love their teachers and teachers love being there, and that parents are very supportive. And I believe that because I've met with a lot of charter school parents who are very dedicated to their charter and appreciate and value the education they get there. So I would hope that they support their educators and their teachers as they enter bargaining sessions in December.
I'm in alignment with you.
Thank you.
Dr. Rivas?
My questions are on the same line for the next item, the other charter, Alliance Charter in Board District 2. So I echo the same sentiments as Board Member Griego. As we heard here earlier from a UTLA representative, Alliance has spent hundreds of dollars to deny educator representation. I'm just, quoting what she said. Ordering, not responding to UTLA to negotiate or enter good faith, delaying bargaining even after the Supreme Court ordered Alliance to comply, and mentioning that you had financial uncertainties. And I have the same questions, but you answered that, so I will move on to the rest. And my concerns is making sure that Alliance, the board of directors, will bargain in good faith. And not too long ago, a couple years ago, I went before the board of directors, and I heard teachers begging, asking to please recognize them that they wanted to, be part of a union. And they were pleading. And, no teacher should have to plead to be recognized as a union. And to know that now it still continues, that is my concern. And just want to make sure that I will be voting for both alliance, but these are the concerns. And I myself would definitely will be following the proceedings as they move forward, because the teachers need to be recognized, and you need to make sure you're bargaining in good faith. As you all heard, we're also doing that too. And we want to make sure the Alliance is also doing that.
I want to state, I hope the number, it's not like a number we're just boasting. Like, we deeply respect our educators and have done everything, including leading in compensation before anyone led, including LAUSD, because of my deep belief. I've been represented teacher, I have been a principal, I have been both in district, the majority of my career was in district, and I'm now in a charter. And so I hold the fundamental beliefs that are underpinning the question. And I can say with confidence that I do believe that the board is trying to act in good faith, and that the board negotiations, it really is a matter between UTLA and the board, and of course represented teachers, are happening in good faith. And these processes, you all know, are long, having been on both sides of the table. And so they're negotiating, and we will continue to negotiate. For Lightman Levine and Morgan McKenzie, we will gladly enter into negotiations once the sunshine proposals are presented in December, and then we will engage just as we have with Burton Tech and Gertz Mercy. Right now, it's a moment in time with those two school communities. The board is the ultimate decider of our ratification of the contract and have their own legal representation that's here if you have any questions. But I will communicate that directly to the board members, what's been shared here by both you and by Board Member Griego.
Please, as a CEO, we hope that you will share that.
I will definitively share that, and will do so what's in my power, acknowledging that the board decision ultimately lies with the governing board of Alliance.
Thank you.
I have a question other than union organization, and that is with your fiscal operations. So your fiscal operations are considered developing due to expenditures on meal-related purchases, team-building activities, and staff appreciation, as well as cash handling practices. And the school updated its protocols and will continue to be monitored, but this is taxpayer money. So can you explain, tell me why you're developing?
I will allow our Chief Financial Officer to speak actually about philanthropic money and the use of philanthropic money to support our educators and to celebrate our educators.
Hi, thanks very much for the question. I'm David Locke, I'm the CFO at Alliance. And just to echo what Pablo mentioned, we feel like the notice we received is an unfortunate misunderstanding and mischaracterization of our use of philanthropic dollars for staff appreciation, team development, and those types of expenditures. We believe very deeply in appreciating and developing our educators, and we use philanthropic dollars to do that, very similar to what many districts and other operations do. We believe that these expenditures and these investments in our educators and in our staff ultimately lead to the types of satisfaction and retention which have been mentioned this evening, and therefore serve a direct purpose in providing for the types of academic and social emotional outcomes for scholars that you've heard in the public comment today.
Okay. The school reported a significant loss of over $16 million that included a decline in grants and contributions, including a one-time $16 million gift. Can you talk about that?
Sure. In 2023, Alliance received a $16 million unrestricted gift from an individual philanthropist. That obviously is not recurring as much as we would like to receive a $16 million gift every year. It was one time in nature. So as a result of that, in the following year, the comparative financials would clearly see a decline in grants and contributions. And so that's probably what you're referring to.
Okay. An expenditure of $1.5 million in costs associated with a new HR information system.
That's correct. So similar to many growing and evolving organizations, we had a number of disparate systems that were used to implement things like payroll, hiring, staffing. And so we underwent an exhaustive review and RFP process to determine a new HRIS, which we ultimately purchased and implemented. To do that, there were a number of one-time costs in order to bring all of our systems together and integrate the new HRIS, which is Workday, into all of our systems. So I would imagine similar things may have happened at LAUSD over the course of the years as you bring in new systems, but we did have one-time costs that were required to put that system in place.
Okay, a $3.2 million in non-recurring loss from the sale of property from a closed school.
That's correct. So in the summer of 2021, we closed Alliance Alice Baxter High School. The board is likely familiar with that. Upon the closure of that school, we still owned the school building. We took that building to market. Real estate conditions are not what we would have hoped they would have been. And ultimately, upon the sale of that property, a loss was recorded as a result.
Okay, could LAUSD Charter Division come up? I have a question for you. So, according to your records, the school is experiencing some financial issues that require oversight. Therefore, I'd like to know, why have they received a 5-year renewal? Why a 5-year renewal? That's a lot of time for a school that has to be monitored. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent sitting there, interim Pablo. It's recommended for a 5-year term because it's a middle-performing school. So for a middle-performing school, it's either a 5-year term or a non-renewal. So that is why the recommendation is for 5-year. That's per the law.
Well, I don't think I like that law too much, because what about the fiscal problems? You can be going bankrupt, but if you're a middle performing, you're going to get renewed for 5 years?
No.
Who said no?
Sorry.
Oh, well, tell me.
Well, in this particular case, we are monitoring the school, as stated in the materials, as to these fiscal issues. And so there is a mechanism within the term that you can do a revocation if it's really serious. There's certain steps in that process. It's rarely used, but there is a mechanism in the law that you could potentially move for a revocation during a charter term. But at this time, it's 5 years per the law.
I hear the law. I hear what you're saying. I'm just very, very uncomfortable with 5 years for this school. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
The middle performing, is that only looking at academic scores, or does it look at all the criteria?
That's a good question. The middle performing is identified by the state. The state assigns that category based on their academic performance on the dashboard. So that middle performing criteria is strictly based on the academics, and the state assigns that category.
And it's 5 years, and there's no 3-year, 2-year, nothing?
That's
3
correct.
years. And how are we going to come back? How are we monitoring them between now and the 5 years fiscally? Can you describe the process for that?
Well, I can say one mechanism, we have our annual oversight visit. This is for all schools, and through that process, we evaluate the school in 4 different areas: in governance, academics, operation, and fiscal. It's a lengthy process that we basically submit questions to the school about different areas of their governance or their academics or their fiscal. They respond. Then we meet together on the day of the oversight visit and discuss and do classroom visits. And then an annual oversight report is issued to the school. That's one way. And then there's ongoing monitoring throughout the school year with submission of different documents in different areas. So we'd have which we call our 365 oversight, which is like the oversight occurs all year long. And then we have our annual oversight visit that usually occurs in and around spring, but we do prepare for it about a month or two earlier than that.
And it's at that point in the spring, if you see any issues with their governance, fiscal, any of that, is that when you can still make a recommendation can you take back the renewal at that point? Or what do we do if we start to see a trend where it's not moving forward?
So essentially, one mechanism, if there was an issue at the oversight, it could result in a lower score on that area on their oversight report. So we do issue a score of 1, 2, 3, 4 in the 4 different areas. So that's one way. Another mechanism, if we identify an issue that's something that's of concern, or potentially we identify it as something that's against their petition or against the law, we do have what's called tiered intervention. And that's where we can issue a notice to cure, a notice of concern, get a response back, evaluate it, and then continue to monitor. So those are the mechanisms throughout the term that we use, because it's very important, because at the renewal time, we evaluate that school over the course of the entire term. And so we will look at if there was any oversight scores that were, a 2 or a 1. We look at if any notices were issued and make sure those issues are resolved. And so those review of all that information we do at the renewal time. So it's very important. So we do that analysis of all of that. We take all of that into consideration, essentially, when we come with a recommendation.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, Carla, that renewal time is 5 years, correct?
The renewal time is 5 years for a middle performing school.
So next year, when you renew them and everything is great, except they've made no changes to the fiscal betterment, what happens then?
I think we'll have to assess at that time what happens then. We will have some additional Alliance schools coming for renewal next year. We have a big group of schools coming for renewal next year. And so we'll see it during that renewal cycle where the school is at as far as these issues, and make a recommendation based on all the information we have at that time.
Are we talking about this school or new?
No, not this school.
I'm talking about this school.
Oh, this school will be renewed, they have a 5-year term, and we'll do our oversight during that term, during the 5 years.
And after the first year of renewing, and you find that fiscal has not made any betterment,
We'll continue to monitor, and it may result in impact their oversight score and/or issue a tiered intervention. If it's significant enough, there is that, I said, for the revocation piece, that you can move towards revocation of a charter during a term if it's significant enough, and there's certain processes in place to do that. But typically speaking, we monitor through our oversight process and our tier intervention, and charter schools are usually able to meet what we request as far as the interventions we requested.
okay, thank you. Go ahead, Tanya.
I hope some of these questions will be helpful for future, because I just want to say kudos. This school doesn't have any benchmarks, and that's not true for all that are being recommended for 5-year renewal terms for today's agenda. So I also just want to say kudos for taking a really brave decision that I would encourage our board to really think about. You know, it's on our fiscal stabilization plan, so we equally are in like a tricky situation with money. And you all have actually closed a school with community conversation over years of discussion, and we have it on a plan and have made no movement towards actually doing that for next year or the year after. And so, you know, I would hope that we honestly take some opportunities to learn from folks who have done some of these really brave decisions, because I fear that we're not going to do it, and then our fiscal stabilization plan is not going to be 1.6 billion, but might be 2 billion or 2.6 or 3 billion, right? We also have a lot to do around our own financial challenges. And so I think on the bargaining and on the fiscal concerns, it sounds like you all are in a very similar situation that we are in. And so I just want to, you know, express some empathy for you all. And on this school, this item and the next one in particular, it's very easy to me to see why CSD is recommending a 5-year renewal.
Charlotte?
I appreciate you bringing that up, Tanya. I was going to ask, I know it's not this school, but you mentioned that a school was closed, and what was the actually determining factor for that? Is it anything similar to what we are experiencing right now with this school as far as the similar financial? Was it, I mean, a middle school performing school? Anything similar to where you can kind of foreshadow to kind of see as you made your decision?
Sure. So I want to clarify one thing before I jump into that question, which is the loss on real estate, the investment in the HRIS, those types of things, they are not specific to Lykeman Levine, or in fact, any one Alliance site. The Baxter sale, the loss on that building was at the network level. So those investments, while to the benefit of the schools, are not occurring with school funds. With respect to the two sites that were closed in the summer of 2021, we were in a position where those schools had long-term enrollment challenges. They were in a place where the revenues generated by the number of scholars attending were insufficient to provide for the quality education that we believe that those communities deserved. We had conversations with communities, with staff, to assess our options, to think through how best to address. We make investments in those sites that are struggling, but ultimately we reached a point where we did not feel like it was in the best income of that community and the scholars and families that we were serving to continue to operate that site.
And one of the big drivers, of course, is enrollment. And so when we hit a threshold below a certain enrollment cap, we begin to have those conversations with the community. And we try to figure out what is the way to cause the least harm to kids and to adults. So like, for example, Tenenbaum, we offered all Tenenbaum staff to move to the Lightman Levine's site, and then offered a pathway towards that to ensure that we're really trying to merge the two school communities and not do, to limit the harm as much as possible. And so, but that did, as Board Member Ortiz Franklin mentioned, it takes multiple years of having those conversations to be able to achieve that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
All right, here's the vote on tab 13, Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmorlson.
Before I vote, let me just tell you that I think the state is doing a disservice by making 5 or nothing. That's really bad, but it's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's our fault in the state, so I'll vote yes.
Okay, that's 6 yeses. Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Thank you. Since the same folks, I think, are involved in the next item, this is a renewal petition for Alliance Morgan Mackenzie High. Does the board have further comment on tab 14?
No, I asked my questions. They were the same as the previous one, so
Okay.
same comments.
Okay, so there's no further discussion on tab 14. We do have public comment associated with tab 14. Do you wish to be heard on the public comment? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to read the names real fast to make sure we didn't miss anybody who signed up to give an alternate viewpoint, and then, oh yeah, we can move.
I'll move it.
Okay, moved by Mr. Melvoin. And a second by Ms. Newbill. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Angie Sepulveda Soto. Joe Glasper. Jorge Reyes. Pablo V. I see you out there. Araceli Cespedes. Emily Alvarado. Tiffany Wilson. Ruben Escalante. Justine Gonzalez. David Locke. I see you. Rosa Mendez. Mr. Stewart, I see her out there. Ariel Sierra. Remedio Carrascos. And Mariana Martinez. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Voting on tab 14, approval of the renewal petition of Alliance.
We have a comment.
Morgan Mackenzie. Oh, yeah, I asked that.
Okay, this is the same as for the other school. Again, having a cash flow problem, having to be monitored by the charter school division. Again, it's 5 or nothing for this one too, and I think that's very unfair, but thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, time for vote on tab 14. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmorlson.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay, that's 6 yeses. As folks make their way out from those two tabs, if you're still here, we have general public comment was supposed to start at 3:30. Here it is 4:25 p.m. We can take general public comment or continue with business items. Okay, so that was 13 and 14 are done. We're going to move to tab 19. All right, I believe there's a presentation for tab 19. So come on up for the presentation. You can advance your slides on the button on the podium. So is Rhonda Baldenegro here to make the presentation? Ah, okay. Well, yeah, we're going to do public comment. Oh, yeah, well. Okay, so we're going to begin shortly on the Gabriela folks. Make your way down, find a place to sit. There's some seats upstairs. If you know you're going to be making public comment and you signed up for this item, please stay down here. And don't seat yourselves upstairs. Okay, we're going to move forward with this item number 19. Come on up, your presentation is ready. We have 2 minutes for this portion, and then we'll go into the public comment and then discussion.
Are you ready, Mr. McLean?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Rhonda Baldenegro, and I've had the privilege of serving as the executive director at Gabriela Charter Schools for just over 2 years. I'm proud to lead this organization and to see our students learn, grow, and thrive each day in such a joyful school. First, we want to thank you for your staff's recommendation for renewal, which we're honored to receive after more than a decade of strong performance and mostly accomplished ratings in our annual oversight reports. Second, it's important to note that while we did have a cost dispute with the district, we worked closely with district staff to reach settlement terms. We've made a significant payment and placed additional funds in escrow as a gesture of good faith. I'm grateful we've reached an agreement and can now move forward together for students. Our facilities partnership began over 15 years ago when then local superintendent Richard Alonzo invited Gabriela to bring our dance program to Echo Park. Since then, we've become part of LA Unified's fabric, a small school where students learn, dance, and succeed every day. Our alumni have gone on to high schools, colleges, and careers as educators, performers, and civic leaders, carrying the passion and joy they first discovered at Gabriela, with many of them coming back to work or volunteer at our school. We have a 20-year track record of strong results. Like many schools, we faced post-pandemic shifts, new staff, students, and learning gaps, and we're meeting those challenges head-on. In the past 6 months, we've adopted a new ELA curriculum, invested in coaching and deep professional development for our instructional team, and refined supports for our English learners and students with disabilities. At our core, Gabriela is an LA Unified story. Invited for the strength of our program, embraced by Echo Park families for 2 decades, and committed to helping every student grow. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, now we've got 15 folks signed up for public comment. Patricia Gonzalez, come on up. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Superintendent Mr. Carvalho. My name is Patricia Gonzalez, and I am the proud mom of 2 students at Gabriela Charter School. In just 2 years, Gabriela has become more than a school for us. It's become a family. After the pandemic, many of us realized something deeply important, that emotions play a fundamental part in learning. When our older son, Miguel, first came to Gabriela, he was very shy. He was falling behind and losing his confidence in learning. But here, surrounded by teachers who believe in him, with programs that have sparked his curiosity like robotics, dance, and rock band, Miguel has found his true passions. He is now more engaged, motivated, and excited about learning. Our younger son, Leon, had a gentle start thanks to his loving kinder teacher who led with love, supporting him both socially and academically. He is now a confident reader, a dancer, and a good friend. He walks happily into school every day, and that joy is priceless. We are now living in a world that feels divided and uncertain, but our school is reminding our children that courage, kindness, and creative thinking can build a better future. Gabriela isn't just teaching academics, it's shaping compassionate, confident human beings. After 20 years, Gabriela is still a true asset to Los Angeles, and I respectfully ask for your continued support of our school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Ciafone.
On behalf of John Chiafone, the science teacher at Logue Academy, I'm here today to speak about our school's urgent need for more space, specifically the space to build a dedicated science lab. Right now, we don't have one, which means students miss out on many hands-on experiences that make science come alive. Imagine trying to learn to cook without a kitchen. That's how our students feel. They often ask, when are we getting a real science lab? And why don't we have a real science lab? We do our best to create lab-style lessons in a classroom, but true science takes space and time to test, observe, and explore safely. On behalf of our students and staff, I ask that you cancel the Gabriela contract and provide Logan the space to create a true science lab so every student can experience authentic hands-on science learning. Chris Eggleston, Logan Athletics. We are not meeting standards. Instructional minutes are lost every day due to the constraints put upon Logan by being a co-located school. Every day when I tell the students PE is over, they respond with, "That's it?" before the long march back to a sad excuse for a changing room. We don't have a locker room. We don't have a gym. We don't have a weight room. On inclement weather days like today, we have nowhere to put kids, so we have to march them up to a classroom and they sit for an additional period. And this is just PE. Our middle school lacks the space to offer any electives in classes. We are failing to give Logan students the holistic education given to so many other LAUSD students. All of this because of some unicorn of a contract that says Gabriela is entitled to X number of spaces or rooms and space for 30 years, and there's nothing Logan or LAUSD can do about it. Instead of me having to ask donors choose for gym mats so my students don't have to sit on the ground outside the cafeteria, we should be getting the space we deserve to hold proper classes. The nearly $1 million they owed would have gone a long way, but we never saw a dime. And yes, they say, "We just paid you back, we're sorry." But in education, we all know the difference between being sorry and being sorry you got caught. Give Logan back our campus.
Thank you, sir. Next is Lydia Lopez.
Hi, good afternoon, Superintendent Carvalho and members of the LAUSD Board. My name is Lydia Lopez, and I'm a proud alumna of Gabriela Charter School. I'm here today to strongly support the renewal of Gabriela Charter School. The education I received at Gabriela laid the foundation for everything that came after. As a first-generation college student, my parents didn't know all the options available to me for high school, and I never imagined some of those opportunities were even possible. Thankfully, Ms. Olage, my sixth grade teacher who is here with us today, saw my potential and cared deeply about my future. She encouraged me to apply to private high schools, options that I had never even considered. That guidance opened the doors I never thought I could reach and eventually led me to pursue my bachelor's degree out of state, an achievement that once felt impossible. The rigorous academic preparation I received at Gabriela, combined with the encouragement and high expectations of its teachers and staff, gave me the confidence to aim high. It helped me earn a master's degree from Columbia University and shape the path I am on today. Gabriela also nurtured my creativity and confidence through its dance program. Dance taught me discipline, expression, and courage. That confidence I built in the dance studio translated directly into the confidence in the classroom, empowering me to ask questions, take risks, and believe in its abilities. Beyond personal growth, the dance program also created a strong sense of community. The end-of-year recital was something our families and students look forward to every year. It brought us together to celebrate our hard work, creativity, and shared pride of being part of Gabriela. Beyond academics, Gabriela inspired a genuine love for learning and a sense of purpose. It inspired me to pursue a career in education with the hope of giving back and creating the same transformative experiences for future generations that I was so lucky to have. Gabriela Charter School is not just a school, it's a vital community institution that equips students with the skills, values, and confidence they need to strive. I respectfully urge you to renew Gabriela Charter School so it can continue its essential work of preparing future learners and inspiring lifelong learning. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your time. And Tavius Ellison, come on down. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Superintendent Carvalho.
My name is Antavius Ellison. I am the Assistant Director of Dance Education at Gabriella Charter School, located in Echo Park, a community that is rich in artistry and cultural influence. At Gabriella Charter School, dance and arts are the universal language that brings together our students, staff, and families, which transcends our language barriers and our diverse cultures. GCS-1 is a rare gem, being one of the only dance-based charter schools in our country, and it is this unique gem that was built in the spirit of Gabriella, the daughter of founder Liza, whose passion for dance inspires everything that we do. It is that same spirit that runs deep into each and every one of our students, as well as the arts teachers that serve them. For many of our students in our community, Gabriella Charter School is the first and only time where they had opportunities to explore dance and the arts. One student in particular who was in that picture in which we've seen recently has been with our school since kindergarten all the way through 8th grade. This student has experienced a lot of traumatic upbringings within his life, and this has been an opportunity in which he has used art to allow his own transformative healing. And not only that, what's remarkable is the fact that his behavior and his sense of purpose has also improved because of that. This is a testament of what dance has done for this student, as well as many other young boys of color, navigating the realities of growing up in communities that often lack access to resources and safe space for expression. Dance has become their anchor, and more importantly, it has become their healing. And so with that, I've had students, parents have mentioned to me that my student has made a huge turnaround from the last year, and not only his attitude, but his confidence as well. I know that this experience has been inspiring for him at a pivotal point in his life. Thank you again and your team at GCS for making a difference one dance step at a time. This is a testament to GCS' role in our community. It has given our students agency to reimagine a future filled with infinite possibilities. And it is especially during these times where artistic expression is needed more now than ever for our youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Stephanie Piazza.
Good afternoon. I yield my time to Fernando.
Good afternoon, LAUSD board members. My name is Fernando Magallon, and it's an honor to speak about Gabriella Charter School, a place that has meant so much to me. I started my journey as an instructional aide, worked my way up into the classroom to become a 7th grade math and science teacher. And now, I am currently a resource specialist teacher, providing our students the tools and strategies necessary to succeed in the classroom and beyond. For more than 10 years, I've had the privilege of watching this school change lives every single day. Our mission has always been clear: to use the power of dance and education to inspire, empower students to reach their fullest potential, not just in the classroom, but in life. At Gabriella Charter School, we believe that every child deserves the opportunity to discover their voice, their confidence, and their purpose. Through this unique dance school, our students learn more than movement. They learn discipline, teamwork, perseverance, and self-expression. Those same lessons translate into every part of their academic journey. They learn that success isn't about perfection, it's about persistence and passion. I've seen students who once struggled to believe in themselves step onto the stage and shine with pride. I've seen shy, uncertain children grow into confident young leaders who take the same confidence into high school, college, and beyond. Many of our alumni return to tell us how Gabriella gave them not just an education, but a foundation for life, a belief that they can achieve anything through hard work and heart. The impact of this school is not measured by only test scores or performances. It's measured by the countless lives our school has touched with our very special and small community. I'm proud to have spent over a decade being part of this incredible community, one that truly changes lives through dance, education, and love. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for your time. Liza Bersovici, Liza B. And then after Liza is Fernando Magallon.
Good evening, board members. I'm ceding my time to GCS alumna Leela Singh.
Good afternoon. My name is Leela Kuroda-Tsang, and I'm here today to express my full support for the renewal of Gabriella Charter School. As a proud alumni of GCS, I can confidently say that this school has shaped my education, taught me to appreciate and respect minorities, transformed my life in ways that I will carry with me forever. During the 9 years I've spent at Gabriella, I've grown not only as a student, but as an artist and an individual. This school's focus on the arts, especially in dance, gave me the opportunity to discover my passion at a very young age. With the guidance of incredible teachers and mentors, they taught me the power of discipline, embracing different cultures with creative freedom, the resilience needed to overcome challenges, all while maintaining a deep connection towards the arts. Bringing this foundation with me through my journey, I've trained and performed with companies such as American Ballet Theater, Alvin Ailey, and have had the privilege of attending institutions such as Los Angeles County High School for the Arts and University of the Arts London. Today, I'm continuing my dance career as an artist, choreographer, and educator, whilst also pursuing real estate to grow my portfolio, all thanks to the confidence and support I've gained from the community at GCS. Gabriela Charter School is more than just a school. It is a safe space where students have a place to grow, express themselves, and discover their passion. The impact the school has had on me is something I would like to share and pass on to younger future generations, as students can also have the same life-changing experiences that I did. Thank you so much for your time and support of Gabriela Charter School.
Thank you for your time. Fernando? Oh, you just spoke. That's great.
Yeah. So I yield my time to Angelica.
Oh, is it Angelica Solis? Okay.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Angelica Solis. I have the honor of serving at Gabriela Charter Schools. I'm also a proud parent of 2 Gabriela students. My daughter Camila is in 4th grade. My son Samuel is in 2nd grade. When I first joined the board, I was drawn to Gabriela's vision of a school where joy, creativity, rigorous academics, and family engagement work hand in hand to help every child thrive. Years later, when it came time to choose a school for my own children, there was no questioning where I wanted them to be. I had seen firsthand the strength of the governance, the dedication of our educators, and the intentional culture that honors the whole child. As a parent, I've experienced what that looks like up close. Gabriela has been a place where my children are not only learning, but where they're seen, supported, and celebrated. When my son began receiving services through his individual education plan, including speech therapy and social emotional support, I witnessed the school's deep commitment to ensuring that every student has what they need to succeed. In fact, nearly a quarter of Gabriela's students have IEPs, and the school has exceeded its iReady growth goals in both English language arts and math for these students. But what's just as powerful is that starting in 4th grade, students are invited to have a voice in their own IEPs, to understand their goals and advocate for themselves. That's empowerment in action. Gabriela represents what's possible when equity, excellence, and joy live together in a public schools. It's a model that not only changes outcome, but it changes lives. I'm a proud member of the Gabriela School Board, and I'm proud to send my children to the school. It's a community that embodies everything that I believe in public education should be: joyful, rigorous, and deeply caring. Thank you for considering the renewal of Gabriela.
Thank you for your time. Leah Millman. Leah?
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Millman. I'm a dual language teacher and former community school coordinator at Logan Academy. In my 30 years as an educator, I have never worked with a staff more deeply rooted in the community they serve. Because of that deep connection, we feel the inequities on our campus more than ever. As a co-located school, we face daily obstacles that make it harder to provide the equitable learning environment our students deserve. This strikes at the heart of the community schools model, where equity is supposed to be the foundation. When we wrote our community schools application, we committed to listening to our interest holders. Our community needs access to arts enrichment, science, sports, technology, and electives, but we don't have the space. This is not what equity looks like, and it's not just a logistical problem, it's a systemic one. Co-location is not an effective way to manage space. It is an actively harmful practice that forces schools to compete for the very resources students need to thrive. Please vote no on renewing Gabriela's contract. Our students deserve the full promise of a community school, not a compromised one. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Ortega. I'm a UTLA board member, and I'm a 20-year former teacher at Logan. I was here in this room 15 years ago and 10 years ago to make the same complaints that I'm here to make today. They have not been resolved. When Gabriela arrived, they appropriated our auditorium. They filled it with multiple desks, chairs, lamps, flags, flowers, plants, all kinds of things. But due to Logan parent protests, those things were removed quickly. The co-location plan resulted, among other things, in a speech pathologist giving classes to children in a closet. A small closet with no windows was the speech lab. May I continue?
Well, there was only 40 seconds left on the initial speaker's time when you began.
Well, I will just say, it's not about complaining about Gabriela doing an excellent job. It's that Logan is prevented from doing the same excellent job because the space isn't there to provide the place for it.
Thank you for your time. Sulema Martinez.
I'm gonna split my time with Ava. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm a proud parent of 2 children at Logan. I'm concerned for their education. For the past few years, my then middle school daughter was not able to have a healthy middle school experience. The stress from not having PE changing rooms, locker rooms, a gym, and having limited space had an effect on her and her classmates. There's no rooms that can be used for activities outside of the already used classrooms. I am also a proud parent volunteer, and many parents and the coordinator have created a strong community. And being that we are a Title I and community school, there's so much that we can offer the community and our children, like computer lab, science lab, dance room, art room, a health center, not a health cart. But there's not enough rooms to build something that we could only dream of. And that dream can come true if you all revoke Gabriela's contract or have them abide by Prop 39. Established in the 1800s, Logan has a rich history in the community. And last week, Mr. Carvalho acknowledged Logan's academic improvement at a press conference. Gabriela has a 30-year contract like no other in LAUSD, had over $900,000 in debt over many years, robbing LAUSD students and Logan community, and raises serious financial concerns. Thank you.
So I have some...
Please use the mic.
Yield the time. I yield the time. Oh.
Just speak. You got about 45 seconds. No rush. Just, it's okay.
Thank you so much for giving me the time. I would like to talk a little bit about the chair use agreement that for the past 5 years haven't been negotiated because Gabriela has refused to work with our principal. They just did it this year, but because they have to renew and they want to look good, they gave $800,000 check, and they work with the principal to write the new share agreement, but because they needed to renew, not because they really wanted from their heart.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All
Don't
right.
renew the contract.
Roxana Eggleston Rangel. I'll come get the envelopes. Come on down, Ms. Eggleston Rangel. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Hello, members of the LAUSD Board of Education. My name is Roxana Eggleston Rangel, and I've been part of the Gabriela Charter School community since 2015. When my daughter Mia was ready for kindergarten, we were searching for a different option than our local school, but we couldn't afford a private education. That's when we discovered GCS, and I have to say that changed everything for us. Mia attended GCS from kindergarten all the way through 8th grade. Today, she's a thriving sophomore at LAUSD John Marshall High School. She's enrolled in honors, AP classes. She swims for Play LA and for the Marshall team. She volunteers to support women in need. GCS gave her not only the academic foundation for that, but also the confidence to succeed. I also have a son, David. He started transitional kindergarten at GCS while Mia was in 8th grade. Around that time, he was also diagnosed with autism and faced significant challenges with emotional regulation. Mornings were incredible They were very difficult, filled with tears and resistance, but with the consistent and also the compassionate support of his teachers and the entire GCS community, David has made remarkable progress. Today, he looks forward to going to school. He has friendships. He finds joy in learning, and he's also dancing alongside his peers. I'm deeply grateful for GCS, for walking with our family every step of the way. It truly takes a village to raise a child, and for us, for my family, that village is Gabriela Charter School. Thank you for your time, your service, and also for your continued support for schools like Gabriela Charter that believe in every child's potential. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mijo Marai, and then after Mijo is Chiomara Quaresma.
Okay. Oh, she's going to go first and then.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Laura Campos, orgullosa madre voluntaria de Logan Academy. La escuela me brinda un ambiente enriquecedor de dual language en el cual realmente me siento muy incluida. Estoy aquí para hablar sobre el espacio que la escuela Gabriela ocupa en Logan, el cual está impidiendo que nuestros hijos tengan salones de arte, baile y música, entre otros, evidentemente. En el club de arte de nuestra escuela se imparte en la biblioteca, donde muchas veces nuestros hijos se tienen que ir al patio para no ocasionar un desastre dentro de la
outside to not
librería,
cause a
mientras que la otra
disaster in
escuela
the
tiene más
library,
de 2,
whereas the
3
other school
salones de
has
baile
2 or
y su
3
propio
different
salón de arte.
rooms
Por
and
favor,
their
no
own
renueven el
art room.
contrato con Gabriela.
So
Cada
please don't
escuela
sign the
necesita su
Gabriela
propio
Art
espacio.
contract because every school needs a dignified space for the students. Thank you.
Grader who's in the dual language program at Logan Academy. I chose Logan because it's a small, safe environment for my daughter with autism, and it was one of the only 2 dual language programs in Region East for grades TK through 8th grade. Little did I know that Gabriela Charter School was co-located here. Because of the lack of space, Logan only has 1 special day class for students in grades 3 through 5. There are concerns that it may not even exist next year since the district is moving towards full inclusion. Full inclusion does not work for all students, and parents have the right to choose which schools the variety of programs that work for their unique child. What disturbs me the most, however, is that I recently found out that Gabriela Charter in Echo Park owed LASD nearly $1 million in facilities charges for the use of our campus. While they have recently paid back most of what they owed, what is concerning is the lack of oversight that this board had over the significant debt spanning over several years. How did this happen? It is because Gabriela Charter is the only school that has a special 30-year contract with the district that allows them to not adhere to Prop 39. Not only is this unfair, but it circumvents their financial obligations to the district, which naturally affects our students. Therefore, Gabriela's contract must be revoked. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Okay, next speaker is Chiomara Quaresma.
Hi, Xiomara is a parent at Trinity Elementary School. She had to leave to go pick up her babies, so I'm speaking on her behalf. She left her comment, and she's been organizing parents over at Trinity who also shares campus with Gabriela. So Trinity is experiencing a loss of space and opportunity due to the co-location. Trinity has lost critical classroom space, including kindergarten, 1st grade, and special education. Meanwhile, Gabriela Charter has expanded to a full K through 12. They've experienced erosion of school identity. We're losing our school culture, our history, and our role as a cornerstone in South Central. We have ongoing safety concerns. They're not abiding by their shared use agreement. They're dropping off middle school students during the middle of class time, which has been disruptive. There's no communication or accountability between the Gabriela staff and Trinity staff. There's been a high impact on morale with educators and with students. So our ask is especially to board members to consider canceling the co-location at Trinity. And each of you guys have received a copy of the petition. Xiomara has gotten over 140 parents calling on them to restore their K through 12 and special education classes back at Trinity. And I'll share it with you.
Thank you for.
Good afternoon, members and Superintendent. I'm here basically just to support basically what everybody else said about Gabriela. We're not here to criticize, just like Ms. Ortega said, we're not here to criticize their skills and what they do, but we are here to ask for our space back for Logan because our students are being underserviced for lack of space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. And then we've got Leela Sang, Leela T. Come on down. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
I yield my time to Liza.
Good evening, board members. I'm Liza Bercovici. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. As some of you know, Gabriela Charter School, was founded in memory of my daughter, Gabriela, who I lost, who passed away at the age of 13, 26 years ago. Gabby loved to dance, and in her memory, we first started a dance program for children who couldn't otherwise afford the cost of dance classes. That program continues to thrive 26 years later and to serve hundreds of Los Angeles children. The wonderful families that I met as part of the dance program persuaded me that we should open a charter school based on the same principles that animated our dance program: quality instruction and high expectations for our children. Gabriela Charter School opened in 2005. 3 years later, at the behest and urging of then local superintendent Richard Alonso, we forged a partnership with LAUSD and relocated to our current site in Echo Park, where we are today. I think Richard Alonso, believed that our 8th grade graduates would be excellent feeder students to the nascent LAUSD High School for the Arts, which was about to open. And sure enough, over the years, we have sent numerous students, and alums to both Cortinas High School as well as the LA County High School for the Arts. Since we opened in 2005, we've faced the occasional bump in the road, but by and large, we have seen our children flourish and our families succeed. None of that is ever going to mitigate the loss of my child, which is a loss that will always be with me. But as one parent said to me just before I retired, I think your daughter would be proud of you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for allowing us to continue our partnership with LAUSD and to serve so many wonderful children and families. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment on the item. The item is now up for discussion amongst the board.
Okay, I'll start. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so today before us, I will be making some comments that are in relation to not only their renewal, but also their multi-use agreement, because they go hand in hand as to the benchmarks that were placed in the renewal, which was actually very unusual. It's never been seen before to see these two types of benchmarks in a renewal. So what you have heard here from Logan is that before us is not a standard Prop 39 co-location agreement. This is a multi-year, multi-use agreement that has operated outside the normal Prop 39 parameters we apply to every other co-locating charter school. From the very beginning, this arrangement has been unusual, inconsistent, and inequitable. And my comments and my questions are directly connected to the renewal. This charter renewal is about a school that is co-located at Logan Academy Global Ecology. Ms. Marlon Milmont, can you, my first question, can you describe the agreements for a typical co-location under Prop 39? What are the agreements that are established on a typical agreement?
Well, good evening now. Well, one thing I would say for a typical Prop 39, it's an annual process. That's one piece of it. So basically on an annual basis, charters submit their request, it has its analysis, and then space is offered. So that's one part of the, if you want to call the more typical Prop 39 process.
And for shared use agreements also?
Yes, shared use agreements are also worked out between the district principal and the charter principal as in the Prop 39 process.
On a yearly basis, they don't
On a yearly-
lag until 2 or
Yes.
3 or 5 years.
On a yearly basis.
Okay, so stay there, I have more questions. So the Gabriela, okay, no, actually, this co-location is not typical. So instead, the district and Gabriela Charter School has a multi-year agreement. Can you describe this multi-year agreement between Gabriela and the district, and what is the duration of this agreement, and how long is it for, or this is probably for you or lawyers or?
I would defer that to Mr. Ryerson to talk to the multi-year co-location agreement.
Good afternoon. Nate Ryerson, Office of General Counsel.
Hey, good afternoon. So, you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Yes. Can you describe this multi-year agreement between Gabriela and the district? What is the duration of the agreement? How long is it for? And how would you characterize this agreement?
So the term of the agreement, being a multi-year agreement, it is in existence for the duration of the charter school's existing charter. And if the charter is renewed, then the term of the agreement is renewed as well for the same amount of time.
We did hear 30 years. Is that something that is up to 30 years or around till the renewal? We did hear a year of 30 years.
It is to be consistent with the duration of the renewed charter term.
Renewed charter, okay, thank you. So really quickly, this agreement is unique, would you say?
Yes.
So for the benefit of the public, and correct me if I'm wrong, about some of the key terms of a Gabriela's agreement, automatic continuity, the agreement extends automatically with any charter renewal rather than requiring a new annual facilities allocation. Exclusive and shared premises, Gabriela has designated exclusive use of classrooms, shared use of common spaces like the playground, multi-purpose rooms, and other spaces. Financial commitments, Gabriela is obligated to pay a pro rata share of operations, maintenance, oversight, and insurance costs to the district, with non-payment subject to direct deductions.
Some corrections to that.
Okay.
One is the exclusive use premises that the charter school occupies is static over successive years. The shared use agreement is an annually negotiated document that is negotiated between the co-located administrators and is subject to change on an annual basis. The pro rata share, the facilities-related costs that the charter school pays, is related to Prop 39 single-year co-location type of agreements. There are some deductions for the exclusive use premises that the charter school occupies, and in the shared premises, the charter school pays the same amount that the quote-unquote traditional co-located charter schools would pay.
And are there broader privileges, like the agreement provides unusual flexibility for third-party use, filming, community access, privileges not typically afforded in Prop 39 co-location?
There are provisions in the agreement related to filming, civic center, et cetera. I'd have to go back and do a line-by-line comparison between the two types of agreements to see what the specific differences might be. But I know that there is language in the multi-year agreement relating to filming and civic center, et cetera.
So why did the district and Gabriela enter into such an agreement? How is it that Gabriela Charter got this sweet deal?
It predates definitely my time at the district. We've heard public comment from folks who may have been involved in those negotiations, and so I'd have to defer to them. I was not here to be able to share the origin story, so to speak.
But
of
from
the
your
arrangement.
knowledge or any background of the origin of the multi-use agreement, do you recall anything?
I just understand that it was a mutually agreed upon arrangement between district leadership and Gabriela leadership that had these unique terms.
And is this the only agreement that is in existence for all co-located charter schools?
We have lots of different types of agreements for co-located charter schools. We have single-year co-location charter schools under Prop 39. We have sole occupant agreements. We have leases. We have public school choice facilities agreements as well. So there are various different ways that charter schools occupy district facilities.
And for this multi-use agreement, it does not fall under the Prop 39 sort of agreement or parameters that are set?
The original basis for the charter school or the multi-year agreement indicates that it is pursuant to Prop 39.
It is part of Prop 39.
That's what the recital state.
So this multi-year agreement really sets Gabriela Charter School apart from other, co-located schools, because it does stipulate in the agreement that they have to do a shared use agreement, do that with the school on an annual basis. Have they been doing that consistently since they started?
The agreement does require the annual shared use agreement. There have been a lot of challenges over about the last half decade in negotiating a mutually agreed upon shared use agreement. Pursuant to discussions between the district and Gabriela over the recent weeks and months, all of the past shared use agreement terms and conditions have been mutually agreed to. So they are all caught up, and for the 25-26 school year, there is an executed shared use agreement as well.
So what were some of those challenges as to why the shared use agreements were not, finalized on an annual basis?
There were probably a host of different reasons. They originate as local school site challenges, and the district, I'm in the Office of General Counsel. It usually doesn't elevate to something that has to involve the attorneys until later on. But in my observation, there were challenges about agreements as to what spaces each of the respective co-located schools would occupy, what those schedules would look like, et cetera.
I have here a document that says that from the outset, after Principal Rooney, who was the principal at Logan when this agreement was signed, which is an agreement in 2009, the charter school did not annually sign the shared use agreement. The first shared use agreement was signed by Principal Rooney in 2011 and 2012, which is 2 years after the execution of this agreement between the parties. And after that, the next executed shared use agreement was in 2019, and 2019 to 2020. So there, it was not, it was part of their agreement, of their multi-use agreement, that they have to do an annual, but they never did since the beginning. At least that's what I have here for a document.
Okay, it's my understanding that there are multiple additional executed shared use agreements for the years that you were referencing. So I don't know that that statement would be true in its entirety.
This actually comes from the district. This is a document from 2023 from the district itself.
Okay.
So.
I don't know the origin of that document, but I can tell you I have seen shared use agreements that have been executed for additional years in the time frame that you referenced.
So the next questions are, So this is in regards to fiscal soundness. So that was the context of the Prop 39. So these are my concerns in regards to the renewal. First of all, this fiscal unsoundness. So Gabriela Charter recently made an agreement to pay approximately 1.2 million payment just before the renewal with the $800,000 check and at least 250 placed in escrow. Why didn't they pay earlier, like in 2019? Why is it now that all of a sudden, within a month or so, they paid $800,000, which was owed years back?
As an initial point of clarification, I don't believe they agreed to pay $1.2 million. They agreed to pay the $800,000 and deposit $250,000 into escrow.
Right, so there's 800 and 250 in escrow.
Yes, yeah.
And potentially could be more because it's still under contention, still been allocated as to what they will continue to owe.
That's correct, yes. So the district and Gabriela have disagreed, and they've been in a dispute as to the amount of money that Gabriela owes. They had been paying a monthly amount. The district made the contention that the amount that they were paying was inadequate and that they actually owed more. The charter school disagreed. A legal dispute was initiated and has been going through the dispute resolution process to address those issues.
Part of the agreement, it says that the parties agree that the statute of limitations to collect or dispute any amounts due and owing under this agreement shall be 4 years from the date. So have these disputes and how much they owe passed 4 years?
There are some amounts over the totality of the years that are beyond the statute of limitations. There are other amounts that are timely. The district has collected some of those amounts, and the district and the charter school have signed a tolling agreement with respect to the remaining unresolved claims to preserve their respective rights and defenses.
So it's interesting that all of a sudden an $800,000 check just appeared when they owed this money. Why didn't they pay it earlier? I know you said they were in disputes. So is this money that was in reserves? Did they take out a loan for this money? So how did this money just appear and just paid in full?
I would have to defer to the charter school division's oversight team in terms of the fiscal oversight to be able to address that question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
They owed $800,000. Do you know how they came about this money so quickly to pay for this and also add $250,000 in an escrow account?
I'm going to defer to Lillian Lee as to their fiscal condition, but they have always had a pretty strong fiscal condition overall. And so they were able to pay the $800,000 and the $250,000 in the escrow based on their overall strong fiscal condition. But if you have maybe further questions, I can have Lillian Lee come up here as the fiscal administrator.
In your report, and I'm gonna look for that, it mentions on page 12, according to Gabriela Charter, the projected, they have a net loss of 104 for a fiscal year second interim, primarily due to decline in average daily attendance, as well as a higher than expected substitute costs based on the charter school's review of the, based on the charter school district, department, the review of the Gabriela Charter unaudited actuals submitted to district. The charter now projects a net income of 811, resulting in a net asset balance of 5 million. So they have a net loss, but at the same time they have a balance. So how can you explain that?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Lillian Lee. I'm the fiscal administrator in the charter school division. After the second interim, the Gabriela Charter actually reported 811,000 income, leading to a positive net assets balance of $5.8 million. So they have been financially healthy, and they have met all the financial ratios during the operative charter about this district's recommended threshold.
Despite losing enrollment since 2020?
That's correct. So they have maintained a balanced budget despite a decrease in enrollment.
It does also mention higher than expected costs for substitute, and also there were some contractual fees that were also increased substantially.
That was their that was their feedback, their explanation when we prepared this STAR, when they projected the net loss.
I just find it interesting that they've owed this money, but yet decided to dispute it with the district, and all of a sudden, within a month, they come up with an $800,000 check plus $250 in escrow. So is it typical for a charter school, co-located charter school, to place funds in an escrow? I know it's part of their agreement, but overall, do they do that?
To my knowledge, my understanding is when there's dispute.
When there is a dispute, they
There's
do
a
that.
dispute.
And why is it that there are benchmarks in their charter renewal for paying this over allocation fees and also for shared use agreement?
This is the first time. And during our oversight all these years, we could document based on what OGC provided to us. So this dispute has been disclosed in our oversight report, at least for the most current 3 years.
It's the first time, so it's unprecedented that we see these benchmarks.
For this type of benchmark, to my knowledge.
Interesting. So financially, the timing and circumstances around this renewal just raises red flags. From my perspective, they have breached their contract because they didn't pay their over allocation fees. Rather than pay, they wanted to dispute them. And also for the shared use agreement, it is stipulated in their agreement that they have to have a shared use agreement signed and with the principal, and yet they have not done that, and they've taken quite some time to force them to do that. So for me, there are some governance failures based on this. There has been a long history of disputes over shared use agreements. At Logan Academy, the multi-year agreement relies on best efforts, a clause, to figure out any disagreements, yet disputes with Logan and the district have between the charter and district have persisted for years in negotiations through mediation and notices of alleged violations. So what did best efforts grant Logan Academy and the district?
I cannot speak to that because we are part of the dispute mediation process.
So maybe our counsel here can probably speak to that. What did the best efforts gain rather than long dragged out disputes?
So if you could point me to the provision that you're referring to?
Well, it's stipulated that, based on good efforts, best efforts between Gabriela and Charter, they would, sign a shared use agreement. So if we've asked them for best efforts and yet that has resulted in nothing but disputes, why would we continuing with some best efforts if this doesn't result into anything?
If the provision you're referring to is the best efforts to work on a shared use agreement, to negotiate and execute a shared use agreement, those are the responsibilities of the co-located administrators on behalf of the respective schools. And there is a provision in that agreement that if a dispute is to result, there is a dispute resolution process that it's outlined as to how those disputes are to be resolved. So if there are disagreements between the parties and they don't reach that mutual agreement, notwithstanding best efforts, they can avail themselves to that process. If one side or the other feels that the other party is not exercising their best efforts, they can invoke that dispute resolution provision to try to compel them to follow those terms and to come to the table to negotiate those shared use agreements.
Well, to me, it seems like this pattern of continued conflict suggests chronic governance dysfunction, non-alignment with sound oversight or collaboration standards on the part of Gabriela. This is a governance based on reneging on meeting basic agreement obligations and disputing with the district through litigation and mediation that has prolonged for years. This is what best efforts have resulted in. We have been ongoing disputes, negotiations, and even mediation with this operator for years. That is not what partnership looks like. Persistent conflict signals a deeper issue of accountability and cooperation that has never been resolved. So there are ongoing disputes even today. If the district denies a renewal petition, will Gabriela be responsible to continue paying the money that is in escrow?
Yes, the money in escrow has been deposited with instructions that compel the title company to hold the funds until either there are joint instructions issued by the district and Gabriela, or a final unappealable order from a court.
So moving on with, I know there's other questions I want to ask, so I'll just go ahead and conclude there. I have other questions, but as far as this agreement, multi-use agreement, Gabriela Charter has not met its obligations under this shared use agreement. When we treat one operator differently, when we bend rules or overlook patterns of noncompliance, we compromise the integrity of our entire oversight process. That is not fairness, and that is not transparency. The entire situation, from fiscal irregularities of the governance to the governance disputes to the deep inequities also in student performance, particularly for students with disabilities, is unfair to everyone involved, particularly Logan Academy. It's unfair to the experience of their students, as we have seen some pictures here, that there is no respect from Gabriela on Logan, or the teachers, the students, or even the parents, as you can see here in some of these questions, some of these pictures. I have heard direct experiences from teachers, from Logan, parents, and students as well, of how they're disrespected, not only from students, but also from teachers. They don't respect Logan's space. They actually invade it. So the lack of shared use agreements is directly that. They don't want to agree to anything because Gabriela feels entitled to the entire space of Logan. So it's unfair for the staff and students of Logan who have carried the consequences of this agreement. They have worked hard, but it has been under stress and duress and disrespect. And unfair to every school that meets, and it's also unfair to charter schools who are co-located and do abide by the parameters of agreements. They sign the shared use agreements, they make their payments, but yet this charter school is held under different standards. We have other schools with over allocations and they pay in full or installment plans, and Gabriela should not receive special treatment but just because it has become accustomed to the exceptions, or just because they choose to go to mediation or to go to court. And I will leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Rocio. I just want to add a couple questions onto your line of thinking, and also then to go to Carla. So if Gabriela was a Prop 39 charter school, the district has the authority to recover funds from the school's state apportionment account. But as they are not a Prop 39 location, the district can't collect from them. So that's kind of a negative right there. I have heard from teachers at Gabriela that, I'll give you an example, Prop 39 locations, you have to abide by the host school's rules. If the host school says we have to go out for a fire drill, everybody has to go out for a fire drill. That's just understood. And I was told that Gabriela refused to leave the building when the fire drill was being held. That's what I was told. I was not there, but that's what I was told. So the failure to obey the host school's rules and regulations for safety is a very, very serious problem. Lastly, the young lady who talked about Trinity. So does that mean that kids cannot go to Trinity because there's no room for them in kindergarten? Is that that's what it means? Well, that's their school, and they should be able to go to their own school. If that's their neighborhood school, they should, of course, be able to go to that school for that grade level. And I thank you, and I'll pass it on to Carla.
Thank you. Yes, I just have some comments because it's very frustrating to me that in these times when we are facing some financial uncertainties, we were owed almost $1 million, and we did not collect it until now. And that is very frustrating to me. This kind of lack of accountability is harming not only the students at Logan, but also students everywhere else. I have 2 schools that are co-located with Gabriela. And I know that co-location is hard. It is very hard. I worked at a co-located school. But when it makes it harder, when one of the parties is not willing to meet with you about shared use agreements, to refuse to meet with the other school, to talk about how they're going to collaborate and cooperate with one another. These shared use agreements not only speak to spaces that are going to be used, but it also speaks to safety. That is a huge conversation that needs to be had by the whole school community. And it's the LAUSD principal who is in charge of all of that. So I am very concerned about these behaviors that have been happening by Gabriela at Logan and at my other schools, at Trinity and at West Vernon. It can't take us this long to collect the fund that is owed to us. This is our students' funding. It's not anybody else's. So when in times like this, when we're thinking about all these things we want to cut, we should be right there, actively trying to collect funding when somebody owes us money. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
This $800,000, will Logan see any of these funds? Will any of these funds go to benefit Logan, like other co-located charters?
Well, as you said, it is a different agreement, and it's different fees. It's pro rata share and not over allocation. You're correct. And the more, we'll call it the more traditional or typical Prop 39 annual agreement, there's a portion of the over allocation fees that does go to the host district site. As far as this money, I think that's being reviewed right now, if I'm understanding the latest as to that. Do you have anything else?
There's the latest, okay.
I'm just saying, I think it's under review.
It just seems there's always the latest here.
No, it's under, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, it's under review because it is a different type of payment to the district. It's paying them for service calls and different things the district did at the site versus the over allocation fees that are collected. So there's guidance as far as the over allocation fees, since this is a different type of fee for different type of services. Then it's being reviewed as to how being reviewed is how it will be distributed or not. That's where my understanding it's being reviewed.
From what I was informed, Gabriela will not see any of this money, as opposed to other charters who are in co-located. They do pay, and the monies do go to the host schools. So based on the duress and the stress that Logan has endured for these past years, it's very unfair. So I have more comments, but I'll let Ms. Hendy-Newbill proceed.
Go ahead, Shirley.
Just had a couple clarifying, just so that we're all kind of speaking the same language here. When we talk about a traditional Prop 39 versus this multi-use, can we give some clear direction so the public kind of understands exactly what we're talking about? If it was a Prop 39 co-location and this specific non-traditional?
Yeah, I can explain it. So there's different, as Mr. Ryerson said, there are different types of agreements that we have with charter schools that are occupying district sites. One of them is the Prop 39 annual process that we are more familiar with. We also have charter schools per sole occupant agreements. We have charter schools through lease agreements. And then we have this multi-year co-location agreement. A lot of the terms are in the agreement itself as to the different requirements and the length and those types of things. I would defer if you had specific questions about specific agreements or types, and I would defer to the real estate department on that. But essentially, there are different types of agreements that we have with charters.
So with the traditional, right now we're talking about a multi-year agreement, and we're talking about in what we're used to with a Prop 39 co-location. What would happen in the essence if this was a traditional Prop 39 co-location? What would have happened under the circumstances of what we're hearing about today?
Well, what I can say, if it was, let's say, changed or became a Prop 39 annual process.
Correct.
I can say that each year it's based on certain data points since it's an annual process. And so it would probably look a bit different, though I can't speak to it because it's based on the annual review process and those data points, but I'll give you a couple examples. One thing is currently the Logan parking lot is not currently shared. And the Gabriella dance rooms are not currently shared. That may, under the annual Prop 39 process, those may be shared. So that's just an example of how it would look different potentially if it was put through the Prop 39 annual process.
Thank you. And then, because what was mentioned, I guess, like the locker rooms, I guess one school has space for that, one school does not. And so that would be something that would be a shared use agreement that they would have to discuss annually to come up to an agreement, because it sounds as if they haven't had space like that for the term of this agreement, 2009, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I will say we understand that the space sharing has been difficult on that campus, and our operations coordinator has worked with the region operations coordinator, district principal, and charter principal have worked together to try to ease the space constraints. And also, I want to mention the health and safety, because that we take very seriously. We do want to mention that Gabriella is included in the district's safety plan, and they do coordinate around emergency preparedness, and they should be participating in joint safety meetings. Per our operations coordinator, who did talk to both principals, in the first evacuation drill, they did not participate. That is correct. But moving forward, everybody's understanding that they will coordinate as far as health and safety, and that's true of all co-location sites. They should be coordinating as far as health and safety drills, being on the safety plan, attending safety meetings, so that is the expectation for all co-located schools.
Thank you. And then how many multi-year agreements do we have in our charter division right now?
I think I would refer that back to Mr. Ryerson. Or real estate? Not sure.
Hi, Christina Tokes, Director of Facilities. I don't know the exact number of sole occupant agreements that the district has. It's something that we could get back to you, but I think it's in the realm of about 15 to 20.
Thank you.
Chief Facilities Executive, thank you, Tanya.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions on just clarification, just so we're, again, in the same language. So the dispute amount that we discussed earlier, that's owed, there's a statute of limitations on that. So if it exceeds the time in which they discuss or dispute, could it be resolved with non-payment or just on a different amount? Do you want to speak to that?
So with respect to the current claims that are in dispute, the parties have signed a tolling agreement. A tolling agreement freezes the parties' rights and defenses and claims as of the date that that agreement is signed. That agreement was signed with an effective date of sometime in 2022. So until and unless that agreement is terminated or the parties resolve their disputes, all the claims and defenses that the parties had as of that date are preserved. So there's not a risk, I think, to your question of as more time goes on, is the statute of limitations going to drop some of the district's older claims off? The answer is no. As of that date, what the district's existing legal claims were that date have been preserved.
Thank you. And then for the sake of the agreement originally was, I guess, 19 was when this sum or dollar amount was owed. Is that correct? Is that?
Yeah, I believe the district's request for payment went back to right around that 2019 window.
And then the agreement was signed in 22, is what you're referencing?
Yes, the tolling
And then
agreement.
now we're in 25, and we're still at a impasse, kind of, so to speak? 'Cause it
On
hasn't been-
some, yes, on some of the issues. The district and Gabriela have resolved many issues. As we've talked about, they've paid $800,000 and put $250,000 into escrow pending further resolution of those claims. The parties have agreed on all of the shared use agreements that had not previously been finalized. They signed the tolling agreement. And so there's been progress, but there are still issues that remain part of ongoing, rather intense negotiations.
Got it. And so the shared use agreement that's been signed now, is that something that, obviously it's shared use, that they both felt confident, or they just kind of came to this agreement this year, but not subsequent years prior to this renewal?
I would have to defer to the district side administrator in terms of how they felt, but she did execute the agreement for 25-26. It is status quo from 24-25 school year, and more recently, the school years that were really, where there was a lot of disagreement were the ones from about 2020-21 up until then. Those are what both co-located administrators have likewise mutually agreed to since then.
And has the leadership been the same at Logan this entire time, since 19 to 25?
I don't recall what year the current school site administrator joined Logan. I would have to defer to others for that data point.
No one knows that? Just kind of asking.
Thank you.
They can respond to the principalship. The CEO, as she mentioned, was 2 years recent, and then there was a prior CEO for many years before that. In terms of the top-line organizational, and they could, if you'd like, they could speak to their exact principal.
I was referencing our principal.
Oh, our principal?
Oh, the district principal.
Yeah,
Our
she's-
district principal
she's
was
been
at the
there.
same leadership the entire time, so that would have some, no, has it changed?
I think she's been there for at least 4 years, I believe.
4 years, okay. Just trying to get some context as to who's been there, who knows the history, because many of the questions cannot be answered as to when this began, and obviously we're bringing it forth now, because obviously there's been some history even in the short period of time, and so just for my own knowledge and understanding. And so, just for clarification, there was an influx, someone mentioned that there was 5 million within budget, but they were unable to pay the 800,000 plus. Is that true, that that was noted? Someone mentioned that they did have a healthy budget, but they did not pay what was asked by the district to pay. Is that true?
I mentioned that they have net assets over $5.8 million projected as of June 30th, 2025. they recently negotiated, so they paid. But that's separate from their financial health.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you may.
Sure.
Just briefly, because I know it's come up, just to underscore. In short, everybody, I would say, for the district's part, would have wanted this to be resolved a long time ago, to be very candid, and I know that's not a surprise. Certainly, the charter school took its actions to try to exhaust its disputes as the district approached this renewal in this span, because we've obviously been involved during this time. The district conferred, and with all renewals, staff looks at amounts owed, debts, liabilities, et cetera, whether it's over allocation, pro rata share, and the like. And while there were dispute elements, working with our leadership and working within the confines of renewal law, established, that's why the district sent a notice of alleged violation to deal with this issue. And I can't speak to why the charter school hadn't paid before, but they obviously responded to the notice of alleged violation and took the actions that have been discussed today. Certainly, while we're pleased to have those actions now, I think I would say both parties probably would have wanted to have resolution sooner. So we come before the board with these additional benchmarks to Dr. Rivas's questions, which are unique, but it recognizes also the fact that it's taken some time to get here, and for the ongoing oversight that the team will conduct, which relates to a prior question from board president about ongoing oversight on issues, that will be also measured and monitored. So I just wanted to underscore that, supporting what the staff has shared, but I understand the questions come out to why is it being resolved now versus before? And while there are legalities, we're not speaking to that. It's more about we wanted to make sure at renewal time we could address it as best we could considering the factors.
Got it. And just last question. So what happens, just for the public, if a school is not in compliance with Prop 39?
I would say it depends on what part of the compliance with non-Prop 39. Because that's a big, there's an agreement and there's a lot of pieces of that agreement. So I think it would depend on what piece of the agreement. I do think that we work together with our team, the region, the district administration, the charter administration to resolve issues at the local level, especially when it impacts space and things like that. So I would say it would depend on what exactly was the issue that could not be resolved.
Could you give us an example of an issue that could not be resolved? What would change the direction of a complaint with Prop 39?
Well, I will say that we have, as far as, let's say, the over-allocation fees, the Charter Schools Division, this was a couple of years ago, and it hasn't happened as of late, but when we had some charters that had received notice of their over-allocation fees and had been contacted with a due date and still had not paid the money, we had issued notice to cures. So we had issued a handful of notice to cures as to the over-allocation amounts that were not paid. And I will say, as a result of that, everybody ended up paying the over-allocation fee. So that's an example of what could happen.
Thank you.
Okay, let me tell you the questioning line. Tanya, Kelly, Nick, and who's ever next. Okay, go ahead, Tanya.
Super fast. I just want to make a point that it's 5:30. We still have 5 charter items to discuss. I did ask months ago for board leadership and charter school division to consider adding additional meetings because I'm nervous that this board is going to make decisions based on our energy level and our ability to focus at this time. And as the hours progress through the evening, we still also have public comment, general public comment. So I would just encourage my colleagues to be as concise as possible and as equity and student oriented as possible. I'm excited to vote on this as soon as we can get to it. Thank you.
We hear you. Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate everyone's questions. I have similar concerns and certainly heard the concerns raised by speakers. So I just have a few additional clarifying questions. First, I just wanted to clarify sort of with regards to the ongoing issues that we've seen with space sharing and on the financial front, what are our protections moving forward against these ongoing issues recurring?
Well, I would say one of the things, as we discussed, is the benchmarks that have been recommended, the 2 fiscal benchmarks, as far as the shared use agreements and the fees. So that's one protection of sorts, if you want to use that terminology, but that's one thing. In addition, I think it's just the continuing monitoring and ensuring that the charter school fulfills their obligation under those 2 benchmarks. And that's something
that continued monitoring, would that be part of the CSD's ongoing oversight?
Yes, since it's a benchmark assigned to the school through this process, that would be under a CSD's oversight to monitor those benchmarks and fulfilling those benchmarks.
And would there be a way for the board to get to get more regular updates on adherence to those benchmarks moving forward?
Absolutely, we could do that.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask, so, we've been talking a lot, obviously, about the unusual nature of this particular space sharing arrangement. And we had heard some concerns about certain parts of the annual Prop 39 co-location process not being afforded in this particular instance. One, is UTLA's contractual right to have a co-location coordinator. And the second is, UTLA's involvement in the development of the shared use agreement, which I understand also happens annually at this site. Can you share whether or not those same rights are afforded in terms of participation and the selection of a co-location coordinator at this site?
I would refer the first question to Dr. Murphy. Thank you.
Hi, Kristen Murphy, Associate Superintendent, Talent and Labor Relations. So yes, the UTLA contract, I'm going to test my memory here, Article 29, Section 3.0, I believe, does allow for UTLA to appoint a member using their own process at each site who will serve as a co-location coordinator and who would have the right to attend walkthroughs, review any site plans, and work with the principal.
And
Whether or
does-
not it's a Prop 39 co-location, it's still in the contract.
So that contractual provision does still apply in this particular case?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. And then with regard to the funds that are in escrow and the fees that have been recently paid back, I think I heard you say, Marla, that we were looking into whether any portion could go back to Logan. Is that something that the board could direct, that some portion of funds or the entirety of funds, whatever is appropriate, could be redirected back to Logan?
Marla, I'll answer it.
Oh, thank you.
So this was a feature that of this conversation. When I was made aware of this longstanding debt, I injected myself into that conversation. The result is where we are now. I cannot speak to the pre-existing conditions that led not only at this school, but many other schools, an accumulation of debts to the system that rose at one point up to $15 million. What I can tell you is that since that time to now, we have recouped about 86.7% of that. So that's terrific progress. I was unaware about where the funds would go. I was happy enough that we were able to reach an agreement that resulted in that $800,000 with the $250,000 going to escrow. To Board Member Gomez's question, I do believe it to be appropriate, ethical, and necessary to provide degree of support from those funds back to Logan. I don't see how we would manage that in any other direction. With that said, this is a condition that has no precedent because of this type of agreement. But if it was a typical Prop 39 condition, that's the way we proceed. So I think we ought to follow that same model. So you have my commitment that as these issues are finalized, that a necessary, handsome, adequate contribution will be made and through a reinvestment back to Logan. And the other point I'd like to make, because we've hinted around this, so the co-location coordinator, again, was not aware that one did not exist at Logan. I think it is appropriate to have one. What makes this school so different? It is appropriate to have that level of supervision and assistance at the school, even though the methodology and the contract that led to this partnership is different from your typical Prop 39.
That's helpful. Thank you, Superintendent. Just a couple more questions, because I think what I heard from the public comment speakers is general concerns with having adequate space on the campus and with a desire for certain specialized spaces. I know a STEAM lab was discussed. So I just want to understand, and I think Board Member Hendy Newville was also asking some of these questions, what would an alternative space sharing arrangement look like if it were not this multi-year agreement and were instead your traditional annual Prop 39 agreement? And specifically, kind of what would be the implications of a denial of their renewal? Both, obviously, there's the appeal piece of it, which it would be helpful for you to talk about, but also on the facilities component of this conversation.
I'll speak to the first piece, and I addressed this a little bit earlier. So essentially, as we said, the more traditional, we'll call it, Prop 39 process, it's an annual process done on every year. So it would be, the space allocation would be based on the data points for that year. In saying that, it could look different. And one example is, and a couple examples I gave, is a couple, like the Logan parking lot is currently not shared, as well as the Gabriella dance student rooms are currently not shared. Under Prop 39 or traditional Prop 39, they may, that may be considered for sharing. So it would look different. I couldn't speak to how different, because it's an annual process, and those data points would be key into determining what the space is allocated to Logan. And to the second point,
Could I just,
yes.
one follow-up on that piece? Could it affect the classroom footprint that is allocated to the school?
It potentially could impact the classroom footprint.
And then, so just to understand, if you could speak to, if the board were to vote to deny, I just want to understand what are the implications for this charter school being co-located at the site that it is at currently at Logan?
You want to talk to the agreement, Mr. Ryerson?
So if the agreement states that if Gabriella's petition is denied for renewal, the agreement shall automatically terminate 30 days after the date of denial, and Gabriella shall vacate the Logan site. However, if Gabriella elects to appeal to LACO or the state, then the agreement shall only be terminated 30 days after Gabriella has exhausted its appeals rights. And if either LACO or the state approves Gabriella's appeal, then it may continue to occupy the Logan site, but the parties shall enter into a single-year facilities agreement. And thereafter, Gabriella would need to make annual Prop 39 facilities requests, and the district would make its best efforts to allocate Logan site to Gabriella. Everything I just described is a contractual provision of the multi-year agreement. It's not within Prop 39 statute or regulations.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Ryerson. So essentially, it wouldn't end a co-location at Logan. It would, should an appeal, if Gabriella were then to appeal successfully at the county or at the state, it would shift the co-location over to the annualized process that we've spoken about.
Yes, in that hypothetical.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm happy to pause until others. I have some more, but I'll.
Thank you, Mr. Melvoin.
Thank you. And being cognizant of Ms. Ortiz Franklin's request and others who have had some of their questions, but this has been both a confusing and frustrating conversation to witness, I think, for a number of reasons. One, because there are a lot of factual allegations that have been thrown out, and I think really disputed by district staff, and then just we move on. And there's also a lot of conflation of terminology differences between over-allocation penalties that the district, by their own policy, didn't collect for years, fees, rents, pro rata shares. And I also think some, and the superintendent was only, despite being the longest serving in 20 years, has not been here as long as some of us, to know that actually Ms. Goldberg, Jackie Goldberg and I tried to bring a policy to give co-located fees to the co-located schools, and we're told repeatedly by CSD that that's not possible, that it's too complicated. So I really do appreciate some of the energy and momentum to say, wait, co-locations are tough, and there are ways to try to absolve some of that difficulty. I guess rather than asking some questions of all these allegations, I mean, my understanding, and maybe Ms. Wilmot or Mr. Ryerson, you can tell me, because this is unique despite the 15 or 20 shared use agreements we have, but my understanding is that when this was implemented in 2009, the district wrote this agreement, not the charter school. Is that correct? And as you're coming up, I say this because we're living in a current environment where we're trying to maybe unstick some things and make this work out. And I have a lot of empathy for Logan, and I'll get to that in a second. But my understanding is that this is a district-written agreement that was hoisted on a charter school a few days before they opened in 2009 when none of us were here.
I have to preface with, none of us, including myself, were here at that time. But it is my understanding that the agreement and the arrangements were pursuant to detailed discussions between Gabriella representatives and district representatives from the, I believe, the original executive director and founder, Ms. Bercovici, as well as real estate department staff and Office of General Counsel. They negotiated the agreement in concert with approval from then district leadership.
And then in the 16 years since then, I mean, we're here, can you, or can someone just articulate this dispute? Because there are different things. There's an over-allocation penalty. It is not a fee, it is a penalty that the district had a policy that we were not collecting, and then that policy changed, and that's some of the 15 million that the superintendent was alluding to. There's also, over Prop 39, what would be, for lack of a better term, just call it rent. This SUA, or this FUA, Facilities Use Agreement, has rent. My understanding is that there was a rent the district had agreed to and then said at some point, we actually need to up the rent. But you're in arrears for years that you didn't know that you were paying us. So this $800,000 that we've been discussing, they're paying back, there's some in escrow, like, what, did they just say one day, we are not gonna pay the district? Like, what is the nature of this dispute?
Initially, I'd like to point out, to your point, there is a distinction between the different types of costs that are being discussed here. What is at issue here is not over-allocation reimbursements. Those are for space where a charter school on an annual basis makes a projection of how many students it will have. It doesn't meet that projection, and under a statutory formula, the charter school owes a reimbursement for over-allocated space to the district. In those situations, the board had adopted a resolution that directed staff to redirect those funds back to the district, quote-unquote, host school for those funds. Separate from that, and what is in dispute here, is pro rata share. Pro rata share, you use the word rent. Because I'm the lawyer, I don't use the word rent. Rent has different legal connotations with it.
I'm a lawyer too, I'm just saying for layman's terms, like it's basically what they pay for use of the facility.
For use of the site, correct. And it's a per square foot amount that is paid to the district as a reimbursement for the benefits they receive for those facilities costs. Those costs are things such as custodial, utilities, rubbish removal, insurance, ITS, LA School Police Services, et cetera. Debt service on cops. There's a whole line item that is authorized under Prop 39's regulations as to facilities costs, and the charter school pays the pro rata share of those costs. What is in dispute here is the amount that the charter school owes for that pro rata share each year. It is based on the per square foot amount that the charter school occupies. So part of the dispute was with respect to what amount of space did the charter school occupy and at what percentages, and also what is the appropriate per square foot rate that the charter school would be obligated to pay. And third, are any credits or offsets that the charter school would be entitled to for amounts that it had paid or for services or benefits that it felt that the district did not provide, but that the charter school was being charged for.
And is that pro rata share in this case something that the district sets annually, or is it coterminous with the charter, so it's a 5-year allocation? Like, at what point did this dispute start such that there was a difference between the parties? The district was saying X and the charter school was saying something else.
The district presented its claim for that the charter school owed additional amounts in, I believe it was fall of 2022, looking back several years. And to your first part of your question, the amounts do change each year. The same per square foot rate that is established for all of the other single-year co-locations is applied here.
But can I just stop you? So we said at one point that looking back, you actually owe more the last few years that we never told you about, and now you have to pay up.
There was a reconciliation when the district went back and
But I think
looked.
prospectively, because I just want to be clear here, I mean, I think prospectively, if there's agreement and negotiation, there's cost escalation, that's one thing. But I just want people to think about their own situations as renters or a mortgage. Like, what the district said is, actually, in the last few years, we have been wrong. You've owed us more, pay up.
The district did not tell them that they needed to pay a certain amount, and they paid it, and then the district changed its mind. The charter school had continued to pay a static amount.
Which is what they thought they owed.
I won't put any thoughts into, I can't assume what their thoughts were.
Was it they weren't making up a number, it was a contractual.
It
They were paying
it was
what
a
they had
static
been
number from in the
contractually.
past, absolutely.
That is contractual.
Yes.
Okay.
And when the district identified the amounts that it believed the charter school owed, the delta, that is when the district staff.
But retroactively, again.
Yes, for
So
several
we
years
said-
within the statute of limitations.
Okay, well, but just again, we basically, they were paying what they thought they owed based on our contractual agreement. We decided they owed us more, and instead of saying going forward or renegotiating, we said the last few years, for students who might not no longer be at the school, for faculty, like for money that you might not have, you now have to retroactively pay. That's the dispute. Or part of the dispute.
That is part of the dispute.
Okay. I just want to make that clear, because I think, there's a lot, I mean, there are bad actors out there, and then there are folks who are confused. And this seems to me, if someone came to me and said, your mortgage payment actually was wrong, and you owe us $100,000 more for the last few years, I wouldn't be in a position to pay that. And I think most people would be quite confused and think that that was unfair. So the fact that that's where this dispute is, and my understanding about this negotiation, that is one of the benchmarks and part of the renewal of dubious legality in my mind, whether these can be coupled, but is there agreement to say, yes, we still in good faith want to negotiate something going forward? Now, my other questions are around, Mr. Schmelson had said something about if Prop 39, if they're out of compliance, we can force them to pay, but we can't do that in this situation. Is that true? Like if they aren't paying us, we have is there a difference in mechanism between Prop 39 and this agreement to force payment or to make sure that they're in compliance?
The single-year use agreement that I think Board President Schmelson is referring to has some different terms with respect to payment of the pro rata share amount versus this multi-year agreement, yes. And so to his point, the ability to deduct the amounts from escrow after providing notice and an opportunity for the charter school to pay does not exist in this agreement.
Right. And it's something that potentially could be added in the future.
Sure, if the parties mutually agree to it.
And I also, and this might be I think this is Ms. Grego who mentioned this, so maybe this is from Ms. Wilmot, but is it true that the charter school principal has refused to meet with the Logan principal over the SUA?
I would need to defer to those staff on that.
And sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard something about refusal to meet with the Logan.
That is not our understanding. There is a signed, executed SUA for this current year.
Okay, because I think that's, and I'll just make a few comments and then wrap up. I think that is not my understanding. We've heard that a lot. We've heard some allegations from board members. I think all in good faith, I'll say that. I mean, this is a complicated situation, and then we've heard charter staff say that's not true. I think these are complicated conversations. Gabriella is not in my board district. It's a school that's close to my heart. Gabriella was a classmate of mine. We lost her after our 7th grade year, far too soon, and she was a source of joy and light. And I have to say, Liza, you and your family and the legacy that you have built in her honor is incredible. And I've been always proud to support this school and the work that you do. At the same time, co-locations are tough, and I have a lot of empathy and understanding for Logan, not knowing it's not my school. And I think that it's really incumbent upon us, the adults, who are the stewards of the children in this situation, to come to creative solutions on behalf of kids. It seems like this agreement, these co-location, maybe it worked in 2009, is tough. And I would ask us to come with the generosity of spirit to try to make this work. That requires meeting. Whether or not there's a co-location coordinator per UTLA's agreement, and I'm happy to support that, I still think that, you know, in a high-functioning co-location, you would have people walk the space and see what makes sense. It's actually one of the reasons that in Board District 4, we have 6 fewer co-locations than when I got elected, because we've worked to move people off space, find private sites, try to reduce footprints. Co-locations are tough. It's also why Ms. Goldberg and I brought a resolution to have co-located grants, and I hope that Logan and Gabriella have received the $100,000 from a few years ago. I also think that when I look at that, even just looking at the landscape that you're in, the Early Education Center across the street from Logan, according to our dashboard, has fewer than 11 students. And I wonder if that's a space that folks could utilize to try to, you know, benefit kids here. So again, I have a lot of empathy for this situation. You have 2 K-8 schools that are pulling almost the same number of kids from that community, and I think we owe it to them to try to work something out. I don't know that this has been the way to do it, but I hope going forward that we can have a collaborative spirit and really try to support all the kids here. So I'll pause on that for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Rocio.
So basically, what it all boils down to is that this multi-use agreement is just not working. Not only did Gabriella breach its obligation by not signing the shared use agreements and not paying their pro rata share, they have not met their obligations, which is why it has to be now a benchmark, 2 benchmarks in there. And I will say that in their notice of alleged violations, it specifically says the charter school has repeatedly refused to meaningfully renegotiate and execute shared use agreements despite its obligation to do so. I'm not making this up. It is right here in this document, and it's in all of the documents that were shared to us. It repeatedly says they have refused. The district has also made additional good faith efforts and subsequent verbal and written communications to annually negotiate and execute shared use agreements. And they have also made efforts and letting them know that how much they owe. So it's not that it's something that was made up. It is in all of these documents that we're reading. So nobody is making that up. Additionally, in the report, it also mentions that charter schools' alleged refusal to meaningful negotiate and execute shared use agreements. Among other things, the response to the notice of alleged violations challenged the district's stated fiscal and governance concerns, asserted various objections and defenses, claimed the Gabriella Charters has disputed the district's claims and amounts due, stated that the parties have been engaged in mediation to resolve the disputes. So this has been dragged on. So what it tells me is this multi-use agreement has not worked. Particularly since now it has errors. They owe more, and because it's static, it meets the needs of Gabriella, but is not meeting the needs of the district. So as far as I'm concerned, this multi-use agreement should be nullified, and we start yearly and we start over with newer terms, with accurate pro rata share, now over allocation fees, with shared use agreements. And this is why this entire process indicates a pattern. So although it's a benchmark, and I know you're going to have oversight, it doesn't guarantee that they're actually going to abide by it because of the patterns that they have showed. So with that said, if it's not renewed, we move on to LACO, and then if they get approved, they come back, but it comes out in a fairer process than what it is now. This multi-use agreement was done years ago, different district leadership, different circumstances. Now we're facing with a whole different set of circumstances. The fact that Logan Academy is a community school, is now a SPAN school, circumstances for them have changed. And that is what we need to take into consideration. So as far as I'm concerned, this multi-use agreement should be nullified. They have breached their obligation, and to drag this on in mediation is just wasting not only the district's time, but also overall the time of students, particularly at Logan. So I would like to bring to a motion to not renew this contract. I would like a second.
For clarification, Board Member Rivas, is your motion to deny the charter renewal?
Yes.
Thank you.
But we still have some more speakers from the board. Board members still want to speak.
But I would like to bring this into motion right now.
Okay, okay.
So can you state the motion for me? I'm sorry.
I bring a motion to not renew, to deny the charter renewal for Gabriela.
I'm going to just confer with council because that sounds like a no vote on the underlying motion. It sounds like just one second. Okay, let's do this motion and then the original one as well. So this is a motion to deny the charter application, correct? Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
So moved by Dr. Rivas, seconded by Mr. Schmerelson. Let's vote. Ms. Newt.
Tell us what a yes and a no vote means.
Sorry, yeah, that's right.
Well, I'd be curious what a yes and no vote means, and also discussion, because I'd like our general counsel to opine on my understanding of charter laws. We would need grounds to deny, given that the factual record is grounds to renew. So can you walk us through what, can we just have a motion to deny whole cloth, or what is the procedure?
The board can make a motion to deny, as Ms. Rivas has indicated, has moved to do so right now, or the board can revert back to the original motion that is to approve the renewal of the charter petition. So the board can vote on that as well. As far as the findings that is required to deny, we will submit, if the board does deny the charter renewal, we would submit the board transcripts and the deliberation and the underlying reports that the Charter Schools Division has provided as grounds for denial and as written findings of fact.
Right, and I guess my question is either for you or maybe Ms. Wilmot, is given it's a middle, or maybe you can edify the public and the board, it's a middle-performing charter. What are the criteria for the grounds for denial? And given that we have a factual record that recommends, based on the academic and fiscal performance, renewal, what would happen? It just seems, and I'm just talking to my colleagues too, it just seems like this would go up to LACO and immediately get remanded or get approved. And then we have a non-district approved charter operating on a district site. And we have not solved anything. If anything, we've just made it more problematic.
What we've solved is sever the multi-use agreement and making it a proper Prop 39 agreement. That's what's solved. We're solving the situation that has taken place right now for too long, and that's what needs to be rectified.
My question still stands.
Let me grab the policy just to make sure I'm accurate.
Sorry, can I ask for clarification? Dr. Rivas, are you asking that we end the multi-year and shift to a one-year renewal for the Prop 39 location, not that we deny the entire charter renewal? I was hearing something a little different in what you were saying right now, so I'm just trying to understand.
Well, based on the agreement, if the charter renewal is not renewed, then that pretty much severs their multi-year agreement.
Okay, but are you asking this board to vote to close charter, Gabriela?
Well, as we know, they're not going to close. They're going to go to LACO, and they have appeal processes. So it's not something that they still have all the year. Their charter petition doesn't end until June, so there's not going to be closed right away. They still have the appeal process, but for this moment, this is the moment to address this multi-year agreement.
And just for clarifications for the board and the public, what is agendized today is the approval of the charter renewal for Gabriela and not the co-location agreement.
Can I ask a procedural question as well, just to make sure I'm clear? Ms. Navarro-Reed, why does the motion to deny supersede the existing motion? Is that proper via Robert's rules?
there is a motion, underlying motion. We can do it either way. I think we arrive at the same result. So if the board wants to go back to the underlying motion, then we can do that. And the board can vote on that as well.
Thanks.
Clarifying, we would vote on motion that's right now and motion that was agendized. Is that correct?
If the board votes on Dr. Rivas's motion right now, then that's essentially the vote for the renewal or non-renewal for Gabriela.
So if it's going to give us the same result, if we vote, then I will withdraw my motion and then move on to vote on this renewal. If it's not going to change my vote.
But I don't know that that's true. The inaction for, the absence of 4 affirmative votes for renewal is different than 4 votes for denial, is my understanding. But I also still, my question still stands about what the grounds are for denial per state law.
So I want to talk about criterion 3. If you're considering a recommendation of denial under substantial fiscal factors or governance factors, I will mention there has to be a notice issued, and the notice of alleged violation was issued, as you see. And, based on our review of that response and where we are, we did recommend, the staff recommended approval. But per criterion 3, there you can make a recommendation for denial based on substantial fiscal factors.
Thank you. So I guess, Ms. Nuvera, the question of which motion to take up and whether there's a material difference.
I hear Dr. Rivas is saying that she's withdrawing her motion.
Right. My follow-up question is if there are not 4 affirmative votes for the renewal, is that the same as a denial? My understanding is no.
It requires 4 votes for a board to adopt an action. So if the underlying,
Right, but so there is a motion for approval that the superintendent has recommended to this board that we approve this school per state law and middle performance criteria and what we've heard. If there are not 4 affirmative votes for that, my understanding, and maybe this is different post 1505, but that is it doesn't mean that this doesn't. Let me ask the question: does it mean that the school is denied, or does it mean that no action was taken? And if no action was taken, what are the next steps?
we have taken a no action as an appeal to LACO.
So if there aren't 4 affirmative votes for this charter, there is no action, and then LACO
And the action
appeals
fails.
the no action?
The item fails. And that could be taken to LACO for an appeal.
Okay, so
Procedurally on this, if I could just pop in, Robert, going back to Robert's Rules of Orders, it's my understanding, it sounds like Dr. Rivas's motion is another main motion. We cannot have 2 main motions on the floor at the same time. So in this instance, the underlying motion is resolved or amended or voted on, and then another motion can be made, but it's two conflicting motions on the table at the same time, so one must be resolved before the other, under Robert's rules.
okay, just for point of personal privilege, so just to what you mentioned, so if we move to deny based on substantial fiscal factors and also governance factors, which were mentioned in your notice of alleged violations, then that is something that we can do, to deny based on these factors.
That's in the criterion.
That's in the criterion 3.
And it goes into demonstrably unlikely factors.
Kelly, you have another question for us?
Well, not exactly a question. I just, to speak on the topic at hand, as we talked through, I am concerned about whether, the action that was proposed, I know that motion's not on the table now, but that would actually get to the outcomes that we are hearing stakeholders from the school communities raise. From what staff described, reversion to the annual Prop 39 co-location does not get rid of a co-location and may result in more space being provided, different spaces, but more space being provided. So due to those unintended consequences, I have circulated an amendment to the board report. And I think we have printed copies in the boardroom. And I'll read them out loud for clarity for the public. So first, UTLA has the ability under Gabriella's multi-year agreement with the district to designate its co-location coordinator pursuant to its own procedures at Logan Academy under Roman numerals, Article 29, Section 3.0. Staff support for the shared use agreement processes that are provided to traditional Prop 39 co-locations can and will continue to be provided to Logan. District staff will renegotiate the multi-year co-location agreement if and when it is deemed necessary to meet the ongoing needs of students at Logan over time, including needs for essential operational and instructional spaces, and of the funds recently paid by Gabriella Charter to address outstanding previously disputed monies owed, district staff will allocate a significant portion to Logan. So that's my amendment that I would like to put forward. So I'll move my amendment.
Well, I would like my motion to still stand first. I just was saying if I would do that, it would say result in the same agreement or vote, but I would like to continue with my motion. Deny. And it was seconded by Mr. Schmelzen.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I thought it was withdrawn.
I was passing out notes. I was passing out Ms. Gomez's proposed amendment to the underlying main motion. It's my understanding of Robert's Rules of Orders that there can't be two main motions on the table at the same time. So the board motioned and had a second to bring tab 19 to the table for discussion. A motion to amend the underlying motion is proper because it's a subsidiary portion of the underlying main motion. A brand new item, which sounds like what you're proposing, is considered out of order. I'm just giving you the rules of how it works under Robert's Rules of Order. I'm not sure what the board wants to do with it, but procedurally, you can't have two main motions on the table at the same time. So there would be the first in time, and then perhaps a main motion brought after that, after action is taken on the underlying main motion, or amendments that you may wish to make that would be in accord with what you're attempting to do with a brand new main motion.
The clarification.
Okay, but if we go ahead and go with the main motion, and there's a majority no, that means that the motion fails. That means that the renewal does not happen. And like Devorah said, they can go to LACO and appeal. Am I correct? Okay.
Okay. I did not hear certainty in that, but if that's what you're telling us, Mr. Navarro-Reed. Because, again, I know this is the third or fourth time, the absence of an affirmation or renewal is not the same as a denial, for affirmative votes for a denial.
We have had precedents before where the board has not reached 4 votes to approve a charter petition, and that has been treated as denial. That is the procedure that we will attempt to do, and we can see what LACO says from that.
Well, Ms. Gomez has offered an amendment. I'll second her amendment so that the board can discuss if this amendment appeases our concerns, because then once we vote on the amendment, we can decide if we go forward with the approval of the renewal. But I don't know if people want to discuss this to see if this is meeting some of the concerns that were raised, but I'll second it for purposes of discussion to see if that would help.
So for clarity, we have the underlying motion, and now Ms. Gomez has presented an amendment to the motion. It's been moved and seconded, and now it's appropriate to discuss the amendment that's being proposed. Then what happens is the board decides to vote. The board votes on this amendment, yea or nay. If it passes, it's amended into the language of what the underlying motion. If it does not pass, the board only votes on the underlying main motion.
So we should vote on this amendment.
Typically, you discuss first and then go from there.
I mean, I've already spoken about it. I think we can call a question.
Okay, call to the question requires a second and a 2/3 vote, which would mean 5 of 7 need to approve the call to the question. Call to the question is when all debate stops on the underlying or subsidiary motion, and then the board moves on. So we have a motion to call to the question made by Ms. Gomez. Do we have a second? Otherwise, debate can continue.
Sorry, and just call the question means that we would proceed to voting, right? Like, we're not voting on the
That's correct.
substance of the amendment. We're voting on whether we should move to voting. Or I guess, Mr. Schmerlson could also say, let's vote.
Let's vote.
So this is just
The
to
amendment.
end discussion on the amendment.
Quick question. Do we need to give the charter school time to respond to any of this? There's something in there about them having equal time to respond. Not equal time, because it's been a lot of time, but whether on the amendment or on the issue, if this would help solve. Maybe from CSD's perspective, yeah, what is the right of the charter school through all this discussion and with an amendment in terms of their ability to speak?
I would defer that to council.
Council, who's busy with Nick, okay. And is there any way we would postpone this item to tomorrow with closed session so that people can figure out what's happening here and then, not waste the public's time? Could we postpone this item to tomorrow, attach it to closed session? So that people could decide, because we still do have a pretty full agenda.
I'd like to finish this.
Yeah, we have a closed session that's packed. No.
So I do want to note on that fact, as you see in our materials, that board is required to take action by October 16th, 2025. That's the timelines per AB 1505.
It just looks to me like we're not ready to vote.
Well, and also, Ms. Wilmot,
I'm ready to vote.
I don't mean to be a broken record, but does no action mean action?
I would defer to council on that.
Okay. Well, I'm not, because Ms. Wilmot just said that the board needs to take action by the 16th, and if no action is taken, meaning there's not an affirmative vote, that's not what we just heard from our general counsel.
We could act on the underlying motion, and there's a motion to amend the underlying motion. We could start with that, and let's see where that goes. And if there's a motion to deny the charter school after that, we could take that motion, and that would be an affirmative vote as well. If there's still no action, if there's still no 4 votes on either motion, then we will attempt to fashion that as a denial, as a failed action, and the charter school can attempt to appeal that to LACO.
Okay, so there was a call to the question. We need a second to that call to the question, or debate can continue. Well, we can't. We're on Kelly's amendment. So she called the question. So we have it moved. Do we have a second to call the question? For Kelly's amendment, call to the question in this instance would be to approve or disapprove Kelly's amendment to the underlying
I'll second that.
resolution. So the call to the question has been seconded. We just need a 3/5 vote. So, Ms. Newbill. No. This is just to get to the vote.
To end debate.
This is just to end debate on the amendment, and then you get to vote on the amendment afterwards. It's a procedural mechanism, just that we have clear starts and stops on what is being discussed underneath. So, Ms. Newbill.
No.
Call to vote.
Yeah, she voted no.
Okay, a no vote would mean discussion continues.
Okay, yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes, I guess, yes.
Yes, Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
And a student advisory vote for Mr. Yang?
Yes.
So that was just for the call to the question. Now a vote on the underlying motion, discussion on which is concluded. Okay. This is for the language that Ms. Gomez provided to us and to the public. Ms. Newbill?
No.
Dr. Rivas?
I appreciate the intent, but it was more of the same. I vote no.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
No.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin?
Would have loved more time to understand, but we'll say yes for now.
Mr. Schmerelson?
No.
And an advisory vote for Mr. Yang?
Abstain.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 noes and 1, 2, 3 yeses. So the amendment is not added to the underlying motion. Now the board can continue to discuss the underlying motion under tab 19, or it can move on.
Let's vote.
Or it can move on to a vote.
Let's move on to a vote.
Okay, here we go. Ms. Newbill? Yes, okay, so right now, the board is voting on approval of the renewal petition for Gabriella Charter. I didn't mark a motion in a second, so I'd like to do that now. Can I have a mover and a second?
I move it.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Newbill.
I second.
And a second. Thank you, Board President Schmerelson. Okay, now we're voting, the board is voting on tab 19, approval of the renewal petition for Gabriella Charter. Moving forward. Ms. Newbill?
No.
Dr. Rivas?
No.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
No.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
No.
And Student Board Member Yang?
Abstain.
Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 noes and 1, 2, 3 yeses, so the approval does not pass. Okay, tab 21. Tab 21 is denial of the renewal petition for Learning by Design Charter. We have 15 public speakers. Do we have the presentation here, the presentation deck? Nothing for, nothing for.
Oh, it's 21?
Okay, tab 21. Learning by Design. Will there be a presentation made? I have a note that there will be a presentation, but I don't have a slide deck. And I have Charla Harris and Diana Garcia making the presentation. Okay. Let's
Just
let-
Charla.
Okay, good to see you. Let's just let some folks are leaving, and it'll quiet down for a moment before you go, before you begin. Okay, the 2 minutes is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Charla Austin Harris, and I'm the founder and executive director of Learning by Design Charter School. I am also a mom of 2 Black boys, Cameron and Jalen. And it was about 7 years ago that I stood before this board to share my personal story, my why, the reason why I wanted to start a charter school in South Los Angeles. As an educator and a mom, I wanted a particular kind of educational experience for Cameron and Jalen, one that I thought would be most beneficial for them. I was challenged in finding this experience, so I ended up homeschooling my sons until I found the perfect progressive and project-based school for them that actually resided in LA Unified. I knew from experience that many others that looked like my sons desired the same kind of learning experience and would benefit from this greatly, but they also struggled to access this type of learning experience. Thus, Learning by Design was born. Today, 7 years later, I can say with pride and confidence that Learning by Design has proven to be a successful and wonderful learning experience for students in South Los Angeles, particularly Board District 1. This is seen in our test scores, where we are outperforming the resident schools. But we also know that test scores are not the only marker for determining success. So today, I've invited some of my team members to join me to share with you the story of the deeper impact that we're having on students, the families, the staff, and the larger South Los Angeles community, of which we are very, very proud. And finally, we will show and prove that we are positioned to be able to sustain a thriving, progressive, and project-based educational program for our students and their families, which they desire and deserve. We are a good school. Closing Learning by Design is not in the best interest of our students, and we're going to prove that to you today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Okay, let's see, we have Saida Johnson. Please come on up. Apologies if I've mispronounced your name.
Okay, it's not an easy name, but it's Saida Johnson.
Saida,
Thank you so much for the time. Good evening. My name is Saida Johnson. I'm the proud parent of a 3rd grader at Learning by Design Charter, as well as the Parent and Community Programs Coordinator. My daughter entered the school as a kindergartner, and just in a few years, she's had life-changing experiences. She studied abroad in Costa Rica, learned Spanish, was exposed to an entirely new culture, something I never thought possible for my child. At LBD, my daughter is more than just a number. She is cared for and taught by Black and brown people in her community, where she has experienced a private school education in a charter school environment. She is exposed to high-level enrichment such as robotics and coding, culinary arts, socio-emotional learning activities, gardening, and music. These are unique experiences that most inner-city students don't get the privilege to be exposed to. My daughter has developed new ways of thinking that will carry her far into this world that may view her as too much, too ethnic, too confident. And instead of her power being diminished, she is uplifted and poured into on a daily basis by people who take pride in teaching children that come from the communities they themselves were raised in. As a parent coordinator at LBD, my feelings echo what the parents say during our SSC meetings and the pride they take in their children finally finding a school home that uplifts and encourages them. For most of us, LBD is the only school our children have known, which not only gives them stability and familiarity, but they trust our staff with their secrets, their pain, their wins, and their dreams. LBD is our home because the students not only are cared for by these teachers, but they love them, and it shows in our kids' eagerness to learn, and it shows in our test scores. Closing LBD is not in the best interest of any of our students, including my daughter. So I look forward to you guys giving us the opportunity to stay open. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Ariadna Martinez. Ariadna. David Richardson.
Hey, y'all. Good evening.
everyone. It's been a long day. Give ourselves some grace. My name is David Richardson. I'm the Director of Local Advocacy with the California Charter Schools Association, and I'm a product of this district. I came up through LAUSD Schools, district-run, magnet, and charter programs. I want to thank the district staff and school police for helping with logistics today, for keeping our families safe and out of the cold and the rain as much as possible. We all worked together, strong collaboration. Although it was chaotic, we made it work, and that's what partnerships look like in action. I'm asking today that we continue that same spirit of partnership between this board and Learning by Design Charter School. I've worked with LBD nearly 3 years now, and I know members of the team for even longer, probably most of my life. What I've seen is a school that listens, adjusts, and delivers. LBD is a Black woman-led, predominantly Black serving school in South LA. That's showing up with strong leadership, accountability, and growth. It represents what happened when innovation and community come together. Most students that arrive there come from school environments that were restrictive or punitive, but at LBD, they find something different, a school that is safe and affirming. The leadership team is competent and steady. Charlotte Harris, the school's founder, is a mother and a powerful community leader who leads with integrity and purpose. The budget has been modified and now reflects accurate, conservative, and strategic projections. The families are staying because they see progress and stability. They're a great school, they're on solid financial footing. Closing Learning by Design is not in the best interest of students, which is a legal standard of AB 1505. The law requires renewal decisions to be based on performance, progress, and community impact, and LBD meets that standard. We've heard district staff and board members say charter schools do have a place in this district as long as they're innovative. Learning by Design embodies that. It's innovative and effective. I'm asking the board to continue this partnership, vote no on this denial recommendation, and work with us to keep LBD open. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Donald Beatty. Come on down. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Donald B., are you here? Okay, Jesus Ceja, are you here? Jesus? Jesus C. Joseph Williams. Come on down, sir. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good evening, board members. My name is Joseph Williams, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Culture at Learning by Design. This is my 21st year in education, and throughout my career, I've had the opportunity to work in a variety of academic settings, but none like Learning by Design. Learning by Design has built a culture rooted in connection, care, and accountability. Our families believe in our mission because they see the daily growth within their children. I stand before you not just as an educator, but as a witness to the lives being changed through this work, and as someone deeply concerned about what would be lost if our doors were to close. Sadly, I've witnessed as well as experienced the effects of a school closure within the community. This South LA community in particular. It is not just the loss of a building, it's the loss of stability, the loss of relationships, and loss of trust. Learning by Design has become a safe haven, a consistent space for our children who are seen, known, supported, and cared for. When schools close, families are left scrambling. Students lose their teachers, their peers, a sense of belonging. This deeply impacts students' confidence levels and their well-being, their emotional well-being. Thank you for your time today. I value being provided the opportunity to speak on the behalf of our students, our families, our staff members, and those within the South LA community at large who make up the heart of Learning by Design. Closing Learning by Design would not be in the best interest of our students, our families, our teachers. Again, I've been a witness to what a school closing in our community would do to our families, and I do not want to see another summer spent of our families being dislocated. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Charla Harris, I know you did your first two, but now you're entitled to two under the public comment portion.
I appreciate that. I'm going to yield my time to Scott Warner.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm mostly here to answer some fiscal questions. I've been in the charter school world for the better part of 15 years. Been with Charlotte in one capacity or another ever since they've been open for 7 years. I am an independent consultant right now, and Charlotte has asked me to help with the budget. There were concerns on the budget that was submitted, the fiscal budget that was submitted for this petition renewal, and I went in and looked at it, reworked it, and be willing to answer any questions that you have on it. The school has always been fiscally solvent. We've been fiscally solvent. 2 or 3 years ago, they had a couple SPED cases that were really tough and drained a lot of their resources. And now they are at the point where they can easily get out of this hole that they're in right now this year, given the fact that the other local school was closed and they have absorbed a lot of their enrollment. So they've increased their enrollment from 120, 130, all the way up, they're at over 180 right now, which is more than enough for them to dig out of their hole and grow. We have not absorbed all of the kids because we're trying to be fiscally conservative and do this in the right manner, but we absolutely can get up to 250, 300 as cash flow can handle. So I'm here to answer questions. I would love to explain what happened and what I did to fix it, and thank you.
Thank you for your time. Deanna Garcia. And then after Ms. Garcia is Ed Harris.
Good evening. It's truly an honor to speak with you today, not only as the Director of Operations at Learning by Design since our founding, but also as a parent and someone who was raised in South Los Angeles, where our school is now proudly rooted. This is more than just a professional role for me. This is personal. This is home. When Learning by Design opened, my daughter became the very first student enrolled. Today, she's a proud alum. I watched her grow, thrive, and build a strong foundation in a school designed to be small, safe, and student-centered. She was known, she was supported, and she was empowered. This journey is full circle for me. I, too, am a product of a charter school. I experienced the impact of social-emotional learning firsthand, and it shaped who I am today. That's why it means so much to help lead a school that places SEL at the core of everything we do, that values student voice, and that creates a space for belonging. We don't just educate minds, we support the whole child. At the heart of LBD is our project-based learning model. It empowers students to be problem solvers, creators, and collaborators. PBL doesn't sacrifice academic rigor. In fact, it raises the bar. We exceed state standards while also building the 21st century skills our students need to succeed long after graduation. My daughter thrived when given real-world problems to solve, and as a parent, I was proud to see her learning skills that truly matter: collaboration, critical thinking, and confidence. With smaller class sizes, strong teacher-student relationships, and a culture rooted in care, respect, and high expectations, we built a school where kids feel safe to take risks, to grow through challenges and discover who they are. LBD is more than a school. It's a reflection of what's possible when education is rooted in community, compassion, and purpose. That's why I'm here today, to express the critical importance of renewing our charter. Renewal means continuation. It means stability. It means we can keep providing this unique and effective educational option to families in South LA. Families like mine, who deserve to have access to models that fit their children's needs. LBD changed my daughter's life, and every day, I see the difference it's making for others. Closing LBD is not in the best interest of the students at LBD. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your consideration as we seek to continue this important work.
Thank you for your time. Ed Harris, and then after Mr. Harris is Elizabeth Gomez. Ed Harris? Not here. Elizabeth Gomez, are you here? Elizabeth Gomez. Alyssa McDaniel. Alyssa McDaniel. Kiki Wyatt.
Good evening, esteemed board members. I serve as the director of the Student Wellness and Support Services at Learning by Design Charter School. I initially came to Learning by Design as a substitute teacher with no intentions of or expectations of taking on a long-term position, let alone a leadership role. But when I arrived on campus, I immediately recognized how special the school was. For me, the word of the year is alignment. I have been very intentional about ensuring that every decision I make is fully aligned with my values, morals, character, goals, and passion, especially in my professional life. I visited many schools and received offers across different fields, but no organization made me feel as aligned as Learning by Design. From the school's culture to its holistic approach to social emotional learning, I experienced a level of fulfillment I had never felt before. I evidenced by the immediate sense of purpose and belonging I felt within the community. With a background in psychology and African American studies and experience in behavior therapy and teaching, I have the honor of overseeing a department in which I am deeply passionate about within the very community where I grew up. Representation is everything to me. At Learning by Design, I see my younger self in every boy and girl on campus, many of whom share similar experiences to those I faced growing up in South Central Los Angeles. It is a true honor to serve within an organization where mental health and social emotional learning is prioritized. Learning by Design has made a monumental impact not only on our students, but on me personally. I have the privilege of witnessing and collaborating in the development and empowerment of countless young people as they grow into powerful women and men. Closing Learning by Design is not in the best interest of the students we serve. I see the potential, the influence, and the lasting change this school will continue to bring to our students, families, and communities for years to come. Thank you very much for your time, and by faith, thank you in advance for your renewal of Learning by Design Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Roderick Sowell, Roderick S. Janie Harris, are you here? Janie Harris. And Lena Siemens. Lena S., are you here? Okay, that concludes public comment on tab 21. Can I have a motion and a second to discuss?
Move it.
Moved by Board President Schmorlson. Second by Ms. Griego. Okay, the item is up for discussion. It was specifically pulled off the order of business and put on discussion as opposed to consent? Oh, that's right. That's right. It's a denial. Yeah, no discussion. Okay. Shall we vote?
Can I ask, maybe Ms. Wilmot, or is there someone from CSD back at the dais? I appreciate the analysis. I think this is a more nuanced data story than some, but I understand the district's reasoning. It's always tough to close a school. I think this one in particular seems like a third of their enrollment had recently come from Crete, which is another school that the district closed. And I know that we always ask the question about what happens to the students in event of a closure, and we're told that the district works with them to find new placements. It seems like, to the extent that we did, for some of these students, they're now in another school that closed. So I guess my question, which is unrelated to the school performance, but just thinking about the most important factor here, which is the children who attend this school, is in the event of a closure, if a denial is or if an appeal is unsuccessful, what explicit assurances can this district give these families that their children will end up in stable educational environments, given that they will have gone to potentially 3 schools in 3 years?
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and we did think about that in consideration of the previous closure. We definitely want to ensure those students have a stable educational environment. We are student-focused. I will say that we have developed a process in place where CSD works with the Strategic Enrollment Office, as well as the Office of Data Accountability, to ensure that when the school closes, we have to be also, though, cognizant of the appeal process, right? Allow the charter school to go through their rights if they pursue that. But ultimately, if the school is determined to close, we do have mechanisms in place where we reach out to those families to talk about the district options.
Yeah, and understanding that we don't want, in the event that this school does close, the district to be seen as coming in too soon and poaching, if you will, students. I do want to make sure that we work into the families that are watching and listening and are not happy with what likely will be the board's decision on this school, that we have resources to work with them and make sure that these students end up in stable school environments. And I would want to think, I mean, I know that in the event of school displacements that have, through natural disasters or other things that have affected district students in the last year or so, that we've also been able to give prioritization or really help families enroll in high performer schools, and I would just ask that we do the same if that's the case for students who particularly have been disrupted by 2 school closures, but all the students. Hi, those were most of my questions, just in looking at this one and the unfortunate circumstance.
I just want to acknowledge the parents who came and the staff who came to advocate for their school and share what they appreciated about their school. But I also, or I shouldn't say but, and, I also want to invite you to visit some of the schools, LAUSD schools, because we also have project-based learning, and we have a lot of resources for our students, and we are constantly advocating for more and more resources. And like a parent said, that she valued sending her child to a school where the people who staffed it look like their child. I want to acknowledge how important that is. And I want you to know that we're working hard in LAUSD for that to be true for all of our students.
Ms. Gomez?
Thank you. Yes, and certainly it's a difficult moment on a human level when thinking about the impacted students. I did have a question just on the finances of the school. Ms. Wilmot, if you might be able to speak to it. I was reviewing some of the information in, I think it's pages 552 and 553 of the board materials, where weak fiscal condition, negative net assets, and trying to understand, so there's been a recent growth in the student enrollment, like whether that tempers any of our concerns about the ongoing fiscal condition, or whether because it's been an ongoing trend, that kind of overwhelms the fact that there's been a recent increase in enrollment.
Yeah, I do want to note that when they initially responded to our notice of alleged violation, they did base an enrollment on 175, and we did projections, I want to say, of 175, and we did do our analysis on that and still landed in the same place. So it's been ongoing, and even in the increase in enrollment, wrote rectify the situation at this time.
Doesn't ameliorate our concerns. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Just wanted to, for clarification, I know mentioned the enrollment had increased, and I think mentioned here by Nick, was that due to the absorption of another school that also was closed? And if that's true, wanting to know what is in place, obviously, as these times come where schools are going through, fiscal instability, how do families know where to go? Because you allegedly felt like you were going to a place that was great, but then you find out something new on that end. Is that preventable, or how could we do a better job of notification, or how do we assist families to do more investigative research, or if that's even possible?
Well, I think it's important that parents have choice, and they take those choices. So, one of the things parents could look at is the performance category of the school. That's public information. That's one data point to look at. And also just the dashboard data and things like that. And, but we do have mechanisms in place in order to support the families to enroll in the district. But it's tricky when it's a fiscal issue like this.
But to the board member's question, we have a professional responsibility and a practice in the past of when there's a closure of a school, whether it's voluntarily done by the charter school or by the board, we do deploy staff to make presentations to the families and students to let them know the options available to them. Certainly, as Board Member Griego stated, options available for similar programs that are taught within LAUSD. We've done that in the past recently when schools, for a whole host of reasons, usually financial reasons, decide to to close. Every child is important, every family is important, and depending on the direction that the board takes specific to this item, we will do the same thing to the extent we are invited in or have access to the families and the students in those schools.
Thank you for that clarification, and two, just appreciate the voices that we heard today on behalf of the schools. Thanks.
Anyone else want to speak? Okay, Mr. McLean.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
You gave you gave away your spot. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you believing in the rules. I do appreciate that. Are you calling for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. Vote on tab 21, denial of the renewal petition for Learning by Design Charter. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to tab 25. And we have a 2-minute presentation for tab 25. Tab 25 is the approval of the renewal petition for Synergy Kinetic Academy. Please go ahead, the floor is yours.
Great. Good evening, board members. My name is Rhonda Diomampo. I serve as the CEO and superintendent of Synergy Academies. And I'm here today asking you to vote with Superintendent Carvalho's recommendation to renew Synergy Kinetic Academy. Synergy Kinetic clearly meets all renewal criteria set by state law. We've been open since 2008, and we have since then provided a high-quality STEM-focused education. We also offer enrichment in music, art, and athletics, and we are strongly supported by our families and our community in South LA. As a middle track school, our students' growth on iReady is clear and convincing. We submitted 4 years of verified data to show that we not only met, but exceeded the iReady growth targets for all students and subgroups for all of those years. We see this growth reflected in our most recent SBAC scores, which were just publicly released last week. Congratulations to the district on your increases as well. And we're happy to see increases in both ELA and math. We do have benchmarks in our recommendation to increase outcomes for EL students, and based on this growth, we expect to meet those benchmarks as soon as the 2025 dashboard is released next month. I'm happy to share some additional data that shows the impressive progress that our multilingual learners are making. Our English Learner Progress Indicator has been much higher than both the state and the district. And the last time Synergy Kinetic came before this board for renewal, I believe it was Dr. Vladovic, who served in Board District 7, acknowledged our strong reclassification rate, but challenged us to get to 20%. And I'm happy to report that we have met that extraordinary goal in 4 of the last 5 years. We have had strong oversight scores in all years of our current petition. Just a couple photos of STEM lab classes, art, music, and athletics. And just a note of the strong support we've received from both national and local organizations. And on the behalf of our students and families, ask that you renew our school for another 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Board Member Griego, we have public comment, but I think we'll hit Ms. Griego's questions first.
Yes, this is for the charter school division. For schools that have benchmarks, I'm wondering can you explain the use of these benchmarks for the charter school division and for the school?
You're talking about the assignment of the benchmarks in the recommendation in the renewal?
Yeah.
So we have a criteria established to assign benchmarks, and in this case for Synergy Kinetic, it was the English learners in English language arts and the English learners in math. And based on our established criteria, it for a student group, if it's lower than the state and red, then we recommend a benchmark for that particular area. And then we monitor those on an annual basis through the oversight process.
And what if they don't meet the benchmark? How is that used?
So it's used as part of the comprehensive review as part of renewal time. So it is a data point that's reviewed, and that's in our reports. If they have current benchmarks, we report out on those in our materials, and if we're recommending current benchmarks. So it's the overall comprehensive review, we consider the benchmarks as well.
Oh, so benchmarks do become part of that decision?
Yes.
At the 5-year mark?
Yes.
I see. And I noticed, like, do they change? So if a school doesn't meet it, do you continue with the same benchmark, or do you create a new benchmark? And if you create a new one, when they didn't meet the last one, what's the rationale for that?
Well, I would say there's a couple different things. Number one, we want to assess their current data as to the assignment of any recommendations for benchmarks. And so we do evaluate their previous benchmarks, and then we assess their current data to determine if there's any needed further benchmarks. So I'll give you an example for Synergy, for example. Unfortunately, the state has not published reclass rates, so we were unable to evaluate that. It was not, said no data available for those years. But it's different now, we do have the ELPI, so sometimes things change. So reclass is no longer being published by the state, but we have the English Learner Progress Indicator that does speak to English learner performance on the LPAC. And in this case, the ELPI, they were doing, as compared to the state, they were higher than the state.
But do you go ahead, just not necessarily with them, but if they don't meet their benchmark, do you continue with the same benchmark, or do you change the benchmark?
It depends. We have to evaluate whether they met that benchmark. We have to evaluate if that benchmark is still appropriate, if it's still a data point or data that's being published by the state, let's say, and then looking at their current data, is it still important? So really, current benchmarks are really, when we are recommending a benchmark for approval, it's based on their current dashboard data.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else?
We can move on to the public comment for this item. Maria Cruz, are you here? Maria Cruz? You just want to, do you want to decline? That's fine, thank you, I appreciate it. For those just watching, the members of the audience are signaling to me and telling me that Maria declines. Christina Vogel? Yields. Rhonda Deomampo? Thank you. Ana Luz Morales? Okay. Okay, she's going to speak in Spanish, so if you'd like to hear what she's saying in English while she's speaking in Spanish, please put your hands up and we'll get you these translation headsets. Okay, listos, gracias.
Buenas noches a todos. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ana Luz Morales, and I am a mother with 2 students that currently assist or attend Synergy School. My older son, Jonathan, attended Synergy Kinetic since he was 6th to 8th grade. Now he's in his last year in high school, and he's getting ready to see what the future beholds and hoping of the opportunity to go to the college. My youngest son, Nathan, he is currently at Synergy Kinetic Academy, and today I am here to share my experience as a mother of 2 students that have had a lot of success in middle school Synergy Kinetic. This school has helped my students a lot in education. They taught them subjects just like math, science, English, and history. And What I did not hope that they also taught them technology, programming, and laboratory work. My students had the opportunity to learn about the different careers that they could pursue in the future. And they were introduced to careers such as medicine, engineering, and production, and physical therapy, just to name a few. This is something new for my children, but it's also necessary for them and for all students to know about these careers, and they motivate that they could be doctors, teachers, or whatever they want to be. The schools and all the tutoring have helped my students when they needed help, giving them always the trust and the support that they needed. I always was certain that my students were in good hands at these schools. And this has helped me to return to work and to look after my family. I am concerned for my students' education. I decided to get more involved in the schools and growing, and I know that they need good counseling so that they are successful in life. And I hope that you vote yes to the renewal for Synergy Academy.
Jennifer Epps. Thank you. Catalina Hernandez. Catalina Hernandez.
Buenas tardes. Estimados miembros de la Junta Escolar, mi nombre es Catalina Hernández y soy madre de 3 hijos. Uno
I
de
am
ellos
Carolina
asiste a
Hernandez,
Synergy.
and I am a mother of 3 children, and I am at Synergy Academy. And my daughter had the satisfaction of having attended at Synergy Kinetic Academy since TK, and now she is at Synergy Kinetic Academy. Before making the decisions and selecting a school, parent and I went personally to meet the principal, the teachers, and the students to see how they worked in the school and what was their priority for each one of them. I like what I saw, and I decided to enroll my daughter, but unfortunately she was on the wait list. And I remember that I was called to let me know that she was on the wait list and that before her there were 10 children. I remained positive, and the heart of a mother told me that they would call me, and that was what happened. Since my student went to Synergy Academy, I see that it's a school that is preoccupied looks after the education for her and other students, and to meet the expectations of high academic achievement in school. As a mother, I can tell you that I'm so proud that my daughter is a school where they offer a better academic education for all students. And this school cares for its students because they offer them tutoring, counseling, and different opportunities so that they can keep out of trouble. And in the same way, Synergy Kinetic offers supports, workshops, and resources and opportunities to engage all parents, because this is important for school success for our students, and that is why I'm here today to ask you to vote for the Synergy Kinetic renewal. Thank you.
Martha Mejia. Martha Mejia.
Buenas noches, señores presentes.
Good evening, Chairperson. After my hello, I want to say something. If they ask me what is Synergy, the word says it itself. Between parents, teachers, and alumni, we form a synergy where they empower us to learn and how to guide our students for success, not just as students, but as children, as people, and as colleagues and citizens for the society, for a better future. More than teachers, they become family because they support us in reading, tutoring, messages, emails, and we feel the importance that the children receive and the families. This is the reason why I believe that Connecticut deserves the funds of renewal so that their doors can remain open. Based on my experience, I'm a single mother. I haven't felt alone because God put in my path the help so that my son will begin his path from elementary, secondary, and they continue to support me now with high school. And this is why, with all my heart and all honesty, I tell you that there is no better money to be invested in Connecticut. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Aura Mejia. Aura. Thank you. Mayra Barragan.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta
Good evening,
Escolar,
members of the
presidente y
board, president, and superintendent. Mr. Carvalho. My name is Mayra Barragan. I'm a mother of Emma Rajo, student of 8th grade student that attends Synergy Connecticut Academy. And I come before you with much respect in favor of Synergy Connecticut Academy to ask for your vote of the renewal of our wonderful school so that it can remain open, so that we can continue helping our students to make their academic dream possible that every one of us as parents couldn't reach. As a mother of a student that attends Synergy Connecticut Academy, I am very grateful with the principal and school personnel. I thank you for the programs in which my daughter has been part of. Thanks to the Synergy Connecticut Academy, I can say that my daughter has reached her goals to become a forensic scientist. I believe that the fundamentals that have given to my daughter from Synergy Connecticut Academy will help her take better to be better in the future. With my hand in my heart, I ask for your vote to renew, not just so that their educational dreams of my daughter can become true, but the dreams of 470 students that attend Synergy Connecticut Academy, and so that they can also be reached. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Maricela Perez.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre
Good
es
evening. My
Marcela
name
Pérez
is
Cruz.
Marcela Perez. I am not a mother. I'm a grandmother of students. One is in Connecticut, and the other one is in 4th grade. Connecticut is not a regular school. It is the second home of our students. It's family. At Connecticut, we've found the support that we needed during difficult times. If a student is going through a tough situation or a problem with their family, the counselors, the teachers that are there to help us. We always have someone to support us. We have also visited the universities to prepare them and so that they can continue with their studies. We have several activities like sports, music, art, and we also count with a variety of personnel that is available to identify when children need help, students that have low grades. The teachers give them tutoring so that they can raise and maintain their grades. I've checked other schools' grades that are around, and these are those. Connecticut Elementary is the one that has a higher learning level, and I asked for us to take us in consideration and support the students and the community that needs to continue with this type of education so that we can continue and show our country that we can be good people. Thank you, and I thank you. I would ask and thank you for you to vote.
Sylvia Mejia. Sylvia Mejia. Ted Morris. Ted Morris. All right. Veronica Garcia. Veronica. Okay.
Buenas tardes, estimados.
Good evening, members of the board of LAUSD. My name is Veronica Garcia, mother of 3 beautiful children. I am here to ask for your vote yes to the renewal of Synergy Kinetic Academy. Synergy has formed part of the success of my 2 daughters, in which they are assisting. They're both attending university. Since 2007, when Kinetic Academy opened, my oldest daughter attended that school. She is now at the university, but it wasn't easy. She needed special education, and Kinetic was always there for her to support her and myself, giving her tutoring, and they created a special plan for my daughter, and I know that was very fundamental so that she can attend where she's at now. My second daughter is named Tatiana Alves. This is her first year at the university. She also attended Synergy Kinetic Academy, in which my third son, his name is Alexander Andres, he's at 8th grade. When he entered 6th grade, Synergy Kinetic, he was very low academically, but Synergy Kinetic has great programs, is a STEAM program, gives them a lot of learning, and it opens their thinking to find different ways and different careers. My favorite son's class is lab. Because that is where they show him different teachings, how to cook, how to turn on a lamp. And my son never liked physical education, but he is now an athlete. And I know Synergy Quantum Academy is fundamental to continue the same steps as his sisters. Please, I am here for you to vote yes to the renewal as Synergy Kinetic. They embrace all families. They don't discriminate anyone. I thank you with anticipation for the future of various students that I know that you will give.
Thank you for your time. Ana Chavez. Thank you. Maria Rafanti. All right. That concludes public comment. I believe Ms. Griego made her comment. Is there any other discussion pending?
Discussion?
Okay.
Time to vote.
Take the vote. Okay, this is for tab 25, approval of the renewal petition for Synergy Kinetic Academy. Ms. Newbill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas. Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gonez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin. Board President Schmerlson.
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
So we have the votes we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses and 2 not yet lodged, so the approval moves forward. All right, this brings us to tab 27. Tab 27, may I have a move and a second? This is for approval of the renewal petition for Vox Collegiate.
Move it.
Moved by Board President Schmerlson. May I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Melvoin. We have the PowerPoint up. We have 4 board members. So whenever you're ready to begin, the 2 minutes is yours.
I just use these buttons to go
Yes,
forward? Okay.
precisely.
Okay. Good evening, LUSD Board Superintendent and Board Secretary. I'm Dr. Jasmine Banks. I'm the head of school at Vox Collegiate. Want to say thank you in advance for your time today to review our materials and also to see the impact that Vox Collegiate has had for the past few years. So at Vox, we are committed to academic excellence through rigorous curriculum and character confidence to ensure that our students excel in college and beyond, knowing the power and the potential of their voice. Speaking of voice, we know it as a core of our programmatic model so that our students take speech and debate, we have cross-content literacy development, and we also have opportunities for them to engage civically within their society. So for example, we had our Girls in STEM Club, which partnered with our Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator. They created a fashion line where they were able to talk about sustainable fashion, the impact of it, and they were able to present that at City Hall. In addition, we have been named a 2024 California Distinguished School because of our outstanding academics, in particular for our numerically significant student groups. Most notably, our Black students have outpaced the state in 23-24 by 60 points in ELA. We were also above the DFS for ELA, and we're above the state by 45 points for math. When it comes to our English language progress indicator, we've also outpaced the state for the past 3 years due to our integrated ELD, our language development strategies, and our school-wide literacy intervention model that all of our students are able to benefit from. We also know that, like Superintendent shared, that it is important for us to not just test for the sake of testing. We also do it to ensure that our students are growing adequately for their individual levels. So according to our NWA, our students have made above 1 year's growth in ELA across all 3 grade levels, and most recently 2 to 4 years growth in 1 single school year according to math. We also provide wraparound services through our partnerships with Shields for Families, CD8, Dreamhouse, just to name a few, who provide therapy, counseling, mentorship, as well as resources. And with that being said, we hope you use your voice today to vote yes for Vox to continue our work serving South LA. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Ms. Newbill, did you want to give your remarks or questions for, was it this item?
Yes, I did have some questions as far as the stability, I guess, fiscal stability of the school, and I know you guys had given us a report on that, and then just with the numbers of enrollment.
So you can see on the report on page 957 that the Vox has had a positive fiscal condition and upward trending since 2020-2021. And you can see also the enrollment trends from 2020-21, 138 to the 24-25, it was at 224. So there is no fiscal concerns with this school.
Got it. And then just with the number of students, because I know their capacity is at supposed to be 525, but not being able to meet that number, or if they, in their plan, did they give us what they were projecting to do to get to that number?
Well, first off, I do want to note there's a concurrent material revision that is reducing the enrollment. In addition to reducing the grade levels to 6 through 8, is reducing the enrollment from 525 to 400. So they've made adjustments and adjusted their budget to that requested enrollment change in the material revision.
Got it. And then as far as the feeder patterns for those that they will not have anymore, where would they go, or do they have a plan for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So essentially, they never served those grade levels. So when they were approved, they were initially approved for 6th through 10th grade. And why that was, it was the grades that were going to be rolled out in that renewal term, with the intention when they came up for renewal that they would request the 11th and 12th grade. During COVID, and this is explained in the materials a bit, but during COVID, they requested a delay in the rollout of those grade levels, and then ultimately never served the high school grade levels. So they've only been serving 6th grade, and that is the purpose of the material revision, to modify their petition to only be a 6th through 8 school.
Got it. And then the only other question I had, obviously, we're all facing some of the similar things, but their absenteeism there is kind of higher than the state average?
Let me take a look at that. So yes, their most recent dashboard, chronic absenteeism, they were higher than the state. all students and their student groups, but please note they are declining or declining significantly. So we do see that as, whoopsie. We do see that trending downward as positive, and so that's something we look at too. So although they were higher than the state, they didn't qualify for a benchmark in that area because of the declines.
And then obviously, we're talking about the reduction in another, in the material revision to 400, and they're at half of that right now. Is that correct?
Let me look at the most current norm enrollment, because at the time of the writing of the materials, we didn't have the most recent 25-26 norm enrollment, but we have it right here. They're currently at 243 at their 25-26 norm enrollment.
All right, thank you.
So what I see is we had a question asked by Ms. Sherlett, and anyone else have a question? Because I'm pretty convinced from your opening that this is going to be a good school, continue to be a good school. So I just don't know. Any other questions from my board members? No, I think we may even be able to vote now. You were so convincing.
All right, so folks will have the option, is the comment done from the board? Discussion or comment done from the board? Folks will have the option of yielding their time or speaking. So I'll read out your name. If you'd like to yield, let me know. If you'd like to speak, that is your right. Okay, Jasmine Banks.
Buenas tardes, respetables señores del Distrito Unificado.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests of Los Angeles and Mr. Superintendent. It's a privilege for me to share my experience as a mother regarding Vox Collegiate. I've been a part of this family for a long time, since my first son went to school here, and he had a culturally relevant experience, and he had the opportunity to connect with other programs. This helped his growth in mathematics and during his process throughout his process in Vox, as well as his academic growth. For this reason, I never doubted that Vox was the best choice for my youngest son, because this was a safe space full of opportunities with support for the students and their families. And this in the future will build a better community, since there is respect and integration of different cultures that form our community. This is why tonight we would love to expect a good news about the approval for Vox Intermediate, so that our kids can have strong bases to help them have a very successful high school. Thank you.
Yeah, just for the sake of time, I was curious if we wanted to move both items together, the renewal petition and the material revision, so that we just have to vote once on both of them.
I don't see why not. Ms. Newbill, you also had 28. Is it the same comments applied to both? So no additional comments necessary? Okay. So we will take both with, I'll just apply the mover and the seconder from 27 and 28, if everyone's agreeable to that. And then if folks want to continue to make their comment, they can. If they want to decline to comment because things are moving swimmingly, you may do that also. Ty Davis?
I'll yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Ashan Hunter? Eleni Corona? Eleni Corona?
Okay. Dear LAUSD school board members and superintendent, my name is Eleni Corona, and today I want to take a moment to talk about how Vox Collegiate has truly changed my life. When I first started here, I came in with low confidence and low self-esteem. I stayed quiet, unsure of myself, and unsure where I would fit in. But over time, being part of this school helped me grow in ways I never expected. With the support of my teachers, classmates, and the whole school environment, I started to find my voice. I gained confidence, discovered passions I didn't know I had, and slowly began to believe in myself. Whether it was through class discussions, school projects, or just being encouraged to try new things, like speaking at graduation, I felt like I finally found my voice. In my 8th grade year, I was able to participate in a class called Speech and Debate, run by our founder, Mr. Davis. It helped us improve our debating and speaking skills, and one day he said something I didn't know would change my life. If you need to break up with someone, just tell Eleni to write you a poem. Those funny words encouraged me to write a poem for my 8th grade graduation and face my fear of stage fright by speaking in front of all my peers and their families. I encourage you all to improve of Vox's approval. I encourage you all to approve of Vox's approval. Our school motto is "Your voice is power." It isn't just a saying, because at Vox, I learned that my voice does matter. And when you realize that, everything begins to change. I'm so thankful to have been part of this school. It helped me become a stronger, more confident, and better version of myself. And I know I'll carry everything I learned here with me for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And let's see, Eric Cruz. Eric Cruz. Okay, Brandon Amaya.
Hello, LAUSD Board and Superintendent. My name is Brandon Amaya, and I have attended Vox for 2 years. Throughout these years, I have been provided with nothing but support from my classmates and my teachers. Vox Collegiate has helped me and many others who have attended grow as people and expand our knowledge. Our community builds a strong and diverse education system for scholars. Vox Collegiate is a very safe and welcoming environment to all new students. All staff members provide their students with and help them succeed. Scholars are able to confide in our school staff members and build bonds with others. From my personal experience, I easily befriended and created bonds with other scholars or staff members at Vox. At our school, we participate in town halls, which are fun activities where we are able to build connections with others. Vox Collegiate also provides many new kids with many new programs that could benefit their education. These programs include BEAM, literature clubs, and even writing for USC students, which introduces scholars to new subjects. Last year, I was introduced into BEAM, which is a mathematical program used to further advance kids in math subjects. The program has opened many new opportunities for me and my education. Not many other schools have the ability to introduce their students to programs like the one Vox has. It is a privilege as a student to be given the chance to improve and exceed in school subjects. Myself and all my siblings have attended Vox Collegiate. We can all agree that this school has helped us become the students we are today. It has shaped our learning mindset and helped us succeed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time. Kareem Hughes. Kareem Hughes. Dana Gomez Gain. Wave, okay. Raymond Gonzalez.
Good evening, LAUSD Board and Superintendent. My name is Raymond Gonzalez, and I attended Vox Collegiate from 7th to 8th grade. My time there changed and shaped who I am academically and socially today. Vox to me was a school where I truly felt that every teacher and staff member cared about the students. During my two years there, I learned habits that helped me adapt to new experiences, communicate better, and gain the confidence to speak like I am today. The school offered diverse classes that helped me grow as a student, and because it was a smaller school, teachers were able to focus on each student one-on-one to build skills that other schools might not have been able to. Vox prepared me for high school by teaching me responsibility, organization, and how to push myself to do better every day. I'm proud to have been part of a school that believed in every student's success. I encourage you all to approve of Vox's renewal. Thank you for your time and letting me speak on behalf of my school.
Thank you for your time. Kaden Molina.
Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Mr. Carvalho. My name is Kaden Molina, and I'm a proud 8th grader from Vox Collegiate. I'm here to share with you how great Vox Collegiate is, and I hope to win your votes. Vox truly is a great school, and although having only 2 years at the school, I've felt welcome, I've created lasting memories, and have improved in my academic skills. The thought of transitioning from an elementary school to a middle school was quite scary because I thought I wouldn't fit in, but I heard of Vox and decided to give it a try. Immediately, I felt like I belonged here. The students didn't look at me as an outsider, but as a new friend. Vox's students are taught to be a team and do everything as a community, which I learned, experienced, and enacted. Teachers also try their best to make me and other students feel comfortable, making it their first priority aside from teaching. Vox has a system called ART Values that stands for ambition, respect, and team, and that everyone in our community follows. For me, ambition and my voice is the motor of my learning, and I carry this value with me in classrooms. Teachers trust and believe in students. They teach with passion, and now work seems to stick with me, and tests and quizzes seem easier, and I am able to find the motivation to come to school every day. At last, I would like to talk about my memories of Vox. The field trips, full of joy, going to places like Knott's Berry Farm and Six Flags, the school-wide competitions and games, like the ones every Friday that excite the students and bring us together. Furthermore, the people that make the experience so ecstatic and make whatever event worth the wait. Therefore, I encourage you all to approve of Vox's renewal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Ryan Cooks. Ryan Cooks.
I'm Melanie Cooks. I'm speaking on behalf of my son, Ryan Cooks. He had to leave. Hi, my name is Ryan Cooks, and I am a graduate of Vox Collegiate. Vox Collegiate has helped me grow in many ways that go far beyond the classroom. I wasn't always confident in speaking up or sharing my thoughts, but Vox changed that. It made me more comfortable with using my voice and standing up for what's right. The teachers and staff encouraged me to be a leader and make a difference in our community. And because of that, I gained the confidence to serve as a school president during my 8th grade year from 2023 to 2024. That experience taught me how powerful I can be in using my voice to help others. The smaller class sizes at Vox also make a huge difference. This give teachers more time and focus on each student. That one-on-one attention helps us learn better and feel more supported. You can tell the teachers here really care, and not just about grades, but about who we are as a people. That's why Vox Collegiate should stay open. It's not just a school, it's a community that helps students find their voice, build confidence, prepare to make a positive impact in this world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Zaida Galeano.
Good evening, LAUSD Board, President, and Superintendent. My name is Zaida Galeano, and I've had the privilege of being part of Vox Collegiate since 2021. I first joined as an operations coordinator and now serve as a community schools coordinator. In both roles, I've had the opportunity to see firsthand what makes our school so special: the sense of community, the dedication to learning, and the genuine care we provide for every student and family. At Vox Collegiate, we believe education is about more than academics. It's about creating a safe, welcoming place where students feel seen, supported, and encouraged to grow, not just as learners, but as people. We offer family workshops on topics like social-emotional learning, navigating middle school, and support student success at home. We also connect our families with trusted organizations that provide student and family therapy and counseling, giving our school community a safe space to process, heal, and grow together. Every member of our staff works together to make sure our students are prepared for the future, while also feeling cared for in the present. What truly stands out is the connection we have built with our families. Many of our new students are siblings of former students, family who continue to trust us with their children year after year. Parents tell us they recommend our school to neighbors, friends, relatives that they see, the dedication, communication, and love that go into everything we do. And those connections don't end when students leave our school. We stay in touch with alumni, supporting them with letters of recommendation, volunteer opportunities, and encourage whenever they reach out. It's rewarding to see how proud they are to have been part of our school community and how often they come back to visit or just give back. At Vox Collegiate, we built more than a school. We built a family. One where learning, care, and community go hand in hand. Our family know we've invested in their children's success, and we're proud to be a place that they can count on. Thank you for your time and for continuing to support schools like ours, where every child, every family, and every connection truly matters. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Desiree Gordon.
Good evening, School Board and Superintendent. My name is Myra Hernandez, and I'm here today as a proud parent speaking on behalf of Vox Collegiate. My son, Raymond Gonzalez, who also spoke, attended Vox from 7th through 8th grade, and the experience he had there was truly transformational. Middle school can be a difficult time, but at Vox, he was supported not just academically, but emotionally and socially as well. Because it's a small school, Raymond was able to receive consistent one-on-one attention. The teachers and the staff built strong relationships with him. They held high expectations, but always led with compassion. It was clear they truly cared about his growth and success, not just in the classroom, but as a young person finding his voice and path. Thanks to Vox, his transition into high school was smooth and confident. He entered 9th grade prepared not just with strong academic skills, but with self-discipline and confidence. He's a now thriving 10th grader maintaining a 4.0 GPA, and I credit much of that to the foundation he received at Vox. Vox didn't just prepare my son for high school, it prepared him for life. So I encourage you all to approve of Vox's renewal. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Dakota Bernard.
Good evening, LAUSD School Board and Superintendent. My name is Dakota Bernard, and I'm a proud alumnus of Vox Collegiate. Vox was more than a school. It was a place of community and empowerment. Every single staff member at the school works together to ensure the students not only feel safe, but are ready for success. When I started attending the school in 2021, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to make friends or that I wouldn't fit in. However, I was welcomed with open arms by students and staff. While I was at Vox, there were many turning points in my life that my teachers were willing to help me through. While these experiences created challenges in my life, I knew I had more than my family by my side. Vox was also like a college prep for me because of how the classes were structured and engaging. The enrichment classes were a fun addition to the school day as well. Along with our weekly town hall events, we had celebrations like Fall Festival, Winter Wonderland, and the Sneaker Ball. These events, much like Town Hall, were to build community and to have a good time. Vox also has a student government called LCC, where students came together to find ways to make the school better. They were also in charge of setting up these events at the school. Every day up to graduation and beyond that, we were all told that our voice is powerful, and we need to speak up for ourselves and others, as well as embrace ourselves and others. All these things are what makes Vox a special place to me as an alumnus and why Vox should be able to continue to help students thrive in middle school and beyond. As I started high school, there were many staff members who checked on me both during my many visits to the school and outside of that. These check-ins gave me the confidence I needed to succeed in high school. To me, success is more than good grades. It's taking the time to build community within the school, being active in sports and/or clubs, and getting connections because of it. Vox taught me that it is okay to be nervous and scared to make that transition to high school. However, they taught me that I shouldn't let that stop me from being the best version of myself and letting others see that my voice is powerful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. And then connected is item 28, the material revision for Vox Collegiate, which has already been moved and seconded. And we're going to take that item at the same time as 27, but there's no discussion on it. There are some speakers who may wish to yield or speak. Jasmine Banks. Ty Davis. Ashan Hunter. Thank you, sir. Eleni Corona. Eric Cruz. Thank you. Brandon Amaya. Kareem Hughes. Not here. Dana Gomez Gain. Thank you. Let's see. Raymond Cruz. Caden Molina. Thank you, sir. Okay, so now the board will vote on tabs 27 and 28 simultaneously. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Priego.
Yes.
Ms. Gonez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 7 ayes. Approval petition passes, as is the proposed material revision. Ms. Gonez, can I collect your votes on tabs 13 and 14, please?
Yes and yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Ortiz Franklin, can I collect your vote on tab 25?
Yes.
That is a yes. And Dr. Rivas, may I record your vote on tab 25?
25?
25?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay. We are moving right along. We're now on to tab 39. Which has 24 speakers, folks who've been here nearly all day long. This is a public hearing. I'm going to read the public hearing statement. Before action is taken on the following, a public hearing must be held. This constitutes a public hearing on Catch Prep Charter High, City Language Immersion Charter, ICEF Innovation Los Angeles Charter, New Los Angeles Charter, Stella Middle Charter Academy, STEM Preparatory Elementary, Camino Nuevo High number 2, Xterra Public School number 2, Rise Cohang Elementary, Matrix for Success Academy, High Tech LA Middle, Valley International Prep, ICEF Vista Elementary Academy, Ingenium Charter Middle, Magnolia Science Academy 4, Citizens of the World Charter School Mar Vista, ICEF Vista Middle Academy, Equitas Academy 5, PREPA TEC Los Angeles, Prepa Tech, I think, Los Angeles, Wallace Annenberg High, Accelerated Charter Elementary, Pacoima Charter Elementary, and Valor Academy High. A maximum of 24 individuals who wish to address the board on the item will be heard. Those who wish to speak should sign up online. Speakers have already signed up, and we'll go through this, and I'll call on the folks who are listed as being in person. Nicole Duquette.
Ready to celebrate some charters. Greetings, President Schmerelson, Dr. Rivas, Superintendent Carvalho, and members of the board. My name is Nicole Duquette, proud Executive Director of Xterra Schools. We are here tonight to celebrate that Xterra 2 is an excelling school, and we look forward to your favorable 5-year renewal vote next month. Xterra students are academic rock stars. We serve 100% low-income and 98% Latinx students who outperform their statewide peers in both English and math. Our English learners outperform the state on the LPAC, with a greater percentage of our students scoring a 4 or a 3. We foster the whole child. We offer intervention programming, over 30 extra instructional days, student council, and wraparound STEAM clubs, both during and after school. We have earned the PBIS Silver Award, celebrating our comprehensive program to elevate student leaders, foster connection and community on campus, and provide positive encouragements alongside tiered interventions for behavior and mental health supports. At Xterra, we take pride in offering unique learning experiences for our student, cultural field trips, our signature art walk and community expo at Mariachi Plaza. We teach ongoing integrated art projects, celebrating the proud culture and heritage in East Los Angeles, and we take our students on overnight camping trips to connect to our science standards and our core values. We prioritize serving the entire community through parent university programs and ambassadorships. We serve on the Rapid Response Network with Proyecto Pastoral, and we're members of the Chamber of Commerce participating in key community events. We take pride in serving our entire community since 2013, and we thank you in advance for supporting my students, my parents, and our proud community. Good evening.
Thank you for your time. Caitlin Allen, come on up, and then after Miss Allen is Michael Horn. Caitlin Allen, then Michael Horn.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Caitlin Curry Allen, and I am the founding principal of Rise Koyong Elementary School. We're here today to advocate for the renewal of 3 of our Bright Star schools, Valor Academy High School, Stella Middle Charter Academy, and Rise Koyong Elementary School. We provide rigorous and supportive learning experiences for over 3,700 TK through 12th graders across Los Angeles. My school, Rise Koyong Elementary, is a California community school, and we serve families within Koreatown and Westlake. We work alongside our community to ensure that all students have access to the medical, financial, academic, mental health, nutrition, and immigration resources they need to flourish. Last year, our family satisfaction rate was 96%, and our petition demonstrates the positive impact that we've had on our students and the community. I would like to highlight a few of our accomplishments. We believe that all students deserve an opportunity to thrive, and through our commitment to equity and our multi-tiered systems of support, we provide rigorous instruction for everyone. Our school has outperformed California in math for 2 years. Most of our subgroups, including our English learners, students with disabilities, and low-income students, outperform these subgroups at the state level in math and ELA, and all ARCHES scholars show greater proficiency in both subjects than students at most local neighborhood schools. RKES is an excellent option for all students in our community, regardless of need or ability. Our social-emotional learning program is also foundational to our success. Through restorative practices and direct SEL instruction, we equip our students with essential skills for community care, emotion regulation, stress management, and goal setting. Each year, our students show growing proficiency with these critical life skills. We have significantly reduced our chronic absenteeism and suspension levels over the past 3 years, and our students report feeling safe, engaged, known, and cared for. We urge you to vote for the renewal of Rise Koyong Elementary, Valor Academy High School, and Stella Middle Charter Academy. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Michael Horn, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and then after Michael Horn is Dr. Brenna Persky.
Hey, President Schmerelson, board members, Superintendent Carvalho, and the Charter Schools Division team, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to keep my comments brief. So Valley International Prep High School was founded on a simple belief, which is that public school students deserve the same access to information that families with means take for granted. Our mission and work is to level the playing field in college admissions, college preparation, and college success, and of course, ensure that our students are making adequate progress in relation to the standards and graduating high school prepared for the next phase of their lives. But to be clear, we serve all students, and our goal is not to say that every student must go to college. Our goal is to make sure every student understands that they can go to college, and to keep that door open until graduation so they can make an informed choice. Too many students are told the opposite too early, that they're not college material or they haven't been provided with the knowledge and resources they deserve to navigate such an important decision. So we counter that message with rigorous instruction, small classes, and college counseling expertise that meets students where they are. And the results show up in the data. Our students have regularly outperformed state and district averages on academic measures like the CASPE exam, A through G satisfaction rates, and college-going rates. We're particularly proud of our college-going rates for our Hispanic and Latino students and students from low-income backgrounds. They also include highly selective matches through programs like QuestBridge and the Posse Scholars Program, which predominantly serves first-generation college-goers. So we send students, artists, and scholars from all walks of life who might have been overlooked elsewhere to college. And we are a small, connected community by design. It's that small size that allows us to know each student by name and plan, and to keep families informed and supported throughout the process. So thank you for considering our renewal next month, and thank you to the CSD staff for the professionalism they've demonstrated throughout this process. We value the collaboration with the Charter Schools Division and the district and the high bar that you've set for charter schools here in Los Angeles. We look forward to continuing to serve all students, to level the playing field, and ensure real access to the full range of higher education options. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And according to Board Rule 55A, I need a 2/3 vote to continue the meeting past 8 p.m. So If we don't get a 2/3 vote, then the meeting must, I guess, end. So how about a move and a second to undertake this?
Move it.
Second.
Just writing it down. Okay, Ms. Newbell.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
Unanimous. Okay, let's continue with public comment, please. Dr. Brenna Persky. Dr. Persky. Okay, Nazario Vasquez, please come on down. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
All right, good evening. My name is Nazario Vasquez Jr., and I speak today as both a proud teacher and a parent at the Accelerated Schools community. I teach Spanish at Wallace Annenberg High School, where I began last school year, after spending 2 years teaching in LAUSD. In my 17 years, though, in education, across different districts, different positions, different charter organizations, I've learned one simple truth: the strongest schools are the ones deeply rooted in their community. That's exactly what the Accelerated Schools are for me and my family. My family and I still live in South Central LA. My 2 sons attend the Accelerated Charter Elementary School, or ACES for short, one in 4th grade, one in 2nd grade. And every morning they walk onto campus with joy, pride, and a sense of belonging. On Fridays, they dance La Chona. As a parent, that means everything to my wife, who also serves as the attendance clerk at ACES, and to me. So it really has become a family affair for us. We know our boys are not only learning academics, but are being seen, supported, and inspired every single day. As a teacher, I experience the same culture of care. The Accelerated Schools uplifts teachers' voices and stands beside us as partners through professional collaboration, through our UTLA partnership, and through a shared belief that great teaching changes lives. That support allows me to show up every day to give my best to my students. For me, this is also deeply personal. I still remember being a high school student myself, wanting to attend Wallace Annenberg High School, when my family was affected by redistricting, and I was moved from Jefferson High School to South LA, new area, new high school number 1, now called Santee Education Complex. But now, years later, I stand here teaching in that same organization that once represented that goal and that dream. My sons are now growing up in the schools I once hoped to attend. That's what I call a full circle moment. So on November 18, please remember me and vote yes. Thanks.
Thank you for your time. Jillian Holt? Jillian Holt? Jacob Thace?
Good afternoon, good evening, members of the board, President Schmerelson, Mr. Carvalho, thank you so much for having me today. Thank you for staying this late in the evening and voting yes so that I could speak to you tonight. I'm Jacob Tyson. I'm the proud principal of Magnolia Science Academy 4, where we soar as eagles. I stand before you today to ask for your support in renewing our charter over the next 5 years, and I want to tell you why that's important to us and to me. First and foremost, I want to let you know that we have a college and career readiness program that is evolving on this campus so that all high school students are involved in dual enrollment from their very start, and that once they leave, they're prepared, if they choose, to enter college with an associate's degree. Beyond that, we have a partnership with West LA College that helps them to facilitate that partnership. We have expanded our learning opportunities, offering enriching Saturday and summer school programs to our students, and they have shone bright, and they have grown much, as proof with our recent SBAC and verified data scores. Speaking of which, we are making waves academically. On the recently released SBAC data, MSA4 has kept pace and outperformed both LAUSD and the state in ELA and CASP with a score of 56%. And we are continually showing growth in both math and science. As Mr. Carvalho mentioned earlier in the meeting, these academic strides and growth do deserve recognition. Here's something special. Over 10% of our staff are former alumni of the campus that have chosen to come back and spend their time further enriching the community that they came from. As a community school, we take pride in our partnerships with Baby to Baby and Family to Family to give students and families the resources that they need to thrive. And just as equally important, 1/3 of our students are participating in extracurriculars, including athletics, community service, leadership opportunities, and enriching college trips. We've created an environment that not only focuses on academic excellence, but also nurtures our community. Thank you for considering our renewal and championing the future for our incredible students where eagles soar. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Margarito Rodriguez. And then after Margarito is Dr. Julie Troletti. Margarito Rodriguez? No. Dr. Julie Troletti. Come on down. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Hello and thank you. I'm Dr. Julie Troletti, the principal of Ingenium Charter Middle School, where every student's story matters and every dream has a place to grow. At ICMS, our students are the heart of everything we do. They are thinkers, creators, leaders, and change makers who bring curiosity, determination, and hope into our classrooms every day. Our student body reflects the vibrant diversity of our community, with over 90% of our families identified as unduplicated. Their rich cultural backgrounds and life experiences inspire the resilience, compassion, and creativity that make ICMS such a special place. Our students face real challenges, having experienced homelessness, family separation, food insecurities, but those experiences do not define them at ICMS. We see the whole child. We listen to their stories, celebrate their strengths, and walk alongside them as they grow into confident learners and kind and capable young people. Through trauma-informed practices, we ensure that every student feels safe, seen, and supported. We know that a mind in crisis cannot learn, which is why our staff is trained to recognize and respond to the emotional and social needs of our students. Working closely with teachers, our dean of students, school psychologist, and school counselor, we've built a school environment where students know they are surrounded by trusted adults who care deeply about who they are and who they're becoming. We are not just a school. ICMS is a home base for belonging, healing, and growth. By nurturing both heart and mind, our students are achieving academic success. They have exceeded the National Growth Percentile on NWEA MAP assessments, showing that our commitment to personalized, rigorous instruction is making a measurable difference. We are especially proud that our English learners are performing in the green on the California Dashboard's English Learner Progress Indicator, a reflection of their hard work, our teachers' dedication, and the powerful learning community we've built together. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Jake Tomte, or Jake Tomt, and then Patricia Smith. Jake T. All right, Patricia Smith, are you coming on down? You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good evening, board members, President Schumerson, and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Patricia Smith, and 22 years ago, I founded Catch Prep Charter High in South Central Los Angeles to create access, opportunity, and hope for Black and Brown Latino students. For over 2 decades, Catch Prep has stood as a bridge connecting generations from our community to college, to careers, and to futures our parents and grandparents once only prayed for. Our graduates are first-generation college students, Gates Millennium Scholars, QuestBridge finalists, and change makers who come back to pour into their community and neighborhoods what has been poured into them. Catch Prep was built by community for the community, and today we continue to stand tall as a testament to what happens when equity meets excellence. Thank you for believing in our students, thank you for believing in our story, and thank you for considering the renewal of our charter. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Lawrence Boone. Lawrence Boone. Cesar Lopez. Sylvia Fajardo. Oh, I'm moving quickly. Apologies. Mr. Lopez? Okay.
Just go ahead and share our time together. Hi, board members, Superintendent Carvalho. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm Cesar Lopez, the founder of Matrix for Success Academy, and my co-director, Margaret Wilkie. And because you approved us 7 years ago, we have changed the lives of thousands of kids on the streets. We've picked up hundreds of pregnant and parenting youth, hundreds of kids in and out of jails, probably thousands of credit deficient kids all over LA. And we want to continue that work. But we need your support. We need your affirmative vote in November. And I'll yield the rest of my time to my co-director, Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening again, board members and Superintendent Carvalho. Thank you again for giving us time to comment today. As Cesar said, we represent Matrix for Success Academy, the only flex-based DOS school, dashboard alternative school, that has been authorized by LAUSD. For the last 7 years, we have worked collaboratively with area high schools to serve students who have not been able to find success in traditional school settings. Approximately 90% of our students are either credit deficient, former dropouts, pregnant or parenting, involved in the youth justice system, or a combination of all of those. In the last 7 years, we have been able to graduate hundreds of students who had given up on earning a diploma or had the traditional system give up on them. We are a benefit to the LAUSD schools that we partner with, as we help convert non-grads and dropouts from those high schools into high school graduates. We look forward to continuing that collaborative work we've been doing since 2018. At Matrix for Success, we're not only graduating students, we're preparing them for college and post-secondary career in life. We've had students begin community college while enrolled with us, attend and graduate from public and private four-year universities, and begin career training as well. Our motto, any student, anytime, anywhere, has been our driving force and bottom line since the beginning, and the evidence of the work our teams do shows in the success of our students. Thank you for your time this evening and for your renewal votes in November.
Thank you for your time. Sylvia Fajardo? Sylvia? Okay, please go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Very long evening for all of us. My name is Teresa Thane, and I am a parent to actually 4 LAUSD children, but I am also a teacher at Pacoima Charter. I started there on day 1 of the charter, when we were granted our independence from LAUSD into being a charter. I believe it is important in this strange time of our city and our country that public schools, both charter and LAUSD, stand together and continue to look after the welfare of our LA students, which is why I'm here to speak on behalf of Pacoima Charter. As I said, I've been teaching there since July 1st, 2003. For 23 years, working in this groundbreaking school, 11 hours waiting. I've watched Pacoima Charter School move from one of the worst schools in California to now being one of the most successful in our area and no longer a low-performing school. This was not an easy task. It took hard work, thoughtful planning, and reflection to see what our students needed and how we could overcome some of the barriers that surround our students and community. Throughout the years, our leadership, teachers, and all of our stakeholders have had the same goal: reach the highest possible success for Pacoima Charter students. After becoming charter, we were able to address many of these barriers. Academic needs were just one of these challenges. We created a neighborhood school with wraparound services that address academic, social and emotional, medical, and basic needs for our students. We all know that a student cannot learn if these needs are unfulfilled. Proudly, because of continued efforts and goals, our students are not just receiving interventions, but are also getting a variety of exposures to experiences with art, science, music, robotics, sports, and many other special programs that continue to bring the highest level education to a community that was most forgotten by most. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Rachel Villalobos? And after Ms. Villalobos is Lourdes Villaseñor.
Good evening, Board President, LAUSD Board, and Superintendent Carvalho, and congratulations. My name is Rachel Villalobos, and I serve as a Prepatech Superintendent. Next to me is Dr. Newell, and he is our head of school for Prepatech Los Angeles. Together, we have been at Alta Public Schools for 8 years. Prepatech is rooted in the heart of Huntington Park, Southeast Los Angeles area, a community with deep needs and even deeper potential. Our students are 98.7% Latino, with nearly 90.9% qualifying for free or reduced lunch, and many are first generation as well. We don't just serve a student, we serve entire families looking for a bridge to both opportunity and global learning. Our students consistently show growth in both ELA and math benchmarks. Our English learner reclassification rates have steadily improved, and our college-going culture is deeply embedded, with all students participating in the International Baccalaureate Middle Years program. Prepatech is one of the few tuition-free public school charter schools in Los Angeles offering the International Baccalaureate program. It is an internationally recognized model that prepares students to be thinkers, problem solvers, and global citizens. This isn't just about coursework. It's a whole child, inquiry-based approach that encourages deep learning, second language, and intercultural understanding. Our Prepatech team has also earned our WASC accreditation, our IB MYP accreditation, and we are also recognized as PBIS Gold. Families choose Prepatech because they see it as a safe, rigorous, and values-driven environment where students are known, seen, and given the tools to grow. We are trusted partners, and we also want to thank you for your time and your hard work. Thank you again.
Thank you for your time. Rachel Villalobos? Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies. Lourdes Villaseñor.
Good evening, Superintendent Carvalho, board members, families, educators, and community members here present today. My name is Lourdes Villaseñor, and I have the privilege to serve as the principal of Equitas Academy number 5. I am proud to stand before you to present our case in preparation for our charter renewal vote next month. At Equitas number 5, we are guided by 4 core values: joy, belonging, advocacy, growth, and community. They shape everything that we do. When students walk into our building, they are greeted with smiles, celebrated for their successes, and they participate in classrooms that radiate energy and purpose. Learning is meaningful, engaging, and joyful. We work intentionally to create spaces where students feel a sense of belonging, where their identity is affirmed, their voice is heard, and students feel safe being their full self. Through advocacy, we teach our students to speak up for themselves and others. Our staff and families model what it means to challenge injustice, remove barriers, and ensure every student has what they need to thrive. We are committed to both personal and professional growth for students, families, and staff. We believe in learning from our challenges and in continuously pushing ourselves to get better, because our students deserve nothing less. Above all, we are a community, a place where families are partners, where staff collaborates, supports, and uplifts one another, and where students feel the power of a united network that believes in them and walks alongside them every step of the way. Renewing our charter is not just about continuing our work. It's about deepening it. It's about standing in our values, learning from the past, and building a future that our students deserve. On behalf of the entire Equitas 5 community, I thank you for the opportunity to share our story and for your continued support as we write the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Andrew Madril?
Hello, good evening, Superintendent Carvalho, President Schmelson, and other board members. My name is Andrew Madril, and I am currently a senior at Catch Prep Charter High School, and I'm expected to be my class's salutatorian. With me is Dayani Mateo, who is expected to be our class's valedictorian and will also provide an interpretation of this speech in Spanish. My plan is to attend MIT to major in biomechanical engineering, while Dayani is planning to attend UCLA majoring in biology. As of this year, I am a QuestBridge National Match finalist, and both Dayani and I are Gates candidates in the running for $500,000 each. However, our achievements only tell a part of the story. The greater story is of resilience behind them. Even though I lost my mother in the 9th grade and Dayani's story is one of immigrants, these challenges didn't define us, they empowered us. These are just two struggles of the many that children and students in South Central Los Angeles continue to endure, losing loved ones, raising themselves, and finding the strength to rise above it all. These hardships echo through the classrooms of South Central Los Angeles. Catch is more than a school. It's an opportunity we are living proof of what Catch stands for: excellence, perseverance, and hope. Thank you for believing in us and supporting Catch Prep Charter High. I will surrender the rest of my time to Dayani.
Buenas noches, Superintendente Carvalho, Presidente Schmerson y miembros de la Junta Escolar. Yo soy Dayani Mateo y mi plan es ser la valedictoriana de nuestra clase y también su intérprete de español hoy. Mi compañero Andrew Maduro
My colleague
es
Andrew
estudiante.
Maduro is a student in the last year of Catch High School, and it's expected that he'd be valedictorian. The plan has been to attend MIT for biomechanics, while mine is to attend UCLA and study biology. This year, Andrew received a Questbridge and Gates funds for every student that was awarded this, and the story is an immigrant story, stories that don't define us but make us stronger. That's why I'm saying that Catch is more than just a school, it's an opportunity. And from Catch will have perseverance.
And then Justine Gonzalez.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Keith Delaquila. I'm with the California Charter Schools Association. I first want to advocate for and state our support for the schools that are coming forward for a vote next month. Many of them wanted to be here, were here, but after 12 hours just could not stick around to address you and to share their stories. And so I would ask of you to take meetings with them, to understand their school communities. Earlier today, I was devastated to see this board vote to close two schools, Gabriela and Learning by Design. Those were decisions for middle-performing schools, schools with incredible academic results and track records of working in partnership with this district. There are times when we understand y'all are going to vote in a way that maybe not everybody agrees with. That happens. But these were not votes that I can look at and say we're done in good conscience and with good faith. For a meeting that started with an hour-and-a-half discussion, rightful discussion about the bright spots and the improvements in LA Unified, we didn't talk at all about students or learning for either one of those schools. We talked about facilities, and we talked about facilities understanding only a limited portion. We didn't hear from the Gabriela community. We talked about the Learning by Design budget. We didn't hear from them and ask them, with those 80 students who attend the Creed Academy next year, with the improvements there, what is not reflected? What are we missing? We might disagree, but we can't do that if we're going to have one-sided conversations that don't enter into the decision about school closures in good faith. We need to do better than that. We might not agree. I understand that, but we cannot repeat the process that we saw here next year and maintain faith in government, in institutions, in a year in 2025 when families across Los Angeles have been so devastated by the shared threats from Washington, when our schools have stood together, when we have learned from each other, shared resources, tried to protect one another, to come here today and to see decisions made with such callous disregard for the truth and experience of families is not something we can stand by.
Thank you.
We
for
can
your
do
time.
better.
Thank you for your time. Drew Barker. Drew. Justine Gonzalez. Katana Simmons. Casey Kokenda. And we have one person calling Brooke Rios. Brooke Rios, I see you're on the line. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Brooke Rios.
Hi, good evening, Superintendent Carvalho and esteemed members of the board. My name is Dr. Brooke Rios, and I'm the CEO of New Los Angeles Charter Schools. I'd like to begin by thanking you for your continued commitment to equity and to families who are navigating immigration challenges across the city. Your leadership tells our communities that every student in Los Angeles deserves dignity and opportunity. In that same spirit, I'm asking for your support on the renewals of New Los Angeles Charter Middle School and City Language Immersion Charter School this November. These schools show that equity is not a slogan, it's daily work that delivers results. On the 2024 California dashboard, both schools outperformed the state. At CLIC, students exceeded state performance in ELA and math, with African American English learners and students with disabilities surpassing state averages. New LA Middle School showed 2 years of growth in math outperform the state in ELA and saw African American English learners, LTELs, and Hispanic students exceed their statewide peers. These outcomes grow from a system built on inclusion, care, and high expectations. Social emotional learning is woven through every grade level at both schools. Mindfulness, identity exploration, restorative circles, advisory programs help students reflect and thrive so that they are ready to learn. Both campuses are located on clean, safe, and welcoming private sites with strong emergency protocols and staff who know every student well. Beyond academics, these schools anchor their neighborhoods, hosting pop-up markets, running gardening and sustainability programs with local partners, and advancing mobility justice with community organizations. Students at CLIC learn through a 90-10 dual language immersion model, and at both schools, project-based learning is grounded in real-life social justice experiences connected to the community at large. New LA Middle and CLIC students are becoming bilingual thinkers, bridge builders, and advocates. They are the future of the city. I ask that you continue being champions for equity in action and renew New LA Middle School and CLIC in
Thank you
November.
for your time. Thank you for your time. That concludes speakers for tab 39, which is the public hearing. We'll now go to tab 4, approval of procurement actions. There are 10 speakers to this item. Mr. Tokofsky, are you here? Not here. Win Martinez, are you here? Akira Gurola Furumoto, are you here? Akira? Tariq Hossein? Did I miss your name? Win Martinez or Akira? Okay, so let's do it in the order. So Win Martinez? Okay, Akira. This is for tab 4, procurement items.
Hello, my name is Akira Gurola Furumoto, and I am a 9th grader at the North Hollywood High School Zoo Magnet. And I want to share why programs like the UCLA CenterX Ethnic Studies Grant are so important for students like me. For the past 4 summers, I have participated in the Community Action Research Program, or CARP, which brought together students, parents, and educators from over 25 LUSD K-12 schools to learn Youth Participatory Action Research, or YPAR. This program was co-facilitated by CSUN's Chicano Studies Department and the Hispanic Serving Institute. At CARP, we learned how to collect and analyze data and how to apply social science research skills in order to improve our school communities. I helped to conduct research at Carlos Santana Arts Academy and Valley Oak Center for Enriched Studies, or VOCES. It gave me confidence and leadership opportunities where I helped other students develop these same skills. That experience showed me how powerful learning can be when students are given real tools and knowledge. YPAR is an important part of ethnic studies. UCLA CenterX helped to train many of the educators who implement CARP and YPAR in UCLA and LAUSD. CenterX trains dynamic educators who help students think critically and engage with different perspectives, and improve their school communities through social science research. For example, youth and educators trained in ethnic studies and YPAR have used these skills to develop dream centers, which support immigrant students and families. This is so important as our communities face unjust attacks by ICE. As a 9th grader, I am genuinely concerned for the future of my country. And I want to be a part of a school that values critical thinking, meaningful dialogue, the histories of all people, and develops students who can tackle the most pressing issues of our time. This happens when you create a school environment where educators have the academic freedom to support their students' critical thinking skills. This is what ethnic studies does, and part of why I hope that you will continue to support the UCLA CenterX grant so that more students across LUSD can experience growth, empowerment, and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. David Tokowski, come on down. You're the first person to speak. I called your name earlier. You weren't here for tab 4, approval of procurement actions.
Thank you very much. Speaking on contracts, first and foremost, congratulations to the superintendent on this contract, and congratulations to legal counsel and the executive officer for presenting the contract in the new statute from the City of Bell. The City of Bell now requires that every senior manager, not just the superintendent, but every senior manager's contract has to be presented in an open public meeting and expressly tell you what's in it. So it's not just I have an annuity or I have life insurance or I have a car, but it has to be delineated from what I understand, the legal requirements after the spate of legislation that came in after Bell. Contracts. Today you have a contract with respect to the Workforce Investment Act. This is something that the Inspector General should look into if the Inspector General had some general fund money to do so. Every city, 26 of them, the county and the city, are cannibalizing the Workforce Investment Act monies and moving it into their cities when it's supposed to be the youth workforce investment. Number 2, I did the IG. Third, the ELOP, $500 million. That's more than Title I. That's more money than Donald Trump is even trying to take away. $500 million, and you are starting to do things with that money that may not be yielding the bang for the buck. Make sure you look at that money before somebody else does. And finally, with respect to the charters today, Learning by Design should have been an affiliated charter from day one. Those 2 women would have done an affiliated charter, but there was no process for them to become an affiliated charter. Strategic enrollment. Well, you saw, Crete closed, and they just went to another charter. That's going to continue to happen. And finally, you have an empty school now at the Cortinas. That school, when I was on the board, was 1,800 kids minimum. You're under 1,000 kids now. That's 800 empty seats for the arts. I can't imagine Gabriella not thinking of that on their own. And you will have a good chance for little kids to see really talented big kids learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Let's see, Tariq Hossein, are you here? Tariq, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin to tab 4, procurement action items.
Hello, my name is Tariq Hossein, and I'm a student at Taft High School. I want to share why I'm really looking forward to taking ethnic studies over this summer. I've heard so many positive things from other students that have taken it, how it opened their eyes, made them feel seen, and gave them a space where their stories and their classmates' stories truly mattered. High school can sometimes feel like a place where you have to hide parts of who you truly are, just to fit in. Ethnic studies is different. It's a class where students feel that they belong, where their identities are respected, and where they learn to respect others. And a lot of this would not be possible without the UCLA Center X grant. This grant is what helps train our teachers so they can teach ethnic studies in a way that is thoughtful, inclusive, and supportive. Without it, students like me lose out. At a time when there's so much division in our world, our classroom should bring people together. Please keep this program available because students like me and those after me need it more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, Osman Khan, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good evening, esteemed board members. First of all, thank you for your endurance this day. My name is Osman Khan, and I'm the director of the Center for the Prevention of Hate and Bullying, otherwise known as the CPHB. A central theme of our mission at the center is to combat hate, bias, and discrimination in California schools. And we do that through data collection, staff trainings, and partnerships with districts. For well over a decade, our biannual schooling reports have found persistent and alarming pattern. Roughly 40 to 55% of Muslim students report being bullied because of their faith. And most recent studies show similar patterns of feeling unsafe, unwelcome, and uncomfortable at school due to their Muslim identity. These are not abstract numbers. They are your students in your classrooms. Today, I'm here to urge LAUSD to maintain the implementation of the relationship with UCLA Center X. Because the research is clear, when students encounter culturally relevant curriculum, engagement rises, GPAs climb, attendance improves, and graduation rates increase. Ethnic studies is not a political luxury. It is an academic intervention and improves outcomes. LAUSD has already taken the important steps towards ethnic studies graduation requirement. And we encourage you to build on that commitment with the inclusion of ethnic narratives for your Black, African American, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian communities and students. These can be done through the implementation of ethnic studies in curriculum and instruction, religious literacy education, and the celebration of diversity of all cultures, including Muslim cultures, and combating the realities of Islamophobia. Only then can Muslim students see themselves as a story of Los Angeles, and not just as bystanders, but as the architects. Our ask is simple. Understand that enabling strong and robust ethnic studies and curriculums will uplift all children in meaningful ways. Also, we ask that the staff be trained recognizing bias against the BMEMSA students, as well as educating curriculums and programs that reflect their heritage. Only then will these students realize that they are part of a diverse tapestry that makes Los Angeles the city that has prided itself upon as one of the largest diverse epicenters of diversity. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Jerome Palacios Meyerson. Jerome? Okay, we have a couple of folks who are speaking remotely. Olivia Weber, you're signed up to speak remotely. I don't have you online right now. Olivia Weber. Okay, Sue Ezra, you're signed up to speak remotely, but you're not signed in. Are you in the room? Sue Ezra? No. Sabiha Chowdhury, you're signed up to speak remotely, but I do not have you signed in. And then Nilofar Mulk, you are signed in to speak remotely. Nilofar, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good evening, respected board members and superintendent. My name is Nilofar Mulk, and I'm the parent of a high schooler here in LAUSD District 3. Now, as many of you know, it's not easy to get a teenager to admit they actually like a class. But when my daughter came home and told me that ethnic studies was her favorite class, I knew something special was happening. She said it was the one place she felt truly seen and where the stories of students from all different backgrounds were treated with value and respect. That really touched me as a parent because the world we live in is a rich tapestry of cultures and identities. And LAUSD is a living example of that diversity. Ethnic studies doesn't just teach content, it helps students understand one another, break down stereotypes, and find belonging. Of course, this only works if our teachers have the right training. That's why the UCLA Title X grant is so important. It equips teachers with tools to guide these sensitive but vital conversations so that the classrooms are not just about academics, but also about respect and inclusion. Let's keep encouraging and supporting this program. If a teenager is excited to come home and talk about a class, that tells us it's making an impact. Let's not take that away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. That concludes public comment on tab 4. Can I have a motion and a second to start discussion and then a vote?
Move it.
Oh, boy. Moved by Board President Schmerelson, seconded by Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. This was pulled for discussion. This is tab 4, approval of procurement actions.
Okay, I think I'm the one who pulled it. Yeah, I just wanted to speak on, let me see here, tab 4, on item L, which is, it's the one that we have a lot of vendors who come to our schools to do some work, right, around enrichment and tutoring, I believe, and mentorship, and student outreach. So just wanted to ask, are any of these services that we're receiving from them replacing any services that we can get from our own employees?
No, not at all. These are supplemental services. So
Okay.
they're working alongside with many of our staff that are at the school site, but they're strictly supplemental services to support our students.
Okay, so like nothing from like school climate advocates and?
No, they're not replacing the work of our PSAs, our PSWs, or climate advisors, no.
All right, okay. Well, I just want to uplift the work of our PSAs and our PSWs and our school climate advocates, our RJ coordinators, who do this kind of work as well, and also our, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I'm blanking out, the supervision aides and folks like that. So that was all.
Would you identify yourself?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Elsie Rosado, and I'm the administrator for the Student Support and Attendance Services branch.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. Gomez, you have your hand up?
Yes, it's a question actually for the same item. Good evening. I wanted to know if we, as we are bringing on different organizations, if we look at the geographic service areas of different organizations, and how do we ensure equitable access to different communities to these types of services?
So when we submitted this RFP, we did not restrict vendors to a geographic area. So our hope is that this is available to all of our entire district. If we do come across that certain schools or areas are not able to access, we will ensure that we're following up so that they are able to access this.
Yeah, it might just be something to consider for future RFPs. It was an issue with the safe passage vendors. There were actually none that service the Northeast San Fernando Valley, and that caused problems with us actually getting those important services to our campuses. So just a suggestion for the future. And thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
And then I just wanted to make a positive comment and appreciate item B, the expanded contract with the San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, and to thank MMED for their work. I know I've heard really good feedback about the professional development opportunities that we are doing in partnership with our tribal partners. And, this really ensures that our land acknowledgement that we passed last year is not simply something symbolic, but we are actually actively countering anti-indigeneity and ensuring greater education about our local tribes in our schools.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Just super briefly, and we talked about this a bit in the briefing, but for back on item L, we had several partners we worked with on the previous bench, and then it changed. And so I just want to appreciate the team for helping to make sure a continuity of services so that our students weren't missing out on some of the amazing supports that they get. And I know there's a little bit of bumps in the roads on the kind of materials that they have to submit, but I appreciate you all for working with them through that and ensuring we have a better process going forward. So just want to thank you all for that.
Newbill?
I think L is a hot topic here, but just for clarification with our bench, because I know we say that term, the bench, and we have different benches. So can you clarify with the services provided here that may be different from those that are on a BSAP bench, or is there some difference that we should be aware of?
Good evening, Matt Friedman, Chief Procurement Officer. So this bench is specific to a set of scope. No different than, say, BSAP or any other. It highlights specifically what the services are being performed within each of those benches. There may be overlap in some areas, so duplicative efforts, but in general, each bench serves a specific purpose.
Got it. But the overlap can happen. So someone could be on this bench and then also service on another bench.
Yes, definitely, that's the case, yep.
Okay, thanks.
Any other discussion? Nope, let's vote. Okay, tab 4, Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Riego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmorlson.
Yes.
Okay, moving right along to tab 5. Approval of facilities, contracts, actions. We have 3 speakers. Lauren Kushner, are you here? Hi, come on up. This is for facilities, contracts, actions.
You called my name, so I'm going to speak. My participation grades were always low because I don't love public speaking, but the UCLA Center X contract is too important for me to stay silent. I'm here as an Atwater Village resident, the daughter of a public school teacher, a mother, and a fiercely proud Jewish American. One of the things I love most about Judaism is its emphasis on questioning and learning. So I must ask, Why is a program that's been successful and that's been in place since 2013 without controversy, that's old enough to be a bat mitzvah, suddenly at risk? Why is this year different from all other years? This year, we've seen our country backslide into censorship akin to the Red Scare, and it has many of us acting out of fear instead of living our values. We absolutely must stand up to anti-Semitism, but the curriculum is in no way anti-Semitic, and to call it such is to dilute the genuine anti-Semitism that endangers my family, my friends, and my community. We cannot censor our way to safety, and we cannot threaten or stymie our teachers. Our children are going to continue to face an onslaught of information and disinformation online. Don't we want them to be able to come to their teachers who are well-educated in creating safe and supportive learning environments for all students, particularly the most vulnerable minority groups? We owe it to our children to show them an expansive view of the world that reflects our diverse community. We must encourage deep thinking and learning about themselves, but more importantly, about those who are different. This keeps us all safer. Please keep the contract in place for the benefit of all teachers and students, including my Jewish son and the children of my fellow Jews who were here this evening but unfortunately had to leave. Thank you all.
Thank you for your time. Maya Sandoval? Maya Sandoval? And then Raju Kapul. You're signed up to speak remotely, but you're not signed in. Okay, so there was some discussion for tab 5.
I just had one question either from Ms. Tokes, or I've spoken to the superintendent about it, so I can direct it to him on item I, which is the Hamilton Comp Mod. Hamilton is not my school. It's just outside Board District 4, although many people think it is, including on a district Zoom last night where someone thought it was. And so I'm happy to adopt it, or at least be a friend of Ms. Hendy Newell when it comes to Hamilton and the greater complex. And I'm excited that this iconic LA high school is having this modernization. But the price of this one, $424 million just about, is definitely the most expensive comp mod that this district's had. I think maybe the RFK, the building of the RFK complex was slightly more expensive, but it's also one of the most expensive school modernizations in history. And so my question is just, what assurances do we have for the board, for taxpayers, for those who support our bond, that this will be a project where, one, this is the best value that we could get, two, that we will get $424 million worth of value, that this is critical work, and that students will, and taxpayers will see the benefits of it. Just given the price, I just wanted to add an additional layer of accountability, I guess, going forward. So I plan to support it, but I just would love, to flag it and make sure that we're aware, given the sticker shock that I think many of us had.
As we've discussed before, thank you for the question. I mean, obviously, considering the price tag attached to this much-needed upgrading of this historic school, there's going to be heightened accountability measures around it, such as milestone auditing, meaning throughout this phase, there will be milestones that will be achieved, and those will trigger automatic review of expenditures, change orders, the trend, et cetera. So I understand your concern. Obviously, we have fretted over this. We made the decision to bring this recommendation at this point because if we were to divide this next phase into 2 phases, we would be flirting with cost escalation driven by just the cost of doing business, in addition to the yet-to-be-seen impacts of the tariffs. So it is a high price tag, but I think with the heightened accountability, the milestone audits, roving audit, and a careful accounting for change orders, I think will lead us to a position where a good product will be delivered. Still an expensive price tag, but certainly not as expensive as it would have been should we delay it.
That makes sense, and the bifurcation or trifurcation could lead to that. I will note, too, that I think initially, at least when there were 3 bidders, they all came in within the certain range, and so this this does seem to be potentially what it costs, at least the way we do business. And on that note, the last thing I'll say is that I know the board and the public are expecting the independent analysis from MGT, I think in coming days, that look at work that we can all do to decrease costs and increase efficiencies. And I know that those learnings will be applied to this project as well. So, and Charlotte, just because you were out of the room, this was about Hamilton, which I had flagged for the board member to let her know I plan to support the school modernization, but we had similar, just I think, concerns, questions about the cost. So thank you, Superintendent, for those assurances. And thanks, Ms. Tokes.
Any other questions?
I wasn't going to ask a question, but now since we're here, might as well ask one. For item D, the architectural and engineering contract specifically for Dina Elementary School, just want to know what's been taking so long for this project since we voted on it back in 23, 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, and it's still in the architectural sort of engineering phase. So what's going on with Dina Elementary School for their green schoolyard project?
Vice President, Board Member Rivas, I don't have the exact details on Dina. I'm happy to get back with you. I do see that we're looking to complete that project, or we've completed it, and this is for ratification. So let me get back to the details
Oh, so it's just
on the
ratification,
schedule.
but the work is done, so this is
Yeah.
after the fact?
Yes, this is a ratification.
After the fact.
Yes.
Okay, all right, never mind, thank you.
Anyone else? Charlotte?
Just, and I was listening to you, Nick, and yeah, it is in BD1. I know folks often get that mixed up, but just as we're doing this, and I know this is kind of the largest project that we've done, but it is going to be an extensive amount of time to that community. What can we, from our facilities, be able to help them? Because a lot of spaces will be out of commission, their baseball field, eventually the gyms. What kind of accommodations will we be able to help provide them with in this long period of time?
Sure. There are several things that we do to make sure that we are lessening the burden to schools while they're under construction. Part of the reason that this project, this phase is slated to take approximately 4.5 years is because we had to build a large interim village. We're going to be doing 2 phases, 2 classrooms at a 2 large classroom buildings at a time, moving them into the interim portables. When those are done, students would move back, and then we could start the historical buildings. In the meantime, we do know that the softball field and baseball fields are impacted because that's where we put the interim portables. We do have a project at Webster Middle School that is reconfiguring their large playground or play fields to be used for practice, baseball and softball, and eventually competitive, so that they have interim fields while we're under construction. And then in regards to the gyms, we plan on doing each gym separately, so at all given times they will have a gym.
So I know the time frame is 4 years and eventually for competition. Is there plans for them now for competition? What would be the recommendation for them now?
I believe that they will be able to start using that Webster field within a matter of weeks or months, and we have been working with the athletic directors now to identify other spaces. I think we have them using other fields with the idea that they use Webster as soon as it's available.
Thank you. And then is there any hopes to partner with the city to use their facility in the interim?
We always ask the city as well if they have spaces available that we can use, and we pay whatever fee we agree upon to use their fields for practice and competition. And that's an arrangement we have at other schools as well.
That would be helpful because I know they're also in competition with other fields, needed fields like our Laces, who doesn't have a field, so there's going to be an impact there as well. So if we can definitely make it a plan. Thank you.
So Charlotte, if I may, I've had several schools in Board District 3 through Comp Mods, and somehow, some way, it always works out. I don't know what you do, but it always works out, so have faith. Okay. Okay.
Any more discussion? Looks like a vote is in order, and a motion and a second. So let's do the
Move it.
Moved by Board President Schmerelson,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Newbill, and the vote, Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson.
Yes, did you forget Mr. Melvoin?
I did not.
Okay, sorry. Getting late, okay.
It is late. Okay, so now we move on, that's tab 5. Now we move on to tab 7. We have one person listed for public comment, and she is not online. Ina Quaidi, are you in the room? Ina? Nope. Not here. So this is tab 7, donations of money to the district.
I have a question, sorry. I just noticed a donation from Kentor Canyon Parent Support Group, and they are an affiliated charter. I'm wondering, do we allocate affiliated charter staffing, or do they do that on their own?
Good evening. I'm Saman Bravo Karimi, Chief Financial Officer. To make sure I understand the question, are you asking if affiliated charter schools receive allocations of staff?
Of staff, like in this case, they purchased a school psychologist or part additional funding for school psychologists. So I'm just wondering, do we give them those allocations, the psychologist, or do they?
They receive allocations like all district schools, as well as norm positions, as well as other discretionary allocations.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Just to add to that is if the norm calls for it, so if for a PSW, if the site is 600 or more students, they would be normed a PSW. If they purchase a position, the district will hire and place an assignment there for a school psychologist or PSW.
Okay, yeah, I was just, I think this just shows the need for school psychologists. So they are the ones who work with students with disabilities, right? They're the ones who do the assessments and the renewals. And I'm just noticing that whatever ratio we're using doesn't seem to address the high need at our school sites to the point that people have to fundraise for it. And to me, it worries me when schools are now fundraising for positions, because that will eventually lead to inequity, right? When some schools can fundraise, but others can't. So that's the reason why I wanted to bring this up, that's all. And I'm sorry I made you stay so late for that.
It's okay, thank you.
Any other inquiry on tab 7? May I have a move in a second?
Move it.
Moved by Board President Schmerelson. Seconded by Dr. Rivas. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Yes. Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
That's 7 ayes. I'm going to look at my notes. I believe that concludes action items, but we do have one final thing called public comment.
So do I. I have two.
I think most folks have gone home, but for those who have stuck it out with us, now is your time to shine. Jacqueline Casas, are you here? Saida Johnson? Kendall Lewis? Nazario Vasquez? Alejandro Macias? Ian Kirksey? Mao Trejo? Leah Millman? Fidel Ramirez? Tamara Menendez? Joseph Williams? Cheryl Kono? Donald Beatty? Miguel Flores? Ms. Fields, Jamia Fields? Amber Martinez? Trainees Thomas? Anna Chavez? Layla King? And we have one more, Maria Daisy Ortiz, speaking remotely. I see you're online, Miss Ortiz. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Aló, buenas noches.
Good evening.
Buenas noches, se
escucha?
escucha. Sí, se escucha.
Sí, buenas noches.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Daisy Ortiz. And I am here to ask all the board members, including Mr. Alberto Carvalho, to answer my email. The violation that was made with the state law in regards to the composition of the district committee. I need you to to reply to my email, each and one of you, so that I can know if you will be correcting the abuse and the violation of this law that was made by Mr. Antonio Plasencia. And I want to know if the bulletin is violating the state law, and this bulletin 6745.7 is a bulletin that's checked by Mr. Antonio Plasencia unless you give him the okay to create these bad errors in which you are paying him more than $200,000 a year so that he can commit this type of violation. Or also know who is the supervisor of Mr. Antonio Plasencia, because maybe these are orders from his supervisor. Therefore, if you don't answer my emails, you're accomplices of, and you need to check that the committees and the guides of the state comply with all levels. Thank you, and I will wait for your response because I don't want to speak and not everyone respond me. Thank you. Have a good night.
And lastly, Robert Rogie, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Thank you, sir. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Robert Rogie. I'm an insurance salesman from TrueMark Health, and would like to present a health supplement that comes with a 125 tax code that allows the district to save $800 per employee. It's my understanding there's about 170,000 employees. Is that correct, or 170?
About 70 to 75,000 total employees.
Oh, about 75,000.
Correct.
Okay, so if you multiply 75 times that 800, that's how much money that you could save every year, because you'd be saving monthly. And at the end of the year, you would have approximately about $800 per employee. And the gotta pardon me, I've been here since like 9 o'clock. I'm trying to think what I was going to say. Where are you at? Oh, open that up. And, yeah, oh, you got them, okay. I've got these packages of literature that I would like to leave here for you. All of it. Yeah, put this back, no, just back in there.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. Appreciate your time. I'll take those things and I'll pass them out. I'll make sure that they get distributed to the board. Appreciate your time.
What did you have?
And that concludes public comment. I believe there are some adjourning motions. I'll come and collect those. Thank you, sir.
So, Ms. Griego, would you like to start with your adjourning motion?
Yes, I have two that I will be presenting. The first one is in memory of Linda Guthrie. On September 14th, 2025, Los Angeles Unified lost a 45-year teacher and LAUSD family member. Linda Guthrie was a tireless advocate for both students and staff who dedicated her life and career to education. In 1980, Ms. Guthrie joined LAUSD as an ESL teacher at Virgil Middle School. During her 25 years at Virgil, she also served as a mentor teacher, lent her expertise to the district's credentialing and career ladder programs, and served 1 year as a field representative for school board member Jackie Goldberg. It was also at Virgil that she met and later married fellow teacher Wade Fulbright, who is right here with us today. Together, they have 3 children, Jacob, who is here with us as well, Yenny and Katrina, who all attended LAUSD schools. Her experience as a district parent inspired Ms. Guthrie an even greater desire to become more involved in uplifting the public school system. To pursue this goal, Ms. Guthrie stepped away from the school site, accepted a leadership role at UTLA, having been elected secondary vice president by her peers. During this time, she dedicated her energy and advocacy to negotiating improved contract language, greater involvement in staff development, and safeguards for teachers and students. After serving her colleagues for 6 years, she returned to the classroom at Thomas Starr King Middle School as a national board certified teacher, teaching both English and film, and continuing to be a strong supporter of the district's English learners up until her passing in September 2025. Ms. Guthrie's 45-year legacy in LAUSD and UTLA will not be forgotten. In addition to the countless students and colleagues whose lives she touched, she has shared with us her children. Katrina currently serves as a senior office tech and Yenny as a substitute teacher. Jacob began his LAUSD teaching career in 2008 as a math teacher at Eagle Rock High School and is now a director in LAUSD Human Resources, leading recruitment, selection, and retention work for our Black Student Achievement Plan. Ms. Guthrie will be missed by all who were lucky enough to know her.
Carla, if I may. I worked with Wade and with Linda at Virgil Middle School. She was the nicest and funniest person. It was such a pleasure to work with her, always in a good mood, always helping. And I even knew Jacob when he was a little boy. But it was a pleasure to work with Wade and with Linda. Just a wonderful, wonderful, warm human being. Just beautiful. Thank you.
Yes, our deepest condolences to you. And on October 8th, we mourned the passing of labor and social justice champion Kent Wong. Mr. Wong was a tireless advocate for workers, immigrants, and students. As a founding member of the UCLA Labor Center, his visionary leadership helped shape the labor and social justice movements across Los Angeles and beyond. Through his work, the first Dream Resource Center for Undocumented Immigrant Youth in California was established in 2010, creating a lasting space for empowerment and opportunity. As a professor, Mr. Wong inspired and educated thousands of students, imparting critical lessons about labor and immigrant rights. In his last 2 years as project director of Labor and Community Partnerships, Mr. Wong continued to support the movement by bridging collaborations between the UCLA Labor Center and community partners, including facilitating a nonviolence training for 1,400 people at the LA Convention Center on July 10th, 2025, hosted by the LA County Federation of Labor. He also supported the Senate Resolution 38 effort to incorporate a nonviolence curriculum into California's public schools. He served as board chair for LANE, a member of the W.K. Kellogg Foundation's Solidarity Council on Racial Equity, and vice president of the California Federation of Teachers, a role he held for more than 10 years. Through his passionate mentorship, he nurtured a generation of leaders committed to advancing equity and justice. His legacy will continue to inspire us all, and he will be missed.
Thank you, Carla. Nick, I believe you have?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Schmerelson. And I'd also like, well, one, I will join in the condolences for Ms. Griego's adjournments, and please amity them as well. And I'd like to also adjourn this meeting in honor of Debbie Montano, the plant manager at Emerson Charter Middle School, who passed away this morning, actually. We're deeply saddened to share that Ms. Montano passed away this morning after a long and courageous battle with cancer. She dedicated more than 33 years of service to the district, including the past 12 years at Emerson Middle School. She was highly knowledgeable and dedicated as a plant manager who took great pride in keeping her school safe and clean. She was a true pleasure to work with and will be greatly missed by all who knew her. I hope to get more information about Ms. Montano and her life and her family to share with the board and with the Emerson community. But again, this was just happened this morning, but we wanted to make sure that we honored her as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte.
My condolences to the Guthrie family as well. This adjourning motion is for Florence Elizabeth Downing. Florence Elizabeth Downing, born Willis, was born June 26, 1931 in Birmingham, Alabama. She was married to James Downing Jr. on September 17, 1951. She moved to California in 1955. She was a teacher with LAUSD for 50 years, also serving as a technology coordinator and mentor teacher. She taught at 109th Street Elementary School. She taught at 42nd Street Elementary School and Manhattan Elementary School, where she worked for 42 years and was awarded Teacher of the Year. Florence Elizabeth Downing is survived by her family, including her husband and children, which include former Regional Superintendent Christopher Downing and William Downing, our Regional Director for the Lincoln Heights El Sereno Network, and James Downing III, who is retired as a LAUSD principal.
Thank you, thank you. I too have anyone else before I go? Okay. Well, esteemed board members, I would like to adjourn today's meeting in the memory of Miss Leah Brackens. Miss Leah Brackens, who lived and served the parents and community of Board District 3 and the district as a whole for 25 years. She passed away on August the 13th and is remembered as a wife, mother, grandmother, friend, mentor, and spiritual guide to many. Ms. Brackens is one of those pioneering leaders behind the Parent and Family Center movement within LA Unified. Her involvement began during her years as an LAUSD parent, continued in her role as a community rep in a parent and family center, and extends through her current position as senior parent and community facilitator in the Office of Student, Family, and Community Engagement. Join me in celebrating the service and legacy lived by Ms. Brackens. What a great lady. What a great lady. One more, Jerry Dale Thornton. Today we mourn the passing of Jerry Dale Thornton, who served as LAUSD's Inspector General from 2005 to 2010. Mr. Thornton passed away peacefully, surrounded by his family, at his home in Rancho Mirage, California, on September the 28th, 2025. He was 79 years old. Born in November 9th, in fact, 1945 in Louisville, Kentucky, Jerry, as he was affectionately known, lived a life rooted in faith, love, and service to others. He proudly served in the National Guard, being a lifelong commitment to his country. Jerry went on to build a distinguished career as a Federal Bureau of Investigation member, where he served with honor and integrity as Assistant Special Agent in charge of Los Angeles Field Office. After his retirement from the FBI, Jerry continued his public service by joining LAUSD in 2001 as an Assistant Inspector General. In 2005, Jerry was appointed Inspector General, where he worked to uphold accountability, transparency, and excellence in LAUSD until his retirement in 2010. Above all, Jerry was a devoted husband, father, and man of God. He loved deeply, led with integrity, and lived joyfully. His faith guided his steps, and his love for his family and country was unwavering. He is survived by his beloved wife of 50 years, Kathy Thornton, and their 4 children, Michael, Andrew, Jennifer, and Kyle, all of whom forward his legacy of strength, devotion, and compassion. A memorial service to honor and celebrate Jerry's life was held on October 10th, 2025, in Louisville, Kentucky. Jerry Dale Thornton will be remembered not only for his many accomplishments, but for the way he lived with faith, humility, and a heart full of love. I just want to mention it was Kelly, Michael, Andrew, Jennifer, and Kelly. Those were his children. Thank you so much.
And without further ado, unless there's any objection, the meeting is adjourned?
I object.
Okay.
Yes.
I think he's kidding, folks. He's kidding. Time is now